on talkSPORT 2, and the resumption of the fifth and final test match between India and England, with the home side resuming on an imposing 135 for 1 in reply to England's disappointing 218 all-out yesterday, in which Zach Crawley top scored with 79, and there were 20s from Ben Duckett, Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow and Ben Folkes. Duckett and Crawley, of course, made a promising start, 64 for 1 in just 17 overs before the collapse, which came after lunch. Lunch taken at 100 for 2, and England dismissed shortly after tea on day one, after winning the toss and batting first, making 218 all out. And the home side making a very, very imposing reply, with Yashasvi Jaiswal continuing his remarkable form, making 57 and increasing the number of runs that his record stands as the most scored by an Indian in a series against England. Rohit Sharma will resume on 52 alongside Shubman Gill, who played a couple of remarkable slog sweeps for 6 in the final half an hour of play. But a massive job for England. Alex Tudor is alongside me, and you'll know, Tudes, in the darkest, deepest recesses of your memory, what it feels like to be so far behind a game after the first day. A massive day. Ben Stokes, of course, is the world's most positive captain, and he'll be telling his players that there is a way back. But baby steps, one step at a time. Don't try and look at the finish line. Don't try and look at what you want to achieve by the end of the day, because that's a recipe for disaster usually, isn't it? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Manners. Good morning, everybody. Yes, you turn up at the ground, and actually I heard the match report from the morning from Graham Swan, and Swanee's always very positive, but he was saying it's about 10 degrees warmer. There's not a cloud in the sky. It's rock hard is the surface. There's a few red marks, but no indentations, nothing that will tell you that it's going to be a nightmare to bat. He said day 2's most ready, the best time to bat. It's rock hard. It's actually 19 degrees out there at the moment, so it's a lot warmer. So you're not going to have that prodigious swing that we saw yesterday from Bumrah and Siraj. So they're going to have to work really hard this morning, England. And as you said, Ben Stokes as captain is very positive. They have a positive outlook on the day. It's a new day, and England will have to perform well. Well, it's one of those ones, and I've been there many times, when you turn up to the ground, the batting team are either none down or only one down, as India find themselves this morning, and you're thinking, we've got a long day in the dirt. But all it needs is a lapse in concentration, a few rash shots, and that will give England a boost they'll need, because yesterday is one of those ones you sort of write off, you try and forget about it, and you start again. You've got 2 batters who are in, Manners, and they look good.
I'm not sure about the likelihood of a lapse of concentration or a few rash shots. I think India have got their foot on England's collective throat, and I don't think they're going to be lifting it. So it'll be Shoaib Bashir to bowl the first over of the morning, second morning. Good morning to our listeners on talkSPORT as well, joining us here as we've been present with you for every single delivery of this test series on talkSPORT 2. Delighted to say that often we've had talkSPORT listeners joining us as well for the first session of the day. Jimmy Anderson is loosening up, so I suspect he'll bowl the second over of the day, and it'll be Shoaib Bashir then. I wanted to ask you, Tudes, about the thinness of the England attack, and the possibility of Ben Stokes bowling an over or 2. Here is Shoaib Bashir, first ball of the day, and it's pushed away by Rohit Sharma, the Indian captain, nudging it to Ollie Pope at short leg. I mean, it's a 4-man attack, and when the opposition are 135 for 1, here's Bashir again, and this one turns into the pads of Rohit Sharma and nudges it again to Ollie Pope. But Ben Stokes has been bowling at full tilt for the last 2 weeks. he did promise everybody, notably his surgeon, his knee surgeon, and the media and everybody else, that he would not bowl until the English summer. He wanted to make sure that he was absolutely back to his best. And this one from Bashir again, turns from off stump towards leg. It's Rohit Sharma on the pads. But it would be very much a Ben Stokes thing, wouldn't it, with his team in desperate situation, particularly in a inconsequential match or series situation for the England captain to say, all right, come on then, let me do it. Bashir in again, Rohit Sharma plays defensively. He'd be tempted, wouldn't he?
Yes, he will be. I know our very own Steve Harmison, and I'm the same. I don't really want to see it, not yet.
Bashir in again. There's a slip, a leg slip, a short leg. 3 men around the bat. England on the attack, looking for wickets. 135 for 1. That one also defended by Rohit Sharma.
There's so much cricket in the England summer, and for Ben, you're thinking, you know, there's going to be times where he's going to be needed to bowl. At the moment, what have you got?
Last ball of the first over. Bashir in. Rohit Sharma plays defensively, but pushing it out on the onside. So maiden over for Shoaib Bashir to begin. India remain 135 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good start, as you said. You know, 4-man attack. Obviously, you've got to factor in Joe Root as well, but it's not the same, obviously, as it was in Ranchi, where you sort of felt India prepared a wicket where it allowed our spinners as well to be quite potent. This one's slightly different. It's like regulation spin, something that the Indian batting lineup would have seen on a regular playing that it is at home. So it looks like it's going to be a long day. James Anderson, you're right, is going to be taking the second over, and it looks like the GOAT's going to have to produce something spectacular to try and drag his team back into this.
Jimmy has spoken obviously a lot. He's been asked about the possibility of retirement for about 6 years now. I just wonder, I mean, his view is that, you know, everybody who has retired, who he's played with, has said, you just know. You wake up one morning, or you finish the day or there's a warm-up session. There's just a moment where you know that your time's done. And he keeps saying, I just haven't felt that moment yet. I'm still loving it, still enjoying every aspect.
That's right, and you know, a lot of people, you know, he obviously deserves it, and Stuart Ball were the same. You don't get a chance to retire. Sometimes you get retired. And, you know, to be able to call time on your career. But when you've had one as illustrious as he has, you know, he sort of deserves it. But you said he still feels like he's bowling with good intensity, that he's doing enough, he's fit as a fiddle. Carry on playing. You're a long time retired. If you can carry on doing it, do it.
Yeah, well, 698 wickets. 700 today would be nice for him. Shubman Gill plays his first delivery away defensively on the offside up towards mid-off.
He's still got that nip manners, and I know what you mean when you feel you know, you wake up, you feel like your body's aching, or you miss that. If you haven't, it's when you lose that nip, especially as a bowler. If you lose that nip and you're not rushing a batsman, or you're not able to, you know, sort of change a game, it can be very difficult. And that's when you sort of, I suppose, make that decision. You think, yeah, I think it's time.
I wonder whether he'd feel any different if he does pick up another couple of wickets. Here is Anderson again. Shubman Gill pushes it up towards mid-on. He, like most international sports people and cricketers, says that he's not motivated by numbers or statistics, but 700. How many first-class wickets did you take?
Altogether 453.
And he's got 698
yes.
test wickets.
And it's the amount of overs he's bowled as well. You know, my body how it is now, my knees, and I'm walking those stairs. I say, he's still doing it.
Jimmy Anderson in again. Shubman Gill once more plays away defensively on the onside, and there's no run.
I just thought I wouldn't be able to get out of bed. You know, obviously two different bowlers, myself and Jimmy, but he's been phenomenal. Some people are blessed, you know, that they haven't had an injury plagued career, and he hasn't. You know, he's quite wiry, he's strong, and his body's his actions repeatable.
And he still has enormous skill. Here he is again, up to the crease now. Bowls, that's in at the pads, up, tucked away off the hip, out towards deep backward square leg, fielded by Shoaib Bashir in the first run of the morning.
And as well, man, as with the weather, you know, as I said, it's at least 10 or so degrees warmer. There was nit in the morning yesterday, as you say, from Bumrah and Siraj, and we're not going to see that. So it's going to be a hard working day for this England bowling lineup. Going to have to factor ways of how you're going to try and induce the wicket. Maybe through a lapse in concentration, but as you said, I can't see it. India know that they've got England under pressure and they're going to keep them down.
Here is Jimmy Anderson once again, and this one keeps a bit low and tucked away by Rohit Sharma off his pads. Out towards Ollie Pope, who's no longer in at short leg, but he's at orthodox square leg. And they go through for another run. So it's one each to Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma. Are you familiar with Shabnim Ismail?
Yes, she bowled the fastest recorded delivery, yeah. I was saying to my friend, I said, yeah, she's bowling quicker than Ollie Robinson did in the test match.
Well, there was a very unkind series of posts on social media yesterday saying that it's official, Shabnim Ismail is now faster than Jimmy Anderson. Forward comes Shubman Gill to the next one from Anderson, which is full and straight, and it's pushed up to mid-on. Anderson's average speed has been 131, and of course she bowled one delivery, recorded at 132. But yeah, terrific story. She grew up in the same suburb as Vernon Philander and actually played street cricket with Vernon Philander in Cape Town, and spent her whole youth wanting to prove herself competitive against the boys. Yes, terrific stuff. She's retired now, of course, from international cricket to concentrate on the franchise circuit. But tremendous. She's great fun as well. Great fun, super character.
Yeah, sorry, she was playing in the 100, so I got to see her a bit in the summer, and she would always come over and speak, and obviously as an ex-bowler.
Here's Shoaib Bashir. Oh, and a hike down the ground. That's unkind. There was a lot more elegance to it. It was a bottom hand flicked on drive from Rohit Sharma, and it's gone for 6. Right in the slot, wasn't it?
Yeah, when you said hoik, I was like, oh, that's a bit harsh. There's a great shot. Yes, again, he just saw it full in length. He knows it's not turning big. And he just dispatched over long on. He just says, thanks very much, an easy 6 for me.
Here's Shoaib Bashir in again. And once more, he goes straight down the ground. 6 more. What a shot from Rohit Sharma. It's actually landed just before the rope. 4 runs. So he's given himself 6 balls as a sighter. Shoaib Bashir opens up with a maiden, and then he goes for 10 off his next 2 balls.
But this is calculated good cricket. You know, mid-off and mid-on are up. The ball's up. He says, okay, if it's up, it's off. 1 bounce. It's gone for 4. 10 off 2. Young man Bashir under pressure. But this is what you would expect. You know, Indian players have played a lot of spin. He's a young man in 20. He's not played a lot of cricket. He's not got the same wicket.
Bashir in again, drags this one down, and it's tucked away by Rohit straight to mid-wicket. No run.
He's not got the same conditions as he had in Ranchi where it was helping. You know, you just have to land it and the ball will do something, explode or keep low. This one he's going to have to work out the batsman.
Shoaib Bashir once again up to the crease now, and Rohit Sharma comes forward and just steers it gently out to Ben Duckett, catching at mid-wicket. It's interesting that, interesting, I think it's a positive thing. Ben Stokes had mid-on and mid-off both up, but Rohit Sharma accepted the invitation with glee, and those 10 runs are taking him on to 63, the invitation to drive, that is, to go over the top. That's what Ben Stokes is suggesting by having mid-on and mid-off. They've dropped down now. Duckett has dropped back almost onto the boundary at mid-on. Mid-off has dropped deeper as well, so they're both conceding a single. mid-on in more of a catching position. 33 overs gone. That's 3 in the morning. India 147 for 1, trailing by just 71.
Yeah, and they've shown their intent. They've shown their intent. What he's saying, if I'm going to put this young man under pressure, and they're going to have to change it up. England and Ben Stokes.
You're distracted by the DJ's choice of music again, aren't you?
He's playing some tunes again. He was on fire yesterday, so well done, and he's going to back it up. But yeah, England, they're going to have to figure out ways, funky fields, a bit of luck to try and get the rest of this 9 wickets from India.
Jimmy Anderson begins his second over, and Shubman Gill guides it. I have to say, we've only had 19 balls this morning, but not one of them has deviated.
As my dad said, it's bowling through a pipe, straight up and down. The odd one, I think one's kept low. That is it. As I said, it's rock hard. It's warmer. It's going to be a long day.
It is going to be a long day, and Jimmy Anderson, he hasn't swung. Nothing has happened at all. Down the wicket comes Shubman Gill, launches him straight back down the ground, straight back over the bowler's head. He's taken a little half step down the pitch and has smashed it for 6 straight back over the bowler's head.
Well, that's just very impressive. Shubman Gill's a very elegant player. Manners said there was no swing, so he knows there's nothing to worry about. He just advances down the wicket, extends the arms, the head has not moved. He's just extension of the arms, little of his back leg comes up, elevates it, admires it, and it sails dead straight. Even Ben Stokes says, yeah, shot.
Yeah, the pursed lips of the England captain, and the creasing at the corners of the eyes as he smiled in reluctant admission that that was an impressive piece of batsmanship. 150 up for India. Next one is crunched out towards cover. The other thing about Shubman Gill is the obvious way in which his confidence has grown throughout the series. And he came in at the start of the series having played 20 test matches, and he was averaging 30, and he was the first to admit, and did so several times, that was just not good enough, and was not a reflection of the test cricketer he believed himself to be. And he's played a couple of grinding innings and has already got 100, of course, to his name, but that's carved away behind square on the offside, past backward point. It was a poor delivery from Jimmy Anderson, to be fair. Medium pace, too short, too wide outside the off stump, got what it deserved.
Yeah, short, wide, no movement, nothing at all. And Shubman Gill just stands tall, elegant, and just throws his hands at it. It's a fantastic shot. Seam bolt upright, does absolutely nothing. And these are the days, man, as when you were saying as a bowler, when you're at that age that Jimmy's at, and you think
I could be playing golf. That's down the leg side, and it's hit the pad, and it's deflected away. Leg byes, 4 of them. Runs absolutely flowing now. The first over of the morning was a maiden from Shoaib Bashir, but there's been a torrent of runs in the last 3 overs.
Yeah, you're thinking could be on a golf course, could be watching a dance recital with your kids, or watching them play some sport, rather than getting panned by these young batsmen. That's what happens when you're competitive. You'll keep going, Jimmy. But yeah, this wicket looks good. Day 2. There's not much movement, not much spin. As I say, going to have to think of ways of getting 9 wickets. But they've shown their intent, India, this morning.
Or just one. Dreaming of a green seamer at Trent Bridge. Here's Anderson. Again, back of a length, straight, and Shubman Gill just knocks it away out on the onside. I have to say that if you were Shubman Gill or Rohit Sharma, it would be very, very hard at this stage, after 4 overs, not to think big. You'd be going, don't think about it, don't think, but the other half of your brain would be going, fill your boots, lad.
Well, you know, doing what we do now, man, is, you know, you're watching body language, you're watching how lads are, and Shubman Gill, as you rightly say, and right must be thinking, there's not much going on. There's not much to worry about. There's no demons really. There's no swing. There's no prodigious turn. It's not spitting quickly. Fill your boots. As you say, end of the series, fill your boots. Because as you say, there's been times where, you know, you've had starts of Shubman Gill. He's only got 100 in his series, but, you know, he's shown glimpses of the talent that he is. And you're thinking, this is the day that I have to make them pay.
Shoaib Bashir is into Rohit Sharma, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. Very good morning to Jarrod Kimber, who was just on time today.
I was here before the start of play, but I'll be honest, I had the world's slowest Uber driver who took a while to get to my out.
Shoaib Bashir in again, Sharma defends.
There was an accident on the road, and I think it spooked him a little bit this morning. And no, I was here on time. I'm going to be on.
I just said
on Michael
you were
Day.
just on time.
Yeah, well, you did. Actually, I was late from your perspective, but I was out the back looking around.
Shoaib Bashir in again, and it's nudged out towards mid-on. Is there any part of you that can see England come back?
In what sport?
Here today.
No, I mean, I suppose they're trying to attack a lot, so they could lose a couple of wickets here as they keep pumping Jimmy Anderson back over his head for 4 and 6.
And Shoaib Bashir as well. Funny to think that the day began with a maiden, but we've had 3 sixes.
It is weird that they've decided to attack so much.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. But that's pushed out towards mid-wicket again, fielded by Stokes.
They could have just knocked the ball around for an hour and, you know, but they decided, no, these are, ball's not moving for Jimmy, we're going to have a go. And Bashir, they clearly want to end him.
Here's Bashir in again, and it's a quicker one. Shubman Gill defends it once more out to Ben Stokes. But do you think they just saw after 2 overs that not a single delivery had deviated through the air or off the pitch?
Yeah, I do, but that doesn't mean I also thought they were going to run down the wicket and hit Jimmy back over his head.
Bashir in again. Shubman Gill knocks it out to mid-wicket again, no run.
It's the modern way, though. It's the modern way. Like, you know, back in the day, you think, oh, it's Glenn McGrath, we'll give it respect. These kids don't care. They take names. And as you say, you know, it's not so much they want to end Bashir. I just think they're saying, listen, you do not have the same conditions that you had in Ranchi, and we're going to show you what it's like to play Test cricket.
Yeah, I think they want to end him. The way that Jaiswal went at him yesterday was a little bit like, you shouldn't be out here. We're not saying you're terrible, but we are saying that you don't deserve to be on the ground with us. I mean, they've been so aggressive to him that I do feel that there's a little bit like India played Jason Frazier all those years ago, where it's like, we're going to just hit you for 6.
But it's you know, I remember, you know, playing against Australia and stuff, they will want to, you know, Matty Hayden and stuff, they're going to end you. Like, they're really just going to say, listen, this is what it is to be Test cricket. You want to play with the big boys? Show me what you got.
Jimmy Anderson in once more, and again nudged out towards mid-wicket by Rohit Sharma. Well, there's always the view for England's bowlers and fielders, which is not going to change. In fact, it's even better today.
I reckon this is one of the days where you sort of think, you know what? Bowl some non-bowlers. Just for a few. Just try something. Because, as you say, it's going gun barrel straight. So Mark Wood will come on at some stage and he's going to bowl quick. But it's going to go gun barrel straight. It's not going to worry him.
Here's Jimmy Anderson once more, and defended by Rohit Sharma. Get the ball to reverse. You've got to start doing something crafty with the ball.
Well, Wood will come on and bowl bouncers, right? That will be, if he doesn't get anything off the pitch as well, he's going to bowl bouncers. So they've got that. Do they have a part-time wrist spinner? I don't think they do they?
No, they don't. The part-timers are the worst options I've ever seen in any Test match ever. There's nobody who
bit
bowls.
Unfair on Joe Root.
Yeah, I'm not including Joe Root. He's the 5th bowler.
You're so naughty, Joe.
He's the 5th bowler. Here's Jimmy Anderson again. Once more, it's placid. It's just floating into the middle of the bat as Rohit Sharma defends it.
Great moment from Jimmy Anderson.
Just
there.
kicked it away with his studs.
Just accidentally rolled his studs over the ball. I'm sure he didn't mean that at all. The umpire wasn't paying attention, so he did well. Who's
Zach Crawley's the best. He's got 2 wickets, 1 first-class wicket and 1 ODI List A wicket. Ben Duckett's got 1 wicket as well, but he's bowled like 4 overs in total. I don't know of what. This one is pushed out to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket, no run.
Crawley bowls off spin as well as my memory. But I don't know. I don't think I've seen Ben Duckett. I mean, maybe no one has. Some, Northants fan from 15 years ago, perhaps. But
Ollie Pope has bowled 1 over. Ben Folkes has bowled 1 over. In total, in their entirety.
If Ben Folkes... Well, that's because they're all wicket keepers. It's part of the problem, isn't it?
Exactly.
What would Bairstow bowl? He'd be aggressive.
Yeah, he'd be aggressive. It'd be like bats. I reckon it'd be like bats. Aggressive speed in your face.
I thought it'd be like 70-mile-an-hour bouncers.
Neil Wagner. The right arm Neil Wagner.
Neil Wagner with a handbrake on.
Jimmy Anderson hits the outside edge of the bat there for some reason. I didn't see any movement, but hit the outside half of the bat rather than the edge, and it's gone straight to backward point all the way along the ground.
That's a win. For a bowler, that's a win. And I reckon when it's going gun back, that should be out. If the batter plays a shot like full shot like that on a wicket like this, you should walk off.
I tell you what, we're in for a remarkable day's cricket if England can somehow dig their way back into this test match. The crowd, I have to say, the England supporters are doing their very, very best, and good on them. That's just steered so gently for 4 by Rohit Sharma. It's like he was trying not to damage the ball there. He was just gently steering it past the solitary slip down to the unguarded third-man boundary. It's rushed away for 4. Rohit Sharma is 68, Shubman Gill is 37. India have piled the runs on, 28 of them in the first 20 minutes. A remarkable start from the home side, who are 166 for 1 in 36 overs. Another word from either Jarrod, Kimber or Alex Tudor, whoever wants to say something, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
Well, that was a beautiful shot, but just played with effortless ease. A little bit disrespectful. It's Jimmy Anderson. He's just gone, it's a little bit wide. There's no one down at third. Just going to run you down there. 4 runs, thank you very much.
This ball's on the stumps and just turned away to short leg. Ollie Pope cleans it up. Again, not a lot of spin, not a lot of bounce, not a lot. not a lot of hope, not a lot of dreams. Have a look. Talking about not a lot of dreams, here's John Norman.
Shall we check out the Australia-New Zealand score? On the pads of Shubman Gill, who takes another single. He moves to 38, score 166 for 1.
All I know that Hazelwood, I do love him as a bowler. Another fifer.
Yeah, he destroyed New Zealand, didn't he? So New Zealand were bowled out for 162, and Australia 65 for 2 in response.
I was messaging my friend Aidan, who's out there at Christchurch for days 1 to 3, looking a little bit optimistic now, as Bashir is in. And forward is Rohit, and the fumble by the bowler is just for a second, a frisson of excitement as Shubman Gill comes a couple of steps down the track, but sent back by Rohit. And he was remarking how poorly England had played yesterday, and I woke up this morning, checked the score, and just said, New Zealand, hold my beer. Defensive this time from Rohit, who's 68 from 106 deliveries. India trailing by just 51 runs. England were bowled out for 51 once, weren't they? In the West Indies. So, maybe that's something to cling on to. Bashir flatter and on the pads, and a healthy clip to short leg, but it's fielded by Ollie Pope. India 167 for 1. They started the day on top, and 24 minutes in, they're really on top. Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill have both taken a liking to young Shoaib Bashir, who's picked up the 1 wicket to 4 yesterday. And Jaiswal dancing down the track and stumped. He's on for 76, and he's just been put down. Rohit Sharma, who was Shoaib Bashir's first wicket in international cricket, in exactly the same manner as how he went in that first test, has just clipped a ball to the right of Zach Crawley at leg slip and Zach Crawley's put it down, and just to make matters even worse, the ball has sailed away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it's like he just did not pick it up at all. It looked like sort of, not say regulation, it's gone off the bat fast. He's standing close, is Zach Crawley, and he's sort of in his movement, in his reaction, it's like, I just didn't see it. And as you say, it races to 4. India march on to 171 for 1. And there's not going to be many chances, but the chances they do get, you feel England need to take it. They do need to take them. And that was definitely an opportunity.
Yeah, we haven't seen a replay of it, but it does look as though Zach Crawley has put down Rohit Sharma on 68. And that would have been a real fill-up for young Shoaib Bashir, who's shown he's got the fight. He's picked up that wicket yesterday, and he's just come close to picking up a wicket on day 2. And as you say, Tudes, when you are defending a small total, and when India are on the rampage, you've got to take everything, and that's gone down. We will have another look at it now. It was directed down the leg side. Rohit Sharma's come across, and he's almost placed it to the right of Zach Crawley. He's gone for this two-handed. It's not like he was at the stretch, and essentially he's put it down. 2 slips in place for Mark Wood, and Shubman Gill, first ball, trying to get onto the front foot, but plays this ball neatly enough to extra cover, no run.
He's probably more there for the actual guide off the face, the one that goes to your left pocket rather than your right pocket. And this was a very, very fine edge. That's not he still should have taken it because he was there for that. But he's probably, as he sees that shot, is thinking it's going to come to my left. He's going to turn this around the corner, and then it is an edge, a genuine edge at leg slip, which is probably harder than off the face of the bat at leg slip, depending on the pace of the ball, of course, and everything else. But that's not apologising for him, it's just a fact.
He looks startled as Gill just defends the off-stump line. This is a length delivery from Mark Wood. Just seeing another replay of it now. Yeah, it's not a good moment for England. There weren't many good moments yesterday, and that's another bad one for them today on day 2.
Was he also just a little bit close? I just had a look. He looks a little closer than the slip.
He is, but he's actually deeper than I thought, actually, as regards. He had time.
He did have time, yeah.
It's just his hands didn't go with the way he was going. I don't know. It's just a weird one. It was a weird one.
Because the ball was on leg stump. It was angled down there. Early on, Rohit's showing he's playing the shot. So it's not one of those ones at leg slip where you don't know and suddenly it's off a glove or something and it flicks at you and you have to react.
Here's Wood again, right, I'm over the wicket, and this is cut on the up, square of the wicket. Beautiful shot from Shubman Gill, but it was in his arc. Followed through with a shot, moves to 42, and India 175 for 1.
I get a feeling, sometimes, just watching people, and I saw his first ball from Wood, and he punched it quite firmly to the fielder. I was thinking, if he strays in length and width, he's going to throw his hands at it, and he just did. He stood beautifully tall as he did before to James Anderson. That was a beautiful shot.
40 runs added in half an hour as Mark Wood again is in. This is pitched up, driven quite beautifully by Shubman Gill. Back-to-back boundaries, and India on the charge. 39 runs now away from England's first innings score, and Shubman Gill moves to 46 with a sumptuous cover drive.
If you ever want to hear or see a beautiful cover drive, Shubman Gill just showed everybody there. Just beautiful hands, obviously the pace that Wood has. It's like facing a bowling machine. And he's just extended his arms, hit it to the left of Ben Stokes, who's sort of at wide mid-off.
Wood again, pitched up again, driven again by Gill. Outstretched hand from Mark Wood, who saves at what would have been another boundary in his follow-through, but can't prevent another run. Added to the score, India 180 for 1, and we're inside the 38th over.
And it's good pace, Johnny, as well. It's 148 Ks, just under 150. He's bowling with good pace, but it's hit in the middle of Shubman Gill's bat. It's like where you get in the bowling machine, you put it on 85, 90, and you just sort of stand there, not have to have massive feet movement, but because you trust the bounce and the pace, you can just play with good hands, and that's what Shubman Gill's doing. It looks a real picture.
He does. Predominantly offside player, and it's Rohit Sharma this time who just covers up and pushes this out to the covers. No run. Mark Wood bowling at around 148 kilometres an hour, so really good pace. But we've seen one over there. It's gone for a few, and I mean, the risk is on a pitch this size, it's not the biggest ground in world cricket, is it? But it's going to possibly be going shorts from here on in just to try something different. But India, this is where they would have dreamed to have been at the start of the series on many occasions, but they're dominating this 5th test match, and it's looking a little bit bleak for England. Welcome, by the way, if you're listening to us here on talkSPORT 2, and also on talkSPORT for the first session of this, the 5th of 5 test matches that we've brought you between India and England. It's been a terrific series. It's been one way and then the other, as Shoaib Bashir is in, and Shubman Gill to come down the track trying to play a ball to a leg, and it just pops out to straight mid-wicket, but straight cover, and there's no fielder there. 47 Gill, Rohit 72, and Shoaib Bashir still persisting with the youngster, despite the fact he's gone for a few. Should have picked up the wicket of Rohit Sharma in his last over, and he's in again. This is flatter on the pad of Gill, who would just play this along the ground to Jimmy Anderson. How you doing, Harmy?
Yeah, good morning everyone. Morning, John. It's been a good morning for India. I don't think Shoaib Bashir's bowled too badly, to be fair. He's bowled a couple that's been a bit full, thrown above the eye line, and he's a good player as a spin. They've just hit through the line of the ball.
Forward is Rohit Sharma, and wristily played. The bowler can't cut this ball off mid-wicket. Races to mid-on, but not before Rohit comes through for a single, and he looks in worrying good touch, doesn't he? That's 4 from Anderson, and a couple of the dismissive shots against England's premier bowler. 2 away from 700, of course. And we know his record. Well, you may not know his record, actually, but when Rohit Sharma hits centuries, India win test matches. I think he's got a 100% record, and he's 27 away. But it's Shubman Gill who's facing with a short leg, a leg slip and a regulation slip. And he's down the track, and he'll take a comfortable single to long on.
Yeah, there's nothing in the way England are bowling or the way Rohit Sharma's batting at this moment in time to make me believe that 100% record is not going to be broken, because he does look in ominous form. Playing just playing very much within himself.
Forward again, defensively play back to the bowler. So how do you think, what's Bashir learning today then? He's so young in his career. This may be the last test he plays for England. I mean, that's a topic that we can have throughout the day and into tomorrow, because it has been a strange tour. Flatter and on the back foot, on his toes. Rohit plays defensively. 3 runs coming from Bashir's over. 39 done now, and India 183 for 1. With Shubman Gill 49 and Rohit Sharma 73.
I don't think it'll be his last test match. I think this kid's got...
I'm not saying ever.
Yeah, I think he's got a bit of a future. I listened to Gareth Batty yesterday, and Batty's spot on. You know, the boy's got skill set. He's developing and getting better with year upon year. For me, you can see the hunger of him wanting to not only be the best version of himself from a cricketing point of view, to have a few disappointments, which is not a bad thing in life, to have a few disappointments and a few rejections in coming back. That tests of character. Today will test his character, and also, you know, the working out what the right length is to bowling at top players. You know, this is invaluable education for Shoaib Bashir. You don't want him to be learning on the job in test match cricket, but I think this boy's still got a bright future in the game for a few years to come. 2
slips in place, short from Mark Wood, and pulled by Shubman Gill, who will reach 50 again. Another fine knock from India's number 3. Seems like quite some time ago that he was seemingly playing for his immediate career at test level. And that's 50 from 64. And he has looked so assured ever since that second innings in Ranchi, when he came to the crease with India having a little bit of a wobble, wickets falling at the other end, 5 of them for 36 runs, but Shubman Gill held firm, saw India home, and he's back here, and he's got another 50 as Sharma will take a single to square leg as well. He moves to 74 as Ben Duckett runs in from the boundary and fires the ball back to Folkes. It's a little bit wayward actually, but no harm done. But Shubman Gill has made the position his own, certainly for the next, certainly for the foreseeable.
Yeah.
He's looked a class act today and at different times in this series.
Yeah, there's a few times in this series he really has held India together. He is a wonderful player, and you see why India are persevering with him, giving him the chances that he had. We were in Hyderabad and he walked off the field second innings in Hyderabad after getting naught off 2 balls, and you were thinking, oof, is this him done, averaging 31?
Here is Wood again, better length delivery, just drags it back, and it's an uncomfortable shot from Shubman Gill, who looks like he's beaten not just by pace but by a fraction of movement into the right-hander, and it hits him high on the thigh, drops short of second slip. There's a little shout for leg before. There's a question about whether he got an inside edge before the ball travelled to the fielder, but that's about it for the excitement from that delivery.
Yeah, good pace from Mark Wood. It nipped back, didn't bounce as much as probably Shubman Gill's thinking. I think England were excited because they thought there was an inside edge. I don't think there was an inside edge. I think it's just nipped back that much, hit both pads and looped up in the air just short of second slip.
Here is Mark Wood again, and on his toes, Gill, foot well behind the crease, being pushed back, and this is a defensive shot.
That last ball that came back into him, that's generally where people think he has an issue in world cricket, where if you can bring that ball back into him. That one was probably a little bit too straight from Wood. Here's a good one. So Gill has faced 974 deliveries in ODI cricket against 88 miles an hour or quick, and he averages 55 against them. And he's faced roughly the same amount of balls in Test cricket, and he averages 23. Discuss.
Well, I was going to ask you. Full toss from Wood, gets his length wrong there, and it's drilled straight to Ben Stokes, who actually fumbles the ball and allows Gill through for a single. So what would you put that down to?
Well, I would say that he doesn't have a problem with pace. I'd say he probably has a problem with getting started in Test cricket. And Hamu was just talking about a minute ago. It looked like he might have been dropped from the side and been on the outer for a little while. So I think it's more to do with the fact that in one-day cricket he knows exactly what he's doing. He's not rushed by fast bowling at all, and he does everything he wants. And in Test cricket he becomes a bit of a target, and he hasn't always found a way to put pressure back on the bowlers in a way that he does in one-day cricket.
You also think in one-day cricket there's not as many fielders in places where the pace bowlers would want, i.e. slip or men in the deep when he's in the first sort of 10-15 overs of the game. So he has a plan against pace. He can go hard at the ball and know there's no catches behind the wicket, or when they do bowl short he has a freedom of getting up over the top, because either third will be up or fine leg might be back, and he gets started that way, where in Test match cricket obviously there's a lot more protection for that fast bowler.
Here is Wood again, and Rohit once again playing this out to point. How many tests has Shubman Gill played against Australia?
Probably a few. I mean,
I'm just wondering, for the sample size of ODIs as opposed to the sample size of Test matches.
I don't think he's played a massive amount against Australia, has he?
Did he play in Australia? Was he on that series?
Everyone in India played.
Yeah, they did have a rotating cast list, didn't they?
He played 3 test matches in Australia, and he's played 6 in total. He's played much more against England than he has against Australia. I know what you're saying about the slips and everything, and I think if that was a normal batter, I would agree with you. But his biggest weakness in Test cricket has been LBW and bowled. So the slips shouldn't play as big a part for him as they do for Joss Buttler. When Joss Buttler struggled in Test cricket, I was like, well, it's because you can't have 3 slips in a T20 game.
But in Test match cricket, when you're taking the ball back into the stumps, it'd be interesting to see where he stands, his standing position for, in Test cricket, does he get further across the stumps to get out of the way of that ball coming back, and then all of a sudden that brings slip into play because he's playing at more balls, he's trying to cover his off stump that little bit more, when in one-day cricket, he's offering the stumps to the bowlers because he's not bothered about being bowled. He's wanting to get his hands free because he's looking to access the ball and score. So, but a lot of batters, Jarrod, you would say, in Test match cricket now, are vulnerable to the one that comes back onto off stump. England batters, Johnny Bairstow, Joe Root is more susceptible to the ball coming back onto off stump. So the weakness for me in Test match cricket, the batting department anyway, is the ball coming back onto off stump, because I think that's where you get your joy, because people, batters are trying to get their pads out the way, DRS trying to get their hands accessing at the ball. So I think in the modern times, since DRS, times have changed.
Bashir is in and Gill is forward, playing defensively, back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, you're 100% correct on that. And the wobble ball makes it a little bit tougher as well. In the old days, you knew the ball was going to swing in. You could play for that a little bit more. As now, the wobble ball might nip away and also, cause you issues.
Flatter and actually from the outside portion of the bat as Gill comes forward. What about strike rotation? Has that been a problem for Gill in Test cricket as opposed to one-day cricket?
So I looked at this in a previous Test match, I think when he was struggling in one of the earlier ones, and because he got stuck a couple of times, and I wondered if that was the case. But overall, no, he just hasn't made any runs.
Off the pads of Rohit Sharma, who plays this to square leg for another single. He's now 25 from 100. Yeah, it was a protracted period that Shubman Gill was struggling at Test level, wasn't it? 12 innings without a score over 50. Before that innings against England in the second Test, was it? Again, Gill just picking out short leg with Shoaib Bashir targeting the pads.
We've of course had a couple of players who've started slow in their Test career have gone on to be pretty handy. Callis and Steve Waugh.
He is quite still young as well, isn't he?
Yeah. So you don't want to throw this level of talent away.
Forward and squared up fractionally is Gill.
I mean, people talk a lot about, how he plays in the IPL. Not interested in how he plays in the IPL. He's got the highest average in ODI cricket history, I think, at the moment. So we know how good he is. So they were going to give him a longer rope than even some of the other talented Indian players.
Last ball of the over, and Shoaib Bashir still bowling to that leg slip line. And it's Anderson who fields at on the boundary, just inside the boundary at fine leg. Another single to the score. India trailing by 29. They started the day 135 for 1. They've added 54 runs to their overnight score in just shy of 45 minutes of action. To talk you through the next 20 minutes will be Andrew McKenna after a word from Steve Harmison.
Yeah, talking about Shubman Gill, when he walked off the field, he chewed up a lot of balls in that first Test match, in that first innings. 66 balls for 23, and there was a lot of questions after the second innings, Jarrod, when he got out for naught. You're thinking Cyrus Ayers in the team, Virat Kohli's to come back, K. Rahul in that middle order. What do they do with Ishan Kishan? There's one or two others who were mentioned, and averaging 31, batting at 3, trying to keep him in the team, dropping him from an opener to the wonderful talent of Jaiswal. There was people questioning whether Shubman Gill would stay in the team for the whole 5 Test match series, but 100 in the second innings, 90 in the third, 100 in the second Test, 90 in the third Test match, and all of a sudden runs now just, I think, cements his place for the foreseeable future.
Morning everyone, Mark Wood is on the way once again, bowling right arm over, and Shubman Gill is solidly in behind this and playing it back down the pitch, no run.
He's also got a bizarre record because he's better in the second innings than he is in the first innings. And I'm trying to work out if that is, because that doesn't make any sense. If you're a good ODI player, I would have thought that you would have been better probably batting in the second and third innings. It should be
when the pitch is at its best.
Yeah, and he doesn't follow that pattern at all. Even in first class cricket, he's better in the fourth innings. So nothing about him quite makes sense. But I think there's just so much actual talent there. And I do think he can get stuck, but I don't think strike rotation is a problem. I think it's a mental issue on certain occasions.
Mark Wood on his way once again, takes Shubman Gill on the pad. It's going miles down the leg side. England therefore stifle the appeal and let it be 189 for 1 India. 2 balls into the 42nd over only of this innings. Exclusively live on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England with plenty of work to do. They've created a chance this morning. Rohit guiding one to Zach Crawley at leg slip off the bowling of Bashir. That was when Rohit was 68. He's now 75. Shubman Gill 53. India trail by only 29 runs.
England going down the short ball tactic. Stokes and Wood have had a good conversation. Slips coming out. 5 men are now going on the leg side to Shubman Gill, who is 24 years old. You can see he wants to learn. He wants to get better. He came over to England, played some county cricket to try and hone his skills, better himself. So you've got to give him credit for that. He wants to be the best all-round player he possibly can be. And at 24-year-old, there is talent in there. And he's a better player than he averages as of 31 when he started the series.
Mark Wood goes in. That's an edge, and it's through second slip where England have just taken the fielder, and it goes to third. Well, they've set the field for the short pitch ball, and it was the pitched up one, and it's a genuine outside edge. It takes Shubman Gill to 57 with a boundary 4, and well, England set up the 3-card trick. They just forgot to play the 3rd card.
Yeah, I don't think it's as bounced as much as Mark Wood was wanting to. It's a bit fuller than obviously the genuine bouncer, short ball, effort ball. It's gone towards second slip. I don't think it would have carried. I think it would have went well short of second slip. Joe Root's got his he's looking up to the top of the mountains. Shubman Gill's got a smile on his face. So has Ben Stokes.
Is this going to be the short one then? Wood goes in. It is the short one. And Shubman Gill plays a very fast straight ball really well. Jagged his head back out the way, leaning backwards, and got all the business part well and truly out of the way of that one. And it's through to folks no run. 193 for 1 India.
It's a beaut. It really is. That's on the money. Shubman Gill gets across. He's in line. He's waiting for the short ball, thinking, can I get my hands up? Too high, get my hands out the way of it. He played it brilliantly. Good bit of cricket all round there from both batter and bowler. Thumbs up from Rohit Sharma at the non-striker's end.
In goes Mark Wood once again off the back foot, punching is Shubman Gill. What a shot that is! England have got Hartley down as a catching 3rd, and he had to go 8 metres to his right and didn't get there in time. It's another boundary. Gill goes to 61, India 197 for 1.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot there from Shubman Gill. He's tall. He's well over 6 foot. He stands up tall as well. So he's going to play the ball at the top of the bounce, and Mark Wood is not quite bowled that short ball. Again, it's not the effort ball that's going towards the head. It's got to be, when you do go the short ball, it's got to be at Shubman Gill's left ear. It's got to be at his left ear, and that is well outside leg stump. That was outside off stump.
Mark Wood goes in. That one is better. In towards the rib cage of Shubman Gill. It's the end of the over. 197 for 1 here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Morning to everyone on the YouTube channel. Shubman Gill, 61 not outs. Rohit, 75. India trail by 21 runs. If you are just joining us this morning, it's a much warmer day. Blue sky. And the pitch has barely got a mark on it, which are 3 things that England didn't really want to hear this morning.
Yeah, but the TV cameras must be in a commercial break, because they're showing us the pictures of the Himalayas, the snow on the top of the mountains. England are a day or 2 away from getting back into English weather in the cold. Yeah, they've still got a little bit of heat left in them, but have they got any more energy in them? Have they got any more fight in them to get them back into this series? Because at this moment in time, everything that England are throwing at India not only taking it with ease, they're throwing it back, and the counter punches are the punches that are throwing back are just a bit too hard and a bit too tough for England. India are in a wonderful position. Rohit Sharma has batted beautifully this morning, especially against the spin, and Shubman Gill from the other end against the seam of Jimmy Anderson and the pace of Mark Wood. He's had everything that England have had to answer for.
Well, Tom Hartley's coming into the attack for his first bowl of the morning. India took an early liking to Shoaib Bashir as Shubman Gill and Rohit took him straight back over his head. What are they going to do with Hartley? 12 overs for 46 so far. And it's going to be bowling to Rohit. 75 not out. Not a million miles away from the IPL starting for this year. Is Rohit going to get himself into white ball mode? We shall see. Hartley goes in and bowls to him. It's a ball that's pitching pretty much leg stump, but he gets inside it, hits it to duck it at mid-off. And there is no run.
Straight out of the middle of the bat, though. Nice pace, good area, but met with the middle of Rohit Sharma's bat. Lovely timing.
That bat taps the ground with a sort of a thump. Hartley goes in, bowls, and again it's Rohit coming forward just quietly out on the offside, no run. Looks a pretty new bat actually, that one for Rohit. There's barely any marks on it. It's a lovely white colour, and we noticed earlier when we were watching, it's blooming thick. I mean, there's a fair old lump of it. I'd love to know what weight it is.
I think he has a light bat.
Hartley in around the wicket. Rohit stays still on this occasion, just pushes out towards point and will take a single that takes him to 76, 198 for 1.
You don't get many batters who like to play the pull shot as much as he does on the hook shot, the way that he does with a heavy bat, do you, Harmy? Because it just slows you down a little bit more.
Yeah, it slows you down a little bit, but Rohit doesn't strike me as he wants to pick a heavy bat up. He's not somebody I think that goes in the gym too many times. I think he's quite happy just picking his bat up, and that's as energetic as Rohit Sharma gets.
In goes Hartley, left arm around the wicket. Shubman Gill inside half of the bat. Ollie Pope will do the fielding in front of the square leg umpire. Single taken, 199 for 1.
I think there's no big marks on it because he doesn't try and hit it too hard. Keeps his shape, doesn't thrash at it, and his timing is what makes him such brilliant to watch. And the boundary sizes and the way the bats are at this moment in time, modern day cricket, that's enough.
Hartley in, a left arm around. Rohit pushes to Stokes at short extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, that's the technology now, isn't it? The fact that you can get a lot more wood into a light bat now.
In the training now is all for gone on the day of just going in the gym and doing a simple program. They train the muscles to hit the ball. They train the muscles of the arc of the plane of the way they bat. So modern technology works that way as well.
Hartley in around the wicket to finish the over. Rohit plays defensively. 43 gone, 199 for 1. Our India, it means they trail by just 19 runs here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, there's a lot more core work than there used to be as well. So there was that period where you saw people like Shane Watson and Chris Gale that were all very, very bulky, and then all the physios and trainers and strength and conditioning people came in and said, no, you need to be much stronger in your core. So you see now a lot of the England players specifically can smack the ball, but they're not big and bulky guys. I know there's a couple of those, Liam Livingstone is a bigger guy, and you definitely get players like Liam Livingstone and Ben Dunk and Richard Levi a couple of years ago, those sorts of naturally big guys, but a lot of it is that core strength.
Yeah, it's about rotation. Can you rotate your body so there's nothing, you rotate it quickly, nothing gets in the way, but you've still got the power of rotation, same as a golf swing. If you can have a golf swing with less bulk, but fast rotation, quick through the ball, the likelihood is that's where you get your power from. The thighs and the core area. It's about rotation quickly.
Mark Wood to start a new over. He goes in and bowls, and Shubman Gill plays defensively. Wood gets a hand to it in his follow through, takes the pace off, and there's no run.
Especially some of the all-rounders struggled specifically when they did bulk up. So Corey Anderson's one who's just really on the comeback now. Shane Watson was another one who really struggled with his bowling when they got when he got a little bit too big. So having that core strength in cricket seems to be a much more stronger way, whether you're a batter or a bowler, than being muscular. I know Mitchell Johnson said when he retired he was very excited to get a beach body because he hadn't had one for years. I mean, it looked like he looked fairly fit to me beforehand, but
I got a bar body.
Mark Wood in short. Shubman Gill has a little fence at that one, actually, trying to sort of guide it up and over the slips down towards third. Doesn't get anything on it, and it's through to the keeper. No run.
Well, you also haven't done any cage fighting like Mitchell Johnson.
No, I'm not interested in that stuff. I know talkSPORT have got the boxing coming up tonight. Joshua his fight tonight, but I've never been one for boxing or the cage fighting. I've never really understood two blokes standing in the ring punching each other in the face. But yeah, each to their own. Yeah, people do love it, and it'll be great on. Bumped into Spencer Oliver yesterday upstairs, and the excitement around the Joshua fight is huge. But not a huge fan of the art of fighting.
Freddie boxed a little bit, didn't he? Like, not real boxing, but
he went into the ring.
Yeah.
And then he had to go with Goffey at the old Lucha Libre, didn't he?
Yeah.
The Mexican wrestling.
They had a go, and it was brilliant. I enjoyed the actual entertainment of it, but no, I wasn't a big fan of boxing.
Mark Wood to Shubman Gill. It's again only waist high, low rib cage at most, and he's on one leg, pulling it around to square leg, and there's no run. England are very much going short. There are 5 fielders out on the boundary, all of them behind square. England have got a very fine third, and well, let's call it a backward point, and then a fine leg, a long leg, and a square leg, all out on the boundary. So it's very much uppercut in terms of the offside, or top edge pull, or even off the face of the bat down on the leg side.
Yeah, you've got to get it high though, that's the thing. I think Mark Wood, he's got to get it high. He hasn't really got the bounce, other than one bounce, he's got to get it high. Shubman Gill stands up tall, he can play it off the back foot comfortably through the offside.
Well, here is Wood. It's short-ish, but again not quite high enough, and it's pulled to Anderson at mid-on, no run.
Gary has somehow found the exact weight of Rohit Sharma's bat. It's 2 pounds 6.5 ish, so maybe 2 pounds 6, 2 pounds 7,
which is not heavy.
Really, really light. That's how I play the pull shot as well, and I prefer to have a light bat like that. So I think that makes a lot of sense. He also says it has 9 to 12 straight grains and an edge thickness of 39 to 40 millimeters.
Gary, you're so precise. I love you at this time in the morning. That 2 pounds 6 is very light. I mean, most, if you go to a website, 2.8 or 2.9 is about the lightest you'll get. In goes Mark Wood. Off the back foot is Gill. Out through point. Hartley will come around, who is the wider of the two offside catchers out on the boundary. And they take a couple to bring up the Indian 200. 201 for 1. The deficit therefore 17. Rohit 76. Shubman Gill 64.
I actually think this would be an interesting one for Harmy. I think English bats are too heavy. I think in general they start at like 2 pounds 8, whereas my bat is 2 pounds 7, I think, and I would prefer even 2 pounds 6 if I could get it, but it's not as easy to get without paying someone to make it for me. Whereas in Australia you get a lot more light bats, and I know obviously in Asia there's a lot more light bats as well.
I just wonder if the balls over here, because they're that little bit harder, they don't get as soft quickly. And the bats have to be compressed that little bit more to hold them in together.
Mark Wood goes in. It's a short ball. Shubman Gill's got this down to the middle of the 3 fielders out on the leg side, where Zach Crawley will field. Single will be taken. End of the over. 202 for 1. These were put on 98 for the second wicket. Shubman Gill's got 65. Rohit's got 76. One other thing on the bats. I was just on a cricket website the other day, just having a look. The prices of them now.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Oh
now.
My days.
Cricket is expensive. Cricket is very, very expensive, and that Macca, that's for another argument. That's for another day. That argument. I think the inclusion of the PCA have done a big thing. Alex Tudor was at the Oval yesterday. I think it was International Women's Day, and inclusion in cricket, and trying to get kids from less privileged backgrounds and state schools and all that coming in, and that is an argument that needs to be had, should be had, and the biggest thing that a lot of parents will look at is getting their kids equipment, and it's a fortune in cricket.
Hartley is going to start a new over, left arm around the wicket to Shubman Gill, who plays defensively, no run.
It's not just cricket, golf's the same. I'm from a working class mining town, a very, very rough, tough area growing up. We lived through the sort of early part of the miners' strike, so money wasn't.
Hartley, left arm around the wicket. Shubman Gill playing out on the offside, no run.
Money wasn't always there for sporting equipment, and I remember one of the guys who I know very, very well talking about, especially about golf, and You see, like a pair of football boots cost the same as one golf club, and one golf club you need 14 to have a bag to go with it. So if you didn't have the financial resources from a background, you struggle to play.
Hartley in, driving it into the pitch, stands up, Shubman Gill pushes it out on the offside, no run.
You struggle to play the sort of the cricket, the golf that you needed to progress. So you can see why the working class areas, the mining towns, mining villages, produced a lot of top footballers, because football was a lot cheaper sport to play, and rugby was probably the same as well.
Hartley in, left arm around, Shubman Gill playing defensively, no run.
So one thing I was saying, the bats is they are expensive no matter where you go, but if you do find local bat manufacturers, I don't know if Charlie French is still doing it in Nottingham, but I've got one of his old bats. There's Hawk,
Kipax as well as
Kipax.
up north. They do one up north. They produce bats up north.
Hartley left arm around, plays defensively to Shubman Gill, no run.
The Warsop from Essex, Salix. So there's
Health for Leather. There's another one down in Kent, I'm sure.
Yeah,
my brother had when he was playing at Kent, he had used that. A lot of Durham players have got Kipax stuff from sort of North Yorkshire. So there are other companies out there rather than as well as the bigger companies.
Hartley left arm around the wicket, Shubman Gill playing defensively, no run. Tom Hartley is with B3, isn't he? We're based out of Nottinghamshire.
Yes.
They were a spin-off from Gunnar Moore. I was with Gunnar Moore for them years. Great bat manufacturer, and made some ridiculous bats. Marcus Trescothick and Michael Vaughan used to get some unbelievable bats during my time in Test cricket, and they were a brilliant sponsor for me. And I think there was the great man Russell Evans, who left Gunnar Moore and started up B3, who sadly passed away. He went into umpiring and died really early, which was such a shock. But that B3 company, I think, was a spin-off of the Gunnar Moore days. So I think there are other manufacturers out there other than the big ones, and I'm not saying the other big ones aren't good, but I think if you shop around, there's some good kit out there.
Well, what I would say is you're paying for the label a lot of times for cricket bats. So if you do know, or if you're in an area where there is a local cricket bat manufacturer, chances are they've made bats for county players and international players anyway. As you know, I'm sure Charlie French probably made the majority of the bats for the Nottingham players, whether they're playing for England or not, just with the stickers on them. A lot of those bats are a lot cheaper if you are looking for a great bat out there. The extra 500 quid in some cases, those bats just aren't 500 quid better. So there is ways, but I still, even having said that, the prices are still ridiculous, and certainly not a working class sport when you look at the price of a cricket bat.
No. Right. And he doesn't make you play any better either.
Well, you say no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. 202 for 1. India, 45 overs into their innings. They resumed an hour ago, 135 for 1 after 30 overs. So they put on just under 70 runs in 15 overs this morning, as they've taken a liking to the England bowlers. England have created one opportunity. Rohit Sharma guiding Bashir to leg slip. Crawley got a hand to it but wasn't able to hang on. That was when it was 167 for 1 and Rohit was on 68. So plenty of work to be done, I believe is the phrase. To tell you how they're going to do it will be Alex Tudor, because he's moved in to replace Steve Harmison, and I'm going to get out of the way because Neil Manthorp's going to come in and deliver a devastating spell to get England back into this match.
Well, an hour's gone, and India are 202 for 1. What would Ben Stokes do? Well, we'll know he'll be positive with his field placings. The bowlers will need to produce some magic or a lapse in concentration. It's the only way I really see England denting this Indian batting lineup through error. Can't really see much. The wicket is a good one. It's a day 2 pitch. And it looks like a good day for batting. 19 degrees. So not the swing and seam that we saw in the morning yesterday from Bumrah and Siraj. It's going to be a hard working day for England. Are they up for the task? Only time will tell. Good morning, Manners.
Yes, well, not a good morning for England, is it? It's been a real slog. Really hard work let me tell you a little bit about the history of Dharamshala, which, of course, as you will know, Tudes, is in the Kangra Valley, agriculture and tourism, the key economic cornerstones of the region, and first became part of the British Empire after the first Anglo-Sikh War in 1846. And in 1860, the 66th Gurkha Light Infantry were repositioned in Dharamshala. Gurkhas, one of the most famous infantry troops in the world. Bit of fighting spirit is what Mark Wood needs to show now for England. 202 for 1. It is as hopeless a situation as you could have in Test cricket. Although actually there is a way back. I mean, there are more hopeless situations, and you can lose by 434 runs, as England did in the last Test match. But there is a way back from here. I mean, they are still in the lead. Just doesn't feel like a very substantial one. They're 16 runs to the good still, with 9 wickets to take. But then just remember Hyderabad, and they came back from a first innings deficit of 190. So they'll still be believing, I think. Short from Mark Wood as play resumes after a prolonged drinks break. Was that a slower ball bouncer? Because Rohit Sharma was through with the hook shot or the pull shot so soon, so quickly, that I think he'd actually almost completed the shot by the time the ball passed him. Was that a slower ball bouncer, Tudes?
No, just looking at it, his wrist position and stuff, it didn't seem that way. It just did not kick on like in previous over when he bowled one to Shubman Gill.
It's bounced 2 yards in front of Ben Foakes.
It's a little bit of worry when one of the quickest bowlers in world cricket is bowling on a wicket, which is a good one. He's dug it in, and it's not got up, and it's bounced twice before it's got to Jarrod. Sorry, he's in the batting side. Ben Foakes. It's one of those mornings.
Yeah, it is. India still 16 runs behind. Rohit Sharma on 76. Here is Mark Wood once again. It's short and pulled away to Ollie Pope at square leg. That bouncer, I mean, there's different ways of bowling a slow ball bouncer. I'm encouraging you to talk about them. There's one where you put the ball kind of deep into your hand, isn't there, rather than sort of rolling your fingers across.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the deeper you put it in, obviously going to take longer to come out. But there's all different ways you can do the one finger one, and there's all different types. And that's what you need to do now.
Because the thing is, Mark Wood was laughing.
No, I'm just looking at the triangle formation there. You know, like
on the
football.
leg side, the leg theory. Here is Wood once again. He steps away to the leg side, Rohit Sharma, and clubs this one wide and long off down to the boundary for 4. Well, the field was so obvious with a square leg, a deep mid-wicket, and a short and a catching mid-wicket. He's just stepped away to the leg side. He knows it's coming in at the body and has smashed it, baseball style, through long off for 4.
Well, he knew what was coming. As you said, he got that triangle field on the leg side. He's got sort of a close mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and I think it's Zach Crawley with his height. He's at deep mid-wicket. So he's got a triangle formation.
Down the leg side from Mark Wood now. It is short. He steps inside it this time, Rohit Sharma, rather than outside it, and allows it through to Ben Foakes.
So knowing that the delivery will be short, he just goes to the leg side, opens up. There's no one. Literally square of cover, and he just dispatches it disdainfully through mid-off. And that's when you say a bowler's telegraphing what he's doing. With the field that he's got, he can only bowl a certain way. There's not going to be many pitch-up deliveries, but the wicket's such a good one that he just backs the bounce, and he's playing as like it's a one-day game.
Extraordinary stuff. Here is Mark Wood once again, and bowls another bouncer, and Rohit Sharma, he just toys. It's like dipping your toe into the pool to see what the temperature is. He just sort of got into position to hook, and it was like he had so much time he was deciding while the ball was in the air whether he was going to hook it or not, and then he just left it at the last minute.
So I just want to say to listeners, so there's 45 overs been bowled. There's not a slip in place. So you're bowling basically for a mistake, is what you're doing. You're for a batsman's error, is what you're doing.
India now just 12 runs behind, 206 for 1. As Mark Wood is in once again, and Rohit Sharma's just playing games now. This is like Alan Lamb 1987 type stuff. He was stepping away, backing away as the bowler was running into bowl, giving himself some room, then regaining his ground in the crease and stepping back into an orthodox position. In the end, he didn't play a shot. Mark Wood bowled a full delivery just outside the off stump, but you do get the impression that there's a certain amount of Michael extraction taking place.
I think Rohit's just dancing to the music. It was like he was shimmering. He was doing the old Argentine tango. I mean, yeah. I have to remember it's a test match going on. You got a very fast bowler bowling, and he's bowling with no slips. 46 overs are gone. So you are bowling. He's obviously going to be bowling very short, but you are literally bowling for a batsman's mistake rather than just trying to conventionally try and take the edge or a bowl.
Tom Hartley continues with his left arm spinners, and this one is cut by Shubman Gill. Jarrod Kimber's been furiously researching something in between us. Viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel will see he's furiously typing away. He's got 5 or 6 different windows open. Can't wait or more, is it? You've probably got a baseball game going on, a basketball game. That one is flicked away by Gill to mid-wicket, no run.
He's looking at manhole covers.
Nuggets are 7 up against the Celtics, Tudes, which
the Joker.
He's doing quite well. I was looking at manhole covers because did you see the guy with the big mustache in the crowd?
Yeah,
did you see the Japanese manhole cover this week?
No. No, I didn't. India 206 for 1. Here is Tom Hartley, defended by Shubman Gill. Sorry, the Japanese manhole cover.
I will let you explain what you see in front of you to the audience.
Well, it's a manhole cover with a yellow cartoon character with a moustache and a blue helmet. He looks like a baseball hitter. You know, he looks like a cricketer. Actually, he's got pads on.
Oh, bounce, Hotsy, yes, boy.
Here's Hartley again. Gill defends. 206 for 1 it remains. Okay, can I read the caption? In honour of Japan's desire to bring cricket in for the 2026 Asian Games, here's some manhole cover art from the city of Kaizuka, who got their first cricket facility in 2020.
It's a little Graham Gooch.
Here's Hartley again. Forward comes Shubman Gill. The Japanese team, fascinating actually. The Japanese team came within the penultimate round of qualifying for this year's 2020 World Cup.
They made the Under-19 World Cup. I know it was kind of by accident because Papua New Guinea didn't qualify for some reason, but they still made it.
Yeah. Here is Hartley, and that's pushed away out on the onside. And there's like real Japanese players
they're not
in the team.
ringers.
No, they're not.
Oh wow, wicked.
Well, they also there was a big thing with baseball, so they've tried a lot of people who didn't make it as professional baseballs and just tried to bring them across. So there's some real thinking behind Japanese cricket, but that's some good artwork. Come on, Tudes, you're happy with that?
No, it's decent. I mean, I've never seen a small Graham Gooch. I know what you mean with this tash, but
well, it's a little bit rounded. The cartoon character as well.
Goochie weren't round now. Come on.
Why is he yellow?
If you look at Graham Gooch from a certain... No, I don't know.
Well, that's terrific, actually. So, cricket as part of the 2026 Asian Games. We look forward to that.
Nuggets up by 11.
I must say
the Celtics.
that you get the impression that the television production crew, the producer, the director, the cameramen are all also getting a little bit distracted by the one-sided nature of the cricket at the moment and the extraordinary beauty of the scenery around this ground. We're getting lots and lots and lots of scenic pictures, but play has begun once again, and Mark Wood thunders in and Shubman Gill pulls him for a single.
I'll get Gary Morgan to get the stats later, but we've had more shots of the scenery today already than we did yesterday. What myself and Gemma were, from CricViz were looking up before, I was actually doing research. It wasn't the manhole cover, it's just that I saw a man with mustache out on the field, and that reminded me of that. I was having a look at how Shubman Gill goes out to pace bowling in Test cricket to see if there was any like real trend, whether he was getting caught at the slips more or getting bowled in LBW more. But he's pretty much bang ordinary kind of opening batter so far. But I don't know if you heard before, he averages 23 against 88 miles an hour and quicker in Test cricket, and 54 I think in 55 in ODI cricket. Now he also averages about 60 in ODI cricket and about 30 in Test cricket, so it might just be that he's not making any runs and it's showing up there. But it was an interesting thing that we were looking at before, and that's why I have 24 tabs open.
Is it 24?
I'm not going to count them, but there's a lot of this is only one window.
He is properly multitasking, people.
Here's Mark Wood in once again. He goes full and straight and is driven straight back past his right foot and down to the boundary for 4 more. Shubman Gill moves on to 69. You know as a batsman, don't you, that you don't get conditions like this very often. More often than not, you're going to be playing on a pitch which might offer the bowler something and the ball might misbehave. And so when you do get conditions as flat as this, you have to fill your boots.
He's gone for a Yorker there, Mark Wood. That delivery was bowled at 151 Ks, and he's just punched it straight down the ground beautifully. It is flat.
211 for 1 now, just 7 runs behind. A short and a short-arm jab pull from Shubman Gill as well. It's gone straight to Jimmy Anderson at mid-wicket. Gill 69, Rohit 81, India 211 for 1.
Well, the one thing you can't fault Mark Wood is for effort. His speeds are up. He's bowling extremely quick. That last delivery at 149. So he's bowling with pace, but this wicket really is not giving him much. The skipper's trying to ring the changes, being inventive in the field, as you have to be. But it's not quite working out at the moment for England in the field. I think he's trying a little bit around the wicket now, Mark Wood.
He's still got the deep mid-wicket and 2 catching mid-wickets. She's basically got 3 mid-wickets, and it's outside the off stump ever so slightly, and it's chopped away through extra cover. Johnny Bairstow's in pursuit. He chases it all the way down to the boundary. That wasn't quite as well directed as Mark Wood was intending, or as the field suggested, and it's 3 more runs to Shubman Gill, who moves into the 70s.
That's one of those ones where your captain would be fuming. I'm picturing Nasser Hussain or Alex Stewart, and I've come round the wicket, he set the field accordingly, and now I've bowled a short wide one outside of stuff. And poor Johnny Bairstow is having to hobble. Obviously still feeling the effects of the operation he had on his ankle. Or was it Achilles ankle that he had?
Ankle, yeah. Massive double break. Oh dear me, that's put short and pulled down towards fine leg. Tom Hartley fielded it like a wet bar of soap. It just squirmed out of his fingers and towards the boundary, and it looked like it had actually gone onto the boundary. The third umpire has decided to have a little check here to see whether it did touch the boundary, and it did. So there's a bonus couple of runs for Rohit Sharma. That's just embarrassing.
Well, I'm astounded that he didn't know that it did that. It was like, I'm embarrassed that I've missed it. So I'm just hopefully no one's picked it up. Not the cameras, the million cameras that we have.
Yeah, 46 cameras on the ground.
No, I'm not just going to throw it back like nothing's happened. Yeah, that wasn't great. And it sort of sums up the one and one session that's gone on so far for England.
He was looking directly at the ball as it bounced back off the.
I can't believe he's trying to get away with it.
I thought originally maybe what had happened is, when you got your eyes half on the stumps and you kind of know where the ball is and you pick it up, but it's like his face was over it. We couldn't see his eyeballs because he had sunglasses on. But yeah, just in the other Test match, Australia just lost a couple of wickets. So Cameron Green went out a while ago, and Travis Head came in and smashed 21 off 19, and he's out. The moment Nathan Lyon is out there, so it's an interestingly poised game.
Nathan Lyon?
He's
Was he night watchman?
Yeah, well, also he's trying to chase that first Test 50. You know, he's got the most runs in cricket history without a 50.
I see.
I think he's like 600 runs more. I think it's either Kemar Roach or Rabada. Has Rabada got a 50?
No.
Yeah, it's one of them. I think is second.
How's he not got a 50, Rabada? I would have thought he would have had a 50.
Nathan Lyon's got a lot of 40s.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they've sent the night watcher in. Marnus Labuschagne not out on 33. So they're 50 runs behind, 51 runs behind, 4 wickets down. So it's poised. It's interesting. You know, they're going to have to be playing in tomorrow morning in New Zealand.
What were New Zealand bowled out?
162. Not ideal.
Who took
Hazelwood.
the wickets? Hazelwood.
5-wicket haul, yeah. Completely destroyed the top order.
Right, 48 overs gone. India are now level. 218 for 1. Shubman Gill 72. Rohit Sharma is 85. They have been at full gallop in the session so far. 40 minutes to go till lunch, and Shoaib Bashir is back into the attack. Down the wicket comes Shubman Gill. He's gone straight back over the bowler's head for 6 more. That's the 3rd time he's helped himself to a straight 6 back over the bowler's head.
And he's shown his intent. First ball of the over. Put the bowler under pressure. Just advances down the wicket with no real effort and elegance that Shubman Gill displays straight down the ground. Thank you very much. And Shoaib Bashir scratching his head thinking, how on earth am I going to get the wicket?
Here's Shoaib Bashir in again, and it's clipped away by Gill to Ben Stokes in a catching stationary position at mid-wicket. I'm wondering how Sarfraz Khan is thinking at the moment. Like, has he got the pads on? He's due to come in at 5. Forward comes Shubman Gill again. Or maybe he had them on and he's taken them off now, thinking, I'm probably not going to get a hit today.
Well, not until tea at least. I mean, the way that these two, and you said it to me off mic, where, you know, when you're in this position.
Here's Shoaib Bashir again, and Shubman Gill happy to defend this one. 224 for 1.
These two are thinking, I'm going big. I'm going big. There's been times in this series where I've got starts and I've not gone on. Today I'm going on. It's a bit like Brian Lara when he got to Antigua. And he was like, I'll tell the story in a minute.
Shoaib Bashir in once again, and again pushed away towards mid-wicket, no run.
I don't really want to say it when Bats was here yesterday, but during that series, someone had been putting money on him, selling his runs. And apparently this West Indian guy was on the beach and he had said, Lara, you're costing me money.
Bashir in again. It's clipped out towards mid-wicket. They go through for another single. So basically it's a kind of spread betting thing, and he was buying
and he
Brian
was buying
Lara's
Brian Lara's runs, and Lara wasn't doing anything. He said, where's the next game? He went Antigua. He went, sell. Because obviously Lara's records, it would have been between 50 and 60 or whatever. Well, that's the game where he got 400.
Carry on, explain this, because there'll be lots of people listening who won't be sure what you mean.
Yeah,
so Lara has told the guy basically that he was going to score a lot.
That he was going to score loads of runs. I apologise for not making any money for you, but this game I will do. And the guy obviously lumps on, and Brian Lara gets 400. Not out. I didn't really want to mention it when we had Gareth Batty here yesterday, because he would have been twitching.
Bats wasn't supposed to play in that game, was he? Ashley Giles was supposed to bowl and pulled up sore.
Yeah, of course he did.
Me too. I reckon I might have as well.
Of course he did. It was a little.
Jeez, this ground looks small.
It looks flat, like this wicket is at the moment.
We had a good day there, didn't we, Jarrod? Can you remember?
I've still got the stump. Do you remember we found a broken stump out the back?
Oh, it was amazing, actually. Hartley is in. This is pushed to the left of the bowler by Shubman Gill, who moves to 80. Just break away from the wreck. The points table in the World Test Championship is up. Have you spoken about this? The fact that England appear to have lost nearly as many points as they've won.
Yeah, no. I haven't. Also, the Australia-New Zealand test is even more interesting. Look at where they both are on the table.
A 1-1 draw in that series would be a victory for New Zealand as Rohit comes down and defends again. Both these batters in the 80s, a lead of 8 runs, 100-run partnership in excess of for India. They're back-to-back 100 partnerships after the one they enjoyed yesterday. The only success coming on day 1 of this 5th test match. Shah Bashir enticing Jaiswal down the track and getting him stumped, but that's been the only success. Bashir seeing Rohit Sharma dropped a leg slip though, went on 68 as Hartley draws Rohit Sharma forward and he pushes this into the covers. 226 for 1. Yes, it is quite... The way that the World Test Championship works kind of suggests, with India heading to Australia at the end of this year, down the track is Rohit, defended back to the bowler, who fields. It's unlikely it's going to be an India-Australia final in 2025, just because of the way the schedule is. So a 1-1 draw, if New Zealand were to somehow get bowled out for 160 odd and still win the test, would actually put them in a pretty good position. And the World Test Championship is a funny beast. Hartley again, and on the sweep is Rohit Sharma, and the ball will sail away for another boundary. Shah Bashir gives this up as soon as it passes him. Backwards square leg, and Rohit moves to 89.
Yeah, it's a great shot from Rohit Sharma. There's no one out there. There's not much spin for Tom Hartley, so a very safe shot, executed beautifully by Rohit Sharma. Hit it behind square. As I said, no fielder out there, so a safe shot, 4 runs, and they march on. They
do indeed. The World Test Championship is a funny beast, because unless you're really invested in the game, it kind of doesn't exist. And even if you're invested in the game, it struggles to exist at times. One slip in place and Rohit plays this ball comfortably enough to end the over. The lead is now 12 runs, and India still have 9 wickets in hand here on talkSPORT 2 and on talkSPORT. But essentially there's a lot of gnashing of the teeth in New Zealand, and England have won a lot of moral victories in the last couple of years, but if you look at the table, New Zealand are at the top of it and England are way down the bottom of it, and it looks it's fanciful to suggest that England will make the World Test Championship final next year, I'd suggest, wouldn't it, Jarrod? But New Zealand are actually in the running.
And New Zealand, the greatest World Test Championship performance we've ever seen, because they're always there and thereabouts. Even when you look at them, like they almost lost a test to South Africa F recently, right? Like it's you know, kind of a little bit ridiculous. But
they lost a test in Bangladesh.
That's a bit more acceptable, isn't it?
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
they're still at the top of the table, despite nearly losing to South Africa F and actually losing to Bangladesh.
Yeah. Trudes, I'm going to read that out in a minute. It's okay.
Choose. We have got a lot of time.
I'm just waiting for the Nuggets to win.
Yeah,
and then I'll refocus on the cricket.
You're multitasking. I'm just looking. I'm just astounded when you do read it out to listeners.
Wow! Don't go anywhere, folks. Once we
I think Trudes has oversold this. Gemma's done some great work from Crickfist, but I'm not sure it's blockbuster, everyone.
Once we get past the World Test Championship table chat, defended by Gill, there's a leg slip, a short leg, and a catching straight mid-wicket for Shubman Gill, who is 80 not out. Partnership of 126. And Shah Bashir, who is 7 away from a century himself, is at the start of his 19th over. Jarrod will keep us up to date with this is pushed to the left of Bashir, who fields. England will probably be in Christchurch at the end of the year. They've got a 3-test series against New Zealand, and I'm expecting one of the tests, probably the last test of the 3, to be played there. But there is what looks like an action-packed test match taking place.
Well, that series, England could be a spoiler for the final at that point. Or is that after? No, that's in the same. Yeah, that's in the same bracket. So that could be, England might have no chance of making the World Test Championship final, but they could stop New Zealand.
Touch flatter as Gill, faster as well, as Gill comes down the track and just clips this to short mid-wicket, no run.
Lovely foul.
230 for 1, India. If you're listening on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, defended again, continuing that leg stump line with the fielders around the bat. Shubman Gill with his brilliant blue cap on. Then folks up to the stumps. Root at first slip with Stokes at leg slip. Ollie Pope, customary position. As an ungainly shot there from Shubman Gill. Almost seems hurried up on the pull. And he'll take a single. It's kind of a half sweep, half pull from Gill there.
Swole.
Yeah.
A tweet.
Having a little bit of a shimmy, then stays, and yeah. As an elegant player as he is, Shubman Gill, that didn't look elegant.
No, it didn't. So there's Bashir again over the wicket to Rohit Sharma now, who has seen put down on 68. India 231 for 1 at the end of the over.
So yeah, Gemma sent through this thing because we're trying to work out if Shubman Gill gets bowled or LBW, more than average for other players. And as I said, he's kind of gets bowled a little bit more than other openers of his era. But the interesting thing that I saw here is that Dom Sibley was out 83% of the time LBW compared to 17% bowled. So this is taking out Courts. And then you go down to like 4th on the list, and it's Rory Burns, who was out 60% of the time LBW. And then if you come all the way down to the other end, Zach Crawley is out 27% of the time LBW, and Ben Duckett 33. So not only have they changed the kinds of openers when it comes to scoring rates, but the other guys...
Hartley again, and Gill. Beautiful front foot defensive push to Ben Stokes at mid-off.
So Sibley and Burns are leading with their pads, and so they're going out LBW over and over again. And Crawley and Duckett, obviously a lot looser and trying to score a lot more, are getting bowled a lot more. So it's a complete inversion of the openers that they had from before.
He's playing it around his pads this time, but can't get the ball past mid-wicket, so no run. 231 for 1. India lead by 13. So what's your reading of that?
Well, I think I would have said instantly looking at this that it's about attacking versus defending. But to be fair, Karuna Ratner is also someone who gets bowled a lot and doesn't go out LBW. But
Hartley again with one slip in place, and this is drilled to the left of Ollie Pope, who's at mid-wicket, but there's a mid-on who does field. 231 for 1. The score remains the same here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
But I do think that Burns and Sibley and some of the other openers like Craig Brathwaite at the top of the LBW, those are the defensive batters who do lead with their pads a lot more, whereas the other guys are getting out of the way trying to smash the ball.
This is a touch more flight from Hartley, but Gill again is drawn forward and defending. Were they getting out at similar stages in terms of balls faced? I wonder.
No,
Flatter from Hartley this time. Gill trying to get on the front foot, pushes this to cover for no run. 231 for 1. 1 ball left of the 52nd.
In the Bazball era, I suppose it would be quite similar, but I think Crawley's still not got the average that Duckett does. Duckett's facing a few extra balls. I know they're both in the top. I can't remember if I think it's in the top 10 strike rates in opening batting history.
India's lead 13. Gill and Rohit in the 80s as Hartley completes his over with a dot ball. It's been all India this morning. It was all India for most of day one as well, after that shared first session, dominating the afternoon as they bowled England out for 218. And the bad news is, if you're an England fan waking up wanting to hear the score, they have sailed past England's first innings effort and yet to lose another wicket. Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma both looking set and on the way to big scores today. It's going to be a real struggle for England, and even though it would seem strange to declare, Steve Harmison, it's a tough watch. It's also tough to see how England take 9 wickets to prevent India declaring at some point. Rohit Sharma with the fielders around the bat. Stokes is keeping them close to the bat. He's still hunting for wickets as Sharma pushes this out to the covers, no run.
Yeah, there's a few things in that. I think when you look at the way the first innings went, one wicket brought an avalanche of wickets.
That's quite topical for where this test is being played, isn't it? Sharma clips onto the leg side. He moves to 90.
Yeah, I was going to say pardon the pun, but I just don't see that avalanche coming without Kuldeep, Jadeja and Ashwin. I really don't. England look, unfortunately, devoid of ideas of how they're going to pick up the breakthrough, never mind, another 8 wickets to go with that. So it's going to take a mistake, I think, from Gill and Rowett, and England hope that pressure will come after that. England are a long way behind in this game.
Bashir is in, and this hurries Gill up just a fraction, but still manages to play the ball comfortably enough to the leg side, no run.
And in a Bazball world where Bazball's been preaching a hell of a lot to the rest of the world, and Ben Duckett, after that first Test match, India have gone about their business in the same sort of fashion from a strike rate point of view.
Forward defending is Gill.
But unfortunately, they've had a lot more control and a lot more idea of where they were trying to score their runs in a more calm fashion from the way England did in that frantic 45 minutes an hour yesterday.
It's a big discussion to have, and one we'll have throughout the day, Harmy, as Gill defends again. 1 ball left of Bashir's 20th over. He's gone for 95, he's picked up the 1 wicket, should have taken 2. Sharma put down by Zach Crawley at leg slip. We know that this England team don't change things. Down the track, and this is how India have gone about their business. Flick of a switch, 100 up, an unwelcome one for Bashir. Smiles between Gill and Sharma, a knowing look as well. And Gill has just smashed the young spinner over mid-wicket for another maximum. And India's sedate charge continues.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Shubman Gill, and again, just what we're talking about in that last over. He's come down the wicket, he's looking to hit the ball with the spin in an area which his body position is going, and that was the problem with England yesterday. Trying to hit the ball one way while the body position was going the other way. They made so many mistakes on that front yesterday, which opened the door for India's top spinners. I even think, no disrespect to Hartley and Bashir, even if the door does get open, I'm still not sure that these 2 spinners on this surface have got the ability to run straight through India like what the 3 very, very talented spinners that England have got, who are a lot more experienced. It's just unfortunate for Bashir and Hartley.
Over the wicket, round the wicket rather, for Hartley to Rohit Sharma, who was 90 from 138.
Sorry, John. So when you're talking about declaring things that have been said so far in this series and the way England came over and how they've gone about the sort of, not arrogance, but their bullish characters.
His back is Rohit. Actually, no, he shapes to come forward actually and just plays this to Crawley, who runs in from the square leg boundary. 1 run. He's getting there in singles at the moment, is Rohit.
If I'm Rohit Sharma, I'm keeping England out there, and the total I'm looking for has got a 5 in front or a 6 in front of it, and really showing England, grinding them into the dirt. And you might have this game plan, but
Gill is forward, punching this to mid-wicket. Gill at times has looked so stressed at the crease, hasn't he? You can see the pressure on him. He's really battling his game. He's questioning, how many more chances is he going to get? But today, he is absolutely loving it. He's out there with his captain. He's 13 away from 100 as he's forward, pushing this up to long on. He knows he's got some games now. He's got some runs. He's feeling comfortable. And I suppose when he looks around the side with Patidar, who's been in and out, Jarrod, who's just come in, Sarfraz Khan, obviously Padikal as well, who's in today. Actually, suddenly, instead of feeling like the new boy, one off stump, and this is punched again by Shubman Gill past a sprawling Ben Stokes an extra cover, and he comes through for a single. He's suddenly feeling like he belongs, you know, and he's not the inexperienced one. And actually, he's a leader, and he's won a game, and he's actually won a series, because that innings in the 4th Test, which saw India take a 3-1 lead, that won the series for India. It just seems like his body language as Rohit Sharma again is forward and opens the face of the bat and pushes this to Johnny Bairstow, runs in from the point boundary and comes through for another single. Easy as you like for India. If you're joining us here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 this morning, the lead 23. Shubman Gill has moved on. He was 26 not out at the start of play. He's added 62 to his overnight score. Slightly slower from Rohit, just the 40 and that chance. But India in as dominant position in this test as they have been in any of the 5 that we brought to you here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, he's been very good from Shubman Gill, and we talked about it at the end of that last test match, that 50 to win the game. That would have felt like 150. You talk about career-defining moments, you know, big times in your career, but that there to get India over the line and win the series, well, I think was huge for Shubman Gill, and you've seen that, the confidence in the way he's played in this innings.
Slip leg and a short leg as Rohit Sharma again pushing the singles, rotating the strike. First ball of Bashir's 21st over, pushes this to deep mid-wicket and comes through for a single that takes him to 93.
You look at the stellar lineup that they've got. They've found an unbelievable opener in Jaiswal. Shubman Gill's got runs. You take out Padikkal and Sarfaraz Khan and replace them with Virat Kohli and KL Rahul, who will certainly come back in. You go down the team, Jurel's been a really good find. He looks a smashing player. And then it'll be, you know, when they go to Australia or come to England.
Again by Bashir. This is in the air just for a second, but no real danger there. There's a fielder at mid-wicket, but it bounces well short.
Good ball from Bashir. He's seen Shubman Gill coming, so he's just dragged his length down, pace on it.
This is wider cut by Gill, and there's a chase as well. And I'm not sure that Mark Wood is gonna quite reach that ball before it hits the boundary. We're gonna have to take a look at that. No doubting the effort from Mark Wood. Seemed to be running in quicksand for a little bit, but he didn't give up the chase. He got to the ball just before the boundary, and it's just a question of whether the ball hits his chest as he flicks it in, as his wrist goes on to hit the boundary. I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he's done really well, hasn't he? It's the last thing he wanted. You could see he was just getting to the ball and thinking, do I let it go to the boundary or do I try and drag it back? It means I'm going to have to dive. It's the last thing he wanted, but he did. Showed the, you know, that's a character of this side. You know, they never give up, never give in, even on a tough, when things are tough.
This is down the leg side, a bit of a drag down, and Rohit lets it go. He's 93, Gill is 91, and all of India's top 6 average over 40 for this series. And Zach Crawley aside, I'm not sure any of England's do. There's Bashir again. This is a better line to Rohit, who pushes forward and takes another single.
Just stumped in the New Zealand-Australia test. So Australia 124 for 4 with Lyon, who came out as night watcher, 1 not out, and Marnus Labuschagne on 45. So they're still 38 runs behind. It'll be an interesting morning.
Crucial first hour, Jarrod.
It could be a crucial first hour.
Beaten this time. Shubman Gill, whose lack of foot movement there to a delivery that possibly should have been playing back to, and he's kind of half forward, but still attempts a cut shot. A little bit of an airy-fairy shot, could have got him into trouble, didn't. Dot ball to finish the over. 55 overs into India's innings. At this stage, England were almost all out. I think they only lasted 57 overs, 57.4. Well, story of 2 innings really. It's been all India today. And to take you through until lunch, after a word from Steve Harmison, will be Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, just to finish up on what we're talking about, this, you know, Shubman Gill now cementing his place in the side, Kohli and KL Rahul coming back. The difficult thing from India's point of view will be finding the balance of a bowling attack when they go overseas. They like that number 8 to bat a little bit, so is it R. Ashwin or is it Kuldeep that misses out?
Hartley to start a new over, and Rohit has gone over long on. Anderson will run back after it, but it'll roll into the advertising sponge And it's 4 more to Rohit that takes him to 98 not out, and the Indian 250 is up with the same shot.
Yeah, very, very good shot from Rohit Sharma. He's in the air for a little bit, and he just clips the bottom. He clips the bottom of the bat, hits the floor as he's making contact with the ball. He just managed to get it to the right of Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson couldn't prevent the boundary, and 2 runs away for what would be a magnificent 100 for the India captain.
Hartley is into him, Rohit playing defensively out on the offside, and there is no run. Will be Rohit's 12th Test match 100. Interestingly, it would be his 10th at home, so only two away from home, and his 3rd against England at home. Hartley in. It's leg side-ish. Rohit's trying to whip it down the leg side, but gets a leading edge that goes up to mid-on. Takes him to 99 with the single, 251 for 1.
It's the first time he's really lost his shape and looked a bit frantic. Or looked as though he's not in control of his movements, trying to hit the ball too hard, possibly thinking, right, there's 100 for me. Hit it through the leg side, got a leading edge, and Ben Stokes, how's he look? His head in his hands. That it didn't go. It went a little bit aerial, but it didn't go towards the fielder.
Hartley, left arm around the wicket. Shubman Gill plays defensively out on the offside. He's 9 away from 100. These two have done such a good job for India. We've been playing an hour and 45 minutes this morning. 1 chance England have created. India's lead 33. I'm not trying to get you to switch off, please stay with us, but Hartley in once again. Shubman Gill playing defensively. Ollie Pope will field it short mid on, no run. But yeah, they often say day 2 is the best day to bat in a test match. Well, when you already lead by 33 and you've still got 9 wickets to play with, India have the power to make this a horrible day for England. Shubman Gill waits as Hartley goes in, left arm around. Gill plays from the crease, pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the 56th over. India 251 for 1 here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India's lead 33, and Rohit will be the man on strike for the first ball of the next over. 99 not out, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, you just hope that when it comes to a milestone, there's a milestone blow up. That's what England have got to hope for now. You mentioned there was a chance, Zach Crawley, sharp chance, but one that it leg slip. You expected to come sharply, and one that you'd expect to take from a slip fielder who, you know, on the conventional side, does that job quite a bit. So it was a sharp one, but apart from that, India have been in total control. Not really looked as though they've been in a position where pressure would build up and a big shot would get them out. Mark Wood had a go at the short ball stuff, didn't really get it high enough for me. Jimmy Anderson got belted down the ground off Shubman Gill with a great shot, but Rohit Sharma 1 away from 100.
Bashir to bowl around the wicket to him. He's reaching forward, just turns it with the wrists to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 148 balls have been faced by Rohit. He waits, bat raised as Bashir comes in around the wicket to him. It's again another quickish ball, short of a length, and Rohit just plays defensively, no run. England have got a slip, a leg slip, a short leg, catching mid-wicket for the clip off the toes. Bashir around the wicket. Ben Foakes tries to claim that it stays a little bit low and it's close, but Rohit's pretty much in control of things all the way as he just plays defensively, and there's no run. Bashir around the wicket, goes in and bowls. It's again that sort of quicker one. It's clipped into mid-wicket. Rohit's thinking of the single, but there isn't one there, and he remains 99 not out.
Good pace from Bashir, good pace, not throwing it up with the just a little tempter here. Could he a little tempter above the eye line?
Bashir goes in and bowls to Rohit. It's turned to Hartley at mid-wicket, no run.
He's kept his pace up 90 kilometres an hour, bowled that little bit flatter to make sure he's keeping it, you know, full of length, but without being too full for Rohit Sharma to get underneath it.
Bashir for the final ball of the over. Rohit's coming forward, and it's a game played exclusively between 3 people this over. The bowler, Bashir, Rohit the batter, and the short mid-wicket, Tom Hartley. All 6 balls have gone exactly the same way. End of the over with no run scored, 251 for 1. And it's now Shubman Gill's turn. He's 9 away from 100. Here on talkSPORT 2 as India complete 57 overs.
57 overs. Not many maidens in the innings so far, but that was a good one from Shoaib Bashir. And players get jittery around that big milestones, whether it's 50 or 100. Rohit Sharma, he looked in control. England trying to put pressure on, but a good over. Now it's on Hartley to try and build on that.
Which he'll try and do, left arm around the wicket. Shubman Gill coming forward, takes the outside half of the bat, goes to Bairstow at square cover, and there's no run. Been 8 maidens so far from England in 57 overs. Hartley's bowled 3, looking for his 4th. This is his 20th over. And he comes in around the wicket. It's slightly short, and Shubman Gill hits it through point for 4. He's going to go to 95. He's 1 shot away from 100. India now 255 for 1, the lead to 37.
The drag down from Tom Hartley. He's trying to keep his pace up. He's trying to keep that ball in and around that and above that 90-kilometre mark. But unfortunately, when you do, you tend to drag it down. And the ball before was a little bit higher in flight, underneath 90 kilometres an hour. That there, I think, was 92, 93 kilometres an hour. Because he's trying to put more pace on it, he's just dragged it down a little bit. We're dragging it down and giving him width. Shubman Gill, 95 off 133 balls. He ain't going to miss out on balls like that.
150 partnership up with that shot. Hartley around the wicket. Shubman Gill comes forward, plays defensively. No run. Closing in on lunch on day 2 of this test match. India have a massive grip on it. A lead of 37. Hartley just pauses. And now comes in. Left arm around. Shubman Gill solidly forward. Playing defensively, no run.
Teasing me, Macca, teasing me with lunch. I'm starving. Absolutely, I'm starving. I haven't eaten for the best part of 12 hours.
You sound like you tried to eat Nando's out of house and
I
home
did,
yesterday
yes.
as well.
A nice afternoon, a few pints and a big Nando's. It was lovely, just what the doctor ordered. Looking forward to my breakfast this morning.
Hartley, left arm around, it's leg side-ish. Gill's able to work this through square leg. They'll take 1. They won't come back for the second as Crawley is quickly in off the boundary edge. So a single takes Gill to 96 and India to 256 for 1. And all the crowd want is another single, because Rohit is back on strike, 99 not out.
I suggest if Rohit doesn't get his 100 here off this ball, I think Gill might beat him in the next over.
Hartley, left arm around, bowls to Rohit Sharma, who clips into the leg side, beats Ollie Pope at short mid-wicket, and will take the single out to Zach Crawley. And Rohit Sharma raises his bat for 100 from 154 balls. It's another Test match 100. His 12th altogether. 10 of them at home, 4 of them against England, 3 of them at home against England. And the Indian captain is setting a mighty table for his team here. 257 for 1.
Yeah, 100 of absolute beauty, quality, balance, timing, elegance. The shot making of Rohit Sharma is always beautiful to watch, whether it's against the off spin or the left arm spin, pure pace in Mark Wood, or Jimmy Anderson trying to create pressure. Rohit Sharma has had the answer. 154 balls, gone it in his own pace, in his own time, and when this guy makes runs, it is beautiful to watch.
Bashir will go around the wicket to start the new over to Rohit, and Rohit puts it through square leg and takes a single. And now Shubman Gill comes back on strike, and he is 1 shot away from 100. It's international cricket to the highest order from India at the moment. They are dominating things. And just before 6 o'clock this Friday morning, England have problems. If you're listening on talkSPORT, the Sports Breakfast will be along shortly as Bashir goes in, balls to Shubman Gill. Shubman Gill swings it into the leg side and gets a 4. He takes his cap off, bows to the crowd. Shubman Gill is 100 not out from 137 balls. India 262 for 1, the lead 44. But Shubman Gill, his second 100 of the series. It's a high class one as well.
Yeah, beautiful 100 from Shubman Gill, a man that came into the series averaging 31, question marks on his place. Struggled in the first test match, got a match winning 90 in the second innings of the second test match, 50 in the last test match to win the series and get him over the line in a run getting which I think come of age of this 24-year-old. And in this innings, 137 balls, it's been magnificent.
Bashir in once again around the wicket to Shubman Gill, who plays defensively, no run. Yeah, Shubman Gill's highest score in test matches is 128. Well, he's got to be eyeing that and plenty more at the moment. This is India's day so far. Bashir in, Shubman Gill defends, and there's no run. As I was just saying, the talkSPORT listeners will be leaving us for the breakfast show shortly. If you want to stay with the cricket, get your DAB radio fired up on talkSPORT 2 or the app. Simply swipe in between or get your smart speaker or listen online and stay with the cricket. If you're an Indian cricket supporter, you'll definitely want to stay with us, because at the moment it feels like everything is going in your direction.
Yeah, going in the direction of quality. That's what it is. It's a real quality, high-class partnership, this.
Oh, Bashir is over the wicket to Shubman Gill and sends one about a foot and a half down the leg side that folks does really well to take cleanly.
And you talk about Bazball and England being aggressive and high score and run rate. India have scored quicker than England and haven't gotten out of second gear.
Bashir is in, down the leg side. Shubman Gill lets it hit him, and it goes to leg slip, no run.
So it shows that you can play the aggressive manner, you can play a high scoring, high run rate scoring brand of cricket which puts pressure on the opposition, and you can do that in complete control. And England have their bowlers aren't of as high quality as the spin bowlers on show for India, but even still, you look at the way England performed in that first innings. It was frantic. It looked as though it didn't have a plan. It was sometimes brainless, and completely opposite for India. Total control.
This is the 9th quickest first innings that India have ever had, and it's been faster than this. It was about the 3rd or 4th before, so they slowed down a little bit because of their hundreds. And at a similar amount of over mark, England have played 94 false shots according to CricViz, and India had played 39. So they're scoring quicker with fewer false shots.
That's a big disparity.
Total control. Total control.
Hartley to start over number 60. Left arm around. Rohit is playing just out on the offside. Stokes will field at short extra cover, no run.
There's quite a few, though. Obviously, the stats can be misleading sometimes, and stats are there to make there to make whatever you want from making your mind up point of view. One stat I don't think is ever been as had, or you'll have it, is heart rate. And I reckon the heart rate of the England players when they were batting was bouncing up and down. I'm not sure Shubman Gill or Rohit Sharma's has started yet.
Hartley's left arm around to Rohit, pushes out on the offside, no run.
When you watch England bat, and the frantic manner they sometimes do get into, the heart rates are bouncing, must have been bouncing up and down. The level of Gill and Sharma has been so relaxed, so in control. I think you could see that by the shot making that they've had, and they've done it with relative ease, to be fair.
Ice in the vein stuff, absolutely. Hartley left arm around. Rohit is solidly forward, playing back to the bowler, no run. India resumed today 135 for 1, 262 for 1 at the moment, with 3 balls left of this over, which will probably be the last one before the interval. So they've had a heck of a morning. Both batters have reached the milestone of 100. And Hartley comes into bowl to Rohit. It's quite a long way down the leg side, that one. Rohit will be disappointed. He's only picked out Ollie Pope at mid-wicket there, and there is no run. England have created one chance in the 2 hours. That was Rohit when he was on 68. Guided the ball to leg slip off the bowling of Bashir. Crawley unable to complete the catch. That has been it. Hartley, left arm around, gives that one a little bit of loop. Rohit will clip through the leg side, take the single out to the deep mid-wicket fielder. 263 for 1. India have put on just shy of 130 in what is going to be 30 overs. They've absolutely charged along. And after Bashir early, Rohit and Shubman Gill both dispatching in for boundaries. Everyone got the treatment. Shubman Gill ran at James Anderson, put him back over his head for 6. Gill clips this from Hartley through the leg side, through square leg, and they'll take a single. And that is it. The umpires say that is time, and the bails are knocked off. And in 30 overs this morning, England have gone wicketless. 264 for 1. So 129 without loss in 30 overs in the session. 4.3 runs an over in a test match. I was about to say Rohit's barely broken sweat, but he's actually just adjusting his helmet to let the sweat out of it. But metaphorically, he's barely broken sweat, as has Shubman Gill, Steve Harmison. I mean, England have stuck to it, and they've done tried to do all that they can, but they've been outgunned this morning, and pretty badly outgunned for 2 hours.
Yeah, it's been a masterclass of batting on a good wicket against bowlers who have tried their hardest. Bashir and you got to remember, Bashir and Hartley are in the sort of infancy of their careers. Everything that they've thrown at India, Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma have had an answer for. You've got to remember Rohit Sharma, a seasoned campaigner, a ridiculous player, especially in these conditions. And I think he's shown, I think what a lot of people were expecting from this to be throughout the series. And you've got to remember, England have done some great stuff in this series. Quite a few people were saying this would happen from ball one. It hasn't, because England have stuck to their guns and really worked hard. But unfortunately, they've come up against two fantastic performers who have batted really, really well. Not took too many undue risks. Gone for the big shot when the big shot was on. Try to put pressure on the bowlers by rotation of strike. And Ben Stokes has got to go in, rally the troops and go again in the middle session, and hopefully try and create some pressure to get a wicket, to get a foothold in the door, and try and somehow get themselves back in the game. But at this minute in time, this game looks a long, long way from England. England probably won the first session of the match, and having been close to winning anything, any time soon. So I think this could be a long day for not only for the England captain, but for the England bowlers.
Just on the bowlers, something's just struck me. We haven't seen Joe Root bowl yet, and quite often he's been the number one spinner that England have turned to. Hartley's bowled 21 overs, Bashir's bowled 23, Anderson has bowled 7, Wood has bowled 9. Is that maybe a reflection that actually the series has gone, and they want Hartley and Bashir to have this experience of bowling in a test match? It would have been easy to go to Joe Root when the youngsters are starting to be got after. Is this the captain saying, well, actually, I've got faith in you, and here's an opportunity to learn how to get out of this?
No, I think that I'm just speculating here, but I think Joe Root, got to remember, this is the 5th test match. It's been a long tour for some of these players. It wouldn't surprise me, because of the cold temperatures and where we are in the world, that Joe Root's back's playing him up, and trying to get his body, asking him to bowl 30 overs, because I still think you'll bowl. I think Ben Stokes might bowl later on this afternoon or into the evening session, but you're asking a player who you're wanting to bat for you and bat a long time for you It wouldn't surprise me if there's a little stiffness of the back because of the temperature of that we're at. So it's always going to be a big ask, asking Joe Root to bowl 20 odd overs and innings, and I think that well has been well and truly dried up. I think we've gone back to it far too many times for my liking. It's had possibly an adverse effect on his batting, and I think it's probably why he's not bowled in this. But it's a great learning for Bashir, a great learning for Hartley. You don't want to be learning too much in Test match cricket, but you come up against a very, very good side. The ball's not spinning. Kuldeep got it to turn square. Jadeja and Ashwin, they got their wickets because of pressure that Kuldeep was putting on. And wrist spinner's the one that did the damage in the first innings. The rest of them look pretty much like what England are right now. So England didn't have two batters who could bat with comfort, ease, control, and it's shown that class is shining through at this moment in time, and that's what Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill have done for the last 2 hours. It's been even from an England fan, you've got to say this has been very, very good watching, because cricket at its finest.
Yeah, absolutely. Harmy, thank you very much for this morning. So it is lunch on day 2. India 264 for 1. So they continue to go, and they're putting England under real pressure. During the lunch break, we're going to give you another chance to hear Neil Manthorp's discussion and conversation with the former England fast bowler Darren Gough, as they discussed his early life in cricket, his favourite players growing up, and who he thanks most for his developments as a player. So that's coming up next. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of India against England here on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 5th and final Test match, live from Dharamshala.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Kick off your Sunday morning with a weekend sports breakfast on talkSPORT with goals. The free football pull-out with the Sun. Scores! Lace up your boots with the nation's brightest sports breakfast, featuring insider news, big match previews, and expert analysis from Tony Cascarino and Natalie Sawyer.
Oh, it's absolutely magnificent!
Get fully loaded for football with a weekend sports breakfast, Sunday morning from 6 on talkSPORT with goals. The essential free football pull-out with the Sun every Saturday, Sunday and Monday.
It's Cheltenham, the jumps racing festival we've all been waiting for. And at William Hill, we're giving Cheltenham the respect it deserves, with a standout offer for all new and existing customers. Get a £5 free bet every day this Cheltenham. That's right, a £5 free bet on any race every day of the festival with William Hill. We're Cheltenham ready. Are you?
Opt-in required. Valid Feb 26 till March 15th. One £5 free bet per customer per day on any Cheltenham races. Promo capping limits and T&Cs apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Let me go straight to the point. When you're laying a patio or driveway, you need Seeker Fast Fix. It's ready mixed, easy to use, and quick to apply. Plus, it comes in 5 colours, and you can use it in any weather. Transform your next project with confidence. Transform it with Seeker Fast Fix. And you'll finish a quality job in no time at all. Seeker stockist now at seeker.co.uk/landscaping.
Your call is really important to us.
Waiting. Frustrating, isn't it? Especially when you've got plans. Whether you're thinking of revamping your home or looking for ways to move your business forward, we'll help you get there with finance that's right for you. So don't let your plans get stuck on hold. Join over 1 million customers who trust us to deliver the right finance solutions to get them moving. Search navuna.co.uk and get there sooner with Navuna.
It's happening. They've all overheard. All I wanted was a little low-key McDelivery, me and my brother. But Mum's piped in with her.
Oh, I'm in. Fillet of fish and a Diet Coke, no ice.
And Dad's muscled in with his.
Yes, I'm in. Big Mac with fries and strawberry milkshake, please.
So I give my brother a little eye roll. Oh well, family dinner it is. At least I can steal some of Dad's fries.
There's nothing quite like a McDelivery. Order on the McDonald's app. You in? At participating restaurants only. 18 plus. Serving times, delivery fees and terms apply. See app or mcdonalds.com for details.
talkSPORT 2 is your dynamic destination for all the latest sporting action. Featuring live commentary of all the biggest events, including football, PGA golf, horse racing, Premiership rugby, cricket, boxing and all the big-hitting drama of the NFL. Touchdown! Plus, talkSPORT 2's official betting partner, William Hill, is always always on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need. talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 5th and final Test match. Live from Dharamshala.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
This is live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of day 2 of the 5th and final test between India and England in Dharamshala, where at lunch England are right up against it. India going through the morning session without losing a wicket. Both Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma bringing up their hundreds. We'll continue the live commentary of the afternoon session in around 30 minutes' time. Now, though, time to bring you another chance to hear My Favourite Cricketer, a series in which we ask our top team about the 5 players who made them the player they became. And here, the former England bowler Darren Gough brings you his list.
I always believe when you're growing up, you get to an age of around 10, 11, 12, and that's when it starts to take hold of you, what's happening in the world of sport. Football was always my main sport, so Glenn Hoddle was 81 was my sporting hero, along with Seve Ballesteros playing golf and Nick Faldo. But in cricket, there's only one man. 81 Ashes. I was born in 70, I was 11. And I saw this guy running in, bowling, swing, aggressive, enjoying himself, smashing it all over and stuff like that. And I think my first bat then after that was a Duncan Fernley attack, and that's Sir Ian Botham. Absolute legend, loved the way he played, and I wanted to, if I was going to be a cricketer, I'd have wanted to be Ian Botham.
Lord.
Yeah,
Lord
Sir Ian Botham. Or Beefy to his mates.
Okay, we're going to circle back and talk more about him, but I want to make sure that everybody gets a fair and equal mention on your list of 5. So we'll come back to Lord Ian Botham. So he was one of the reasons you took up the game. Who's next on the list?
Well, it would have been the guy who discovered me, really. I went to just a normal school, right? State school, which wasn't really cricket orientated. It was all about football. We played a bit of cricket. Yorkshire schools, I was always on the kind of, I was just not quite in the first teams at Yorkshire schools level, even though I used to open the bowling and batting for my town, which was Barnsley, which is still a huge area. I could not get in to the Yorkshire schools system, into the main team. I think it's because there was a little bit of snobbery in it. The school I went to was rough, right? Where I come from, it was a roughish area. And it was very public school dominated back then. And if you didn't go to a certain person's nets, you were never going to get selected in it, right? Everybody had to go to this one person's nets. But the one guy who saw me and saw beyond that was a guy called Steve Oldham. He played for Yorkshire, played for Derbyshire. He was never a great, but he was a good performer. And he took me under his wing. First time he saw me, he went, "Why is this kid not playing in the Yorkshire school system? Why isn't he opening the bowling?" Next year, opened the bowling for the under-19s. And that was it. Happened so quick. And he took me under the wing. And we'll go into it more because he played a big part in my career. And he still does. I still speak to him all the time.
Esso, as he was known. 129 first-class games, 273 wickets at 32, but was perhaps best known and is best known and best remembered for being a coach.
Absolutely. Just go through the mid-90s, and when he was in charge of the bowling there, Gough, Silverwood, White, Sidebottom, Hutchinson, Hamilton, Kirby, Dolby, Hoggard, Bresnan, Blaine. He brought all those on.
Craig White fascinates me because I remember him being an off-break bowler and suddenly he was bowling at 90 miles an hour.
Esso turned him into a seamer.
It's just an astonishing story. We'll come back, as I said, to him. Now then, third on the list is one of the coolest men I think I've ever seen in the game.
Which one?
Richie Richardson.
Oh, I'm going to say there's two of them. Blackhouse, quite cool. But Richie Richardson, for me, was 93. I was starting to develop as a bowler. I still were a little bit raw. And there were days when I'd bowl pretty quick and then other days when I'd be kind of medium, right? And I think it was a game against Hampshire. And when the captain of West Indies is so cool and he takes time out to push you because he sees the potential.
I was playing against Hampshire. I got 4-4. Sean Udall came into bat, who's a mate of mine. And he goes, and I bowled him a juicy half volley. He hits me for 4. And he comes running from slip. And he comes up, he says, "You've got 4 wickets, young man." Not in them words, I'm saying it in a Yorkshire accent. But he said, "You got 4 wickets. He might be your friend." He said, "But I'm going to tell you what to do here." He said, "Malcolm Marshall's watching," because he were playing for them. He said, "Run in and knock his head off." And I ran in next ball, bowled him a bumper, bowled him another bumper, and then got him out and finished with 5-4. And he said to me that game, sat me down alongside Malcolm Marshall, and I chatted for an hour and a half with him about cricket, because he was one of my heroes as well, Malcolm Marshall, from that 80s era. But he just inspired me. Richie, captain of West Indies, and then I ended up playing against him and getting him out a couple of years later, which was a huge moment for me. I was so happy. I probably went OTT with it, because it was shocking delivery. I think it was a full toss in a one-day game when I got him out. But absolute legend, helped me so much. More of an inspiration, the West Indies captain, because everybody said the way I played was more like a West Indian than an English player. You know what I mean? The flair, the way I bowled, the way I battered, just the way I went about things. Yeah.
Well, you've touched on the other man on your list. I wouldn't have thought that. I wouldn't have put Waqar Younis in my cool list. He wouldn't have made my cool 11.
Oh, cool with a ball in hand, mate. Pretty cool with a ball in hand. And it was they come as a pair for me, Waqar and Wasim. But I go for Waqar because he's right-handed. It kind of made me watching him against England when England were 50, 60 for none every test match, and then there were 120 all out. And watching that series, was it 92? So 92, I was still then very raw, and I was still not holding down a first team place with Yorkshire. And within a year, I was opening the bowling, knocking everybody over, going on an England day tour. And those two inspired me on that tour, and I thought, I'm going to bowl like that. And I changed my action slightly. I dropped my arm, opened up quick, got closer to the stumps, opened my arm up when I wanted to bowl reverse swing. And then I become known, really, as the first English bowler to bowl, really, reverse swing. I don't think there's anybody before me who did it to the extreme. I did it with the Yorkers. And most of my wickets were LBW and bowl, which was similar to Waqar.
He brought reverse swing to a different plane of consciousness, and people weren't aware of it. And I mean, I remember the earliest days of his county career, and batsmen had no idea. They just, I mean, he retired Jeff Humpage, who was, I remember, he
retired
was on the verge of retiring, but he bowled him this massive in-swinging Yorker which hit him on the foot, and he literally limped into the pavilion, threw his bat into the corner and said, "That's me, done." He retired him. I mean,
and he bowled so many people. You go back and look at Waqar Younis when he was playing county cricket, and you look at the dismissals. How many people left the ball and got bowled leg stump? You'll be amazed. He played against Yorkshire, and I saw Phil Carrick, who, bless him, he's not with us anymore, but he left it, pure leave. He was so confident with the leave, and his leg stump went flying out the ground, right? And Waqar, the reverse swing late was just wow. And I practiced, I promise you, I practiced so much with that ball. I had an old ball, and I had it with me for 6 years. It went on tours with me with England, and I used it until it literally just fell apart in New Zealand. I was in New Zealand again when it just fell apart. It split and everything. That was it. But I had it 6 years, that ball, and I bowled with it. So it must have been nearly 1,000 overs old, this ball, and I was still bowling with it and practicing reverse swing.
I know that there's a dark art to reverse swing, sometimes, occasionally, but there is also legitimate ball maintenance, and you have to learn that. You can't it's not just about your arm action and your wrist position and all of those things. There is ball maintenance is critical, and
absolutely,
you must have been at the forefront of that as well.
Yeah,
in your career.
Experimenting. A lot of people always used to say, "Don't get it wet, keep it so dry." You know what I mean? One side's going to natural scuff up with the surface, the other one just keep it dry and shine it, and all that sort of stuff. You see, I experimented. I went to when we went to Pakistan in 2001, the last of my tours really before my injury, when I knew it was going to be difficult in Sri Lanka and Pakistan. I actually soaked the ball. I soaked it.
The whole thing, not one side?
one side, soaked it rather than do the opposite. So I experimented all the time. If it didn't work doing one way, I did something else. And yeah, ball maintenance is a big part of it. But the biggest part for me that not enough people practice, and I remember this from my coaching stuff and doing stuff with England under 19s a few years ago. I said to them, I gave them all a ball. I used to give everyone a new ball. Right, that's your new ball. There's your old ball. There's your 2 practice balls. Put your name on it. These are yours. You don't lose them. They're your 2 balls. That old ball stays with you for the next year or so, 2 years. You practice with it. And I said, have you ever seen reverse swing? And all of them. England 19s this? No, never seen one. Never practiced it. Never done anything. I was like gobsmacked because they played against India, who were bowling slow balls out of the back of hand, reverse swing. They were so far behind India in this series, and then they were practicing bowling the reverse, and none of them could control it. So I got these balls that were really reverse. We did the exaggeration on them, scratched them on the floor and everything, so they could practice. And the hardest thing is getting your action right, because it changes your whole alignment and where you want to set it off. So all of them kept bowling it down the leg side, you know, and that's why you have to practice it. You can't just run up, oh, it's reversing, I'm just going to run up and put it on a length of line. It's different. It goes later, it goes faster, and you have to practice it. It's a huge art.
The quarter seam obviously plays a role as well, but I mean, wetting one side of the ball, we see sometimes you use sweat. You used to use saliva when you were allowed to, but making one side of the ball heavier than the other makes sense, doesn't it? Was it the same process every time, or sometimes was it keeping one side super dry, other times wetting? Did the process of making the ball reverse change?
Well, I'll tell you when I used to do it. When it was really, really dry, the ground, I used to soak it. So everybody else might have been on a different planet to me, but in my head, when it was really, really dry, like I said, when I toured Sri Lanka, toured Pakistan, I really soaked it. And I tried to tell the players, but you know what it's like. Some listen, some don't.
Everybody needs to understand what's happening.
Yeah, and that was a big frustration back then because not many people did understand it. I think now there's a lot more communication, a lot more people know how to use it, and they're all on the same page, right? Meeting after meeting. But you can imagine in the mid-90s, there wasn't really about meetings. Some of the coaches we had were just not, just give it a Goffey, he'll bowl with a reverse swing. You know what I mean, or Corky or Craig White. So luckily we had 3 guys who could do it in that mid-90s, late 90s.
Okay, we're kind of circling back towards Lord Ian Botham, or just Beefy as he was in his earliest days. But he the secret about getting the best out of him was having the right captain, and Mike Brearley was obviously the man who brought out the best in Sir Ian Botham. And you were a similar maverick genius, and people said, like, you need to bring out the best in Goffey. And I know that Alex Stewart was your first captain, but Nasser Hussain captained you most. And was he the Mike Brearley to you? Did he bring the best out in you? He's on your list.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened is but I played under some captains that really didn't really suit me and my personality. Yorkshire was David Byas, England was Michael Atherton. Michael Atherton was a top player, but he was very focused on his game as well, and he didn't really understand a lot about fast bowling. Alex Stewart then came for me, who was totally different. He was supportive, he chatted to me about bowling, he was good, but that wasn't for a long period, was it? It was a real short period. And then Nasser. And Nasser just backed me to the hilt. Similar to what Ben Stokes does with his team. When you trust someone, and you believe in someone, and you know he's a big part. If England are going to do well, he needed me to bowl well. Me and Caddick as a partnership, right? We're both totally different characters. He knows what I'm like. I can be stubborn, but he knows he winds me up to the point where I'm like wanting, like, you know, and that's what I had to get myself into, where nothing's going to stop my concentration. Because I could drift. I was sometimes away with the fairies. And he just kept me on point. He would keep me on point. Because he would come to me some days and call me every name under the sun. And he knew that would get me wound up. And I used to go back at him and back at him and back at him. So it was like a love-hate relationship. But it worked so well.
Did you know you were being wound up? Did you know that that's what he was doing?
Yeah, but I knew I was being wound up, but I used to bite all the time. I couldn't stop myself biting at him. And I wouldn't, and he respected me as well, because I would go back at him. I wouldn't just say, all right, and then go away and moan at him. I'd moan to his face and tell him what I thought of him to his face. And I think there's still a huge respect between me and Nasser. Whenever we see each other, there's a huge respect. We still hardly talk. I mean, you know what he's like. He's not the easiest to talk to, Nas. But I think between us, there's a huge, huge respect. Huge respect.
It's back to it's Ian Botham then. He was the inspiration, not just to you, but to, I would say, literally hundreds of thousands of people. What was your relationship like then, as you became? You started your Yorkshire career and went through your career and your England career. How did your relationship shape with him?
Yeah, I think it's a decent relationship, but I've always still been a little bit shy when it comes down to Beefy, you know, because he was my hero growing up. And he's not one of them where a lot of people say you should never want to meet your heroes, because sometimes you meet them and, you know what I mean, you're disappointed. I wasn't disappointed when I met Beefy. I thought he was exactly what I was. I'd seen him in Panto and seen him perform. And he played football as well, which was another interest I had. Saw him on Question of Sport. All this sort of stuff were like, he was just a huge celebrity, wasn't he? And he still is, right? Everybody still knows who Beefy is. And the amazing thing is, he was born on 24th of November. My son, oldest son, was born 24th of November. And he's called Liam James. Guess what Beefy's son's called?
Liam
James.
Oh.
I couldn't believe it. I didn't know that at all. It was just pure coincidence. Born on the same day as Beefy, and my son's the same name as his son. Mad, isn't it?
Absolutely.
He's really mad. But he's an absolute ledge. And every time I see him, I say hello, but I still feel kind of, when I see him, it's like,
in awe.
I don't know what to say to him. I've had a drink with him and everything, and more comfortable having a drink with him than anything else. But listen, he's the gold standard for anybody who's my age, and I'm 53. Growing up, I don't think there's anybody who doesn't adore Beefy as a cricketer. There's plenty of others that era. Malcolm Marshall was I'm a huge fan of him. Richard Hadley, Kapil Dev, Imran Khan, all those all-rounders, they're kind of in your head, you know. That's what you want to be. You want to bat, you want to bowl, you want to field.
When your career was, when you were at your peak, in your pomp, did you remember the influence that Ian Botham and those early characters had on you? And were you conscious of the influence that you were having on youngsters who were also looking up to you in the same way that you did with him?
Do you know, when I was playing, I didn't really think... If I knew Beefy was commentating, I probably might have stepped up a yard. I wanted to impress him. But the only person that used to enter my mind when I played at my peak was Steve Oldham, because back then we were allowed phones, and all he had to do, because he'd known me from 15, he'd text me. So I'd come off at lunchtime, look at my phone, and it'd be front arm, get it a bit higher, you know what I mean? You're falling away a little bit too early, come a bit straighter in your run up. He'd just say code messages to me, which I understood and I knew, because he had been my coach from being 15. And it's not that, if you speak to him about me, he'll tell you, he very rarely had to do anything with me. I was a natural kind of bowler. All he had to do, just keep me in check with those natural attributes, and make sure sometimes when I got tired, that's when I opened up a little bit too early, and then, you know what I mean, lower arm came, probably because I was bowling Yorkers as well, trying to go for that magic ball. And then when I took the new ball in the second innings or something, if I've been bowling a lot of Yorkers, I won't get in the swing I normally get, because my arm was a little bit low and my front arm was pulling away too early because of the practice I've been doing of Yorkers. So he was just there as my eyes, because he knows me better than anyone else. So he was my eyes.
You became the celebrity like Sir Ian Botham. I mean, you know, with Strictly and all of the things you did off the field when
I'll be
you
doing the foot
playing.
soak next for 1 hour, putting my feet, you know what I mean?
But back to the point about you becoming an icon and a role model for youngsters. You kind of sidestepped that. I mean, you're very personable. You like to be around people. And that wasn't always the case with Beefy, was it? I mean, he knew that he was I wouldn't
Well,
say
still is.
above
He's
people,
still
but
very guarded.
Guarded, that's a good word.
He's still very guarded.
That's not your style, though.
No.
Are you aware of the influence and effect that you will have on youngsters?
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, no matter what era you're from, you remember growing up. And so for me, that era just before me were beefy, and that's who influenced me. And then there's players behind me who played probably 5 or 6 years I might have played with, who would say that I influenced them in some small way, right? And then I know when I'd gone there and I was still playing at the end, people like your Harmisons, your Flintoffs were coming through, your Petersons, your Vaughns, and they influence people. And it changes all the time. And now you look and you're looking at this. Stokes influences people. Root influences people. Anderson and Broad. So it's changing all the time. And again, there's more 11-year-old kids waking up today and watching the cricket, and they'll be hoping to see a Robinson or an Anderson taking 5 wickets, and then they'll look at the TV and go, I want to be like that, or I want my hair like Ollie Robinson, or I want to bat like Joe Root. And that's what's great about it, because you can see it happening. And my kids are the same. My kids, when they were growing up, it's amazing, they both stood like Kevin Peterson, and I ended up being his best man, right? You know that. But my older son used to stand like Kevin Peterson when he batted. And he'd change with the wind. Whoever he was watching on TV, he'd change all the time. So it was KP for a while, then it was probably Joe Root, then it was so... And he's changing all the time. Rather than be himself, he's influenced by watching TV. And look how many Malingas there is now. Wherever you go in the world, man, as and you commentate all around the world, how many bowlers bowl like Malinga? I've never seen as many.
I know. I thought it would be a one-off. First time I saw Lassie Malinga, I thought
Everywhere.
nobody will ever bowl like
Everywhere.
that again. Was there a spell back to Waqar Younis? Because I was mesmerised in the early stages of his career. When I saw reverse swing, I'd never seen it before. It was like a different game. Was there a delivery, particular delivery, or a spell from Waqar that you remember thinking, I can't believe what I'm seeing here? And do you think you ever emulated it? So was there a spell that you bowled when the ball was really hooping from a foot outside off stump and tailing in towards leg stump?
Oh, yeah, I've got definitely moments in my career when I look back and I think, wasn't quite as quick as Waqar. I think Waqar had a quicker, another gear to me. But I definitely... He would have watched me at certain parts. I played against him in that 2001 Pakistan series, and I was probably quicker than him then, by the way, and I probably bowled better Yorkers than him then in that series. So he would have looked, and he knows I liked him. I played against Wasim Akram, and many times I used to admire Wasim playing against Yorkshire for Lancashire and thinking, how is he doing that? Swinging the ball round the wicket. Remember the World Cup 92? I mean, those deliveries from round the wicket, swinging away from the right-hander, ridiculous. And then in. But Waqar, for me, was that series against England. It might have been Edgbaston, where England were... There might have been 100 for one. I think Stewie was 70 of them. And then he come on, and he just went... Zzz, 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 and it was just like 140 all out. I've never seen anything like it. And I'm thinking, flat pitch, England are cruising... Suddenly, the ball is misbehaving. It's swinging massively in from 2 foot outside off stump. There's got to be something in that. And I practiced. And I promise you, that was a game changer for me. If I would have never seen Waqar and Wasim doing that, 92 World Cup, and then playing against England in that series, I can't remember what year it was. It might have been 92. Could have been 93. But I remember it and thinking, I'm going to do that.
A final word then to Nasser. One of my favourite comments was when he and Duncan Fletcher got together. I can't remember which one is actually credited with saying it, but they said, we might not be the best team in the world, we might not be good enough to become the best team in the world, but we can at least be the best team that we can be. And
That'd have been Fletch.
Was that?
He'll have read it out of someone's book. He's a big reader, Fletch.
I just think that those two turned around an ordinary England team, and you were at the forefront of
Absolutely. I think what they worked out, Duncan, when he first came in, I'll never forget it. He came in, and we all looked at each other, who's this? He doesn't say anything. Literally, for 2 months, he did not say a word. And everyone was talking about, like you do, he said, this is useless, this bloke. He don't do it. But what he was doing, he's just watching. He was watching for the people that he wants to be around, and he believed that could fight for the shirt and get the best out of it. And I tell you what, he found them. And that period, when they say English cricket was rubbish, he wasn't. That was a good side. To go to Sri Lanka and win, beat a top Sri Lankan side, by the way, go to Sri Lanka and Pakistan and win. But the only team we didn't beat was Australia. And I think that will always be something that bugs me. Alex Stewart, Graham Hick, Michael Atherton. None of us won an Ashes series, right? And it bugs us because we had such a good team. We had a good team. We never played our best team. The selection committee back then was mad. It changed from every single day. But we could have, but we just couldn't get over the line.
Darren Gough talking with Neil Manthorp, his 5 top cricketers in his career, and as a kid growing up, his heroes in the dressing room, and the posters that were up on his wall as a teenager growing up in Barnsley. It's lunch here on day 2 of the 5th Test match of 5 between India and England, and India, they are dominating. There's no two ways about it. Started the day 135 for 1 after just 30 overs, and in complete control of the Test match in the series, 3-1 up, of course, coming into this 5th and final match. And at lunch, they have made their way to 264 for 1. 30 overs bowled by England, 1 chance given by India, and 1 chance dropped by England. Zach Crawley at leg slip, putting down Rohit Sharma when he was on 68. The youngster, Shoaib Bashir, would have celebrated in much the same way he did yesterday, probably, when he picked up Jaiswal for 57. But it was a head-in-hands moment. And about 10 minutes before the lunch break, Rohit Sharma, alongside Shubman Gill, has reminded England of what they've done. Both batters are past 100 now. Gill, 101 not out, and Sharma, 102. The partnership is 160 already, and India lead by 46 runs. England look in a little bit of trouble in this 5th Test match. Can they come back? We will bring you live and exclusive coverage of the afternoon session here on talkSPORT 2 and across on talkSPORT on occasion. So don't go anywhere. The players just about to come out onto the field with India 264 for 1.
talkSPORT 2 is your dynamic destination for all the latest sporting action, featuring live commentary of all the biggest events, including football, PGA golf, horse racing, Premiership rugby, cricket, boxing, and all the big-hitting drama of the NFL. Plus, talkSPORT 2's official betting partner, William Hill, is always on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need. talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner, William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one. Yes! Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Hi all.
Hiya.
How are we doing?
Afternoon.
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 Let's get this meeting.
Meeting started.
Hi, Mom.
Where's the tablet gone?
When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with the UK's fastest major broadband provider. So...
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear as a bell.
This is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work Mode with EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
With Now, you can stream all the drama from the Premier League instantly and without a contract.
The stuff that dreams are made of.
This Sunday, title rivals collide as Liverpool take on Manchester City at Anfield. Get all Sky Sports channels for a day or a whole month with a Now Sports membership. Stream Liverpool versus Manchester City live this Sunday from 3:45 with Now.
18 plus Sky Sports content streamed via internet. Full terms apply.
I can be yours, radiant and waiting for you to feel me in every room you so desire. I would love to spend time with you in a steamy, hot shower. And if you take good care of me, I'll stay as hot as the day we first met.
feel the love with a high-efficiency heat pump from My Dear. Now available with a government grant of £7,500 and 10-year warranty. Terms and property suitability apply. Visit mydearuk.co.uk.
Make yourself at home, my dear.
Let me go straight to the point. When you're laying a patio or driveway, you need Seeker Fast Fix. It's ready mixed, easy to use and quick to apply. Plus it comes in 5 colours and you can use it in any weather. Transform your next project with confidence. Transform it with Seeker Fast Fix. And you'll finish a quality job in no time at all. Seeker stockist now at seeker.co.uk/landscaping.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 5th and final test match. Live from Dharamshala.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to talkSPORT at 2. Welcome back to our coverage, live and exclusive to the talkSPORT network of the 5th Test match between India and England. Welcome if you're watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube page. As myself, John Norman and Alex Tudor, the former England and Surrey and Essex fast bowler, are going to take you through the next 20 minutes or so of an afternoon session that England will hope will mirror what we saw yesterday. England going in at lunch yesterday, 100 up. 2 wickets down. They went in at tea, 194 for 8. 6 wickets falling in the session, 3 of them with England on the score of 175. And really, that's the kind of session England need, minimum, if they're to get their way back into this match. Tudes, you're always a positive man. We've just been listening to Goffey's 5 favourite cricketers during the lunch break. I mean, of all of England's former fast bowlers, he was the one that if England needed 3 wickets to win a match and the opposition needed 10 runs, he'd back himself to take a hat-trick and walk off with the stumps aloft and taking all the applause. That's the kind of attitude. There is nothing but that kind of attitude that England need at the start of a test session where they are so far behind the game. It'll almost make you weep.
Yeah, Goffey was an absolute legend, someone I looked up to when I was younger, and especially in the subcontinent, you would want a Darren Gough type of bowler. Sometimes takes the wicket out of the equation, and he'd be equation.
Yeah,
and I got that right, didn't I?
You did.
And I don't know why I sort of doubted myself. And he'd be bowling Yorkers and bouncers and stuff like that. That's what you need on these type of wickets. But these two are looking fantastic. They bat both very elegant players. They're not going to make the mistakes that England made. I only see batting error getting wickets for England on this wicket. As Graham Swan said in his match report at the beginning of the day, day 2 on this wicket is looking good, and he isn't wrong.
No, he's not. No, he is not. But I suppose if England needs something special, they've called upon their main man, Jimmy Anderson. 698 test wickets. And whereas the caps were adorning the heads of the India batters at times in that morning session, they've got their helmets on now, because it is Anderson to take the ball at the start of this afternoon session, and this ball is sprayed down the leg side, taken well by folks diving to his left. Anderson 2 away from 700 test wickets. Only 2 men in the history of the game have gone past 700. Both spinners, of course, Shane Warne, the late great Shane Warne. It still doesn't sound right to refer to him in that manner. And Murali, the Sri Lankan wizard. Forward is Gill's pitched up, and Gill will drive this to the right of Johnny Bairstow, another 100 man who commando rolls to his right and fields. And Gill and Rohit Sharma both on 102 as you join us on talkSPORT. England up against it, that's saying the least, really. 2 centurions at the crease, yet to pick up a wicket on day 2. 3-1 down, of course. This the 5th and final test match of the series, but England have turned to Jimmy Anderson. 2 away from 700 test wickets, 3 away from 150 test wickets against India. Nobody has ever managed that. As Jarrod Kimber is about to join me in the commentary box. Pitched up again, this is full on the pads, and a good diving stop at mid-wicket. Means that instead of 4 runs added to the score, it's just a single. Rohit moves to 103. And that brings Shubman Gill back on strike. The 2 batters reaching 100 in that morning session within an over of each other. All of this after the one chance of that session had gone down when Rohit Sharma on 68, glancing a ball to the right of Zach Crawley at leg slip. Crawley just seemed a fraction late to pick up the flight of the ball. He got fingertips to a ball that didn't travel too far past his right and away for 4, driven straight, and Anderson, left-footed, side foots the ball that would have whistled to the boundary to Ben Stokes at mid-off. Fancy footwork. You'd take him at QPR, wouldn't you, Tudes?
Yeah, I'll take him. Oh, you don't want to hear that. Don't want to hear that noise, do you?
Sound of the police.
Whoop, whoop.
No ball. So the fancy footwork hasn't actually come to his aid. He's overstepped as Anderson. So another run to the score. India moved to 267 for 1. England yesterday bowled out for 218, and it's Shubman Gill, second highest run scorer down the track, and he drills this to the right of the fielder at mid-on. A boundary in the first over after the lunch break. Shubman Gill moves to 106, and India 271 for 1.
Well, the respect's gone. Forget that he's nearly on 700 wickets. Shubman Gill says, I don't care. Earlier in the day, in session 1, he danced down the ground, hit him for 6. He's danced down again. He's not hit it as he would like. It's got the inside portion of his bat, but hit it powerfully wide of mid-on for 4. And they march on. Lead of 53 now.
They do indeed. They do march on. And a little bit of a chat at the top of his mark between Anderson and his skipper. You've been in that position, haven't you, Tudes?
Many a time. Most probably getting told off.
What are they saying? Stop bowling rubbish?
Correct. If it was NASA. If NASA was talking to me, he'd be like, yeah, any danger of you bowling anything while you've been selected?
Good man management. I can't imagine Stokesy speaking like
He'd
that
be
to
slightly
Jimmy.
different. A bit like, you know, where I had Adam Hollier. I mean, I'm being a bit harsh to NASA. He wasn't like that.
Oh, he was brilliant, wasn't he?
Yeah, he
Anderson back again, right arm over the wicket with one wideish first slip, and this is cut into the turf, fielded at cover point. No run. India 271 for 1 here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
I've been blessed to work with him for Sky, and for me, sort of him and Affers, I sort of regard him as the GOATs, and he's nothing like how he was as a captain, as a player. He's totally different. Very chilled, very calm.
Chilled out entertainer.
Yeah, and he's brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant.
Does kids' parties.
Yeah, Mr. Burns.
Last ball of Anderson's over then, and Shubman Gill, if the boundary to the 4th ball of the over was disdainful, this dismissive. 1 foot down the track, and he has clipped Jimmy Anderson, all 698 wickets of him, over mid-wicket for 4.
I've seen something that I thought I'd never see in this series. Ben Stokes has taken his jumper off, and he looks like he might be having a bowl. I think after that shot, he's gone, I've had enough.
Spin or pace?
Well, I think it's going to be some pace, yep.
Well, here we go. 275 for 1, India's lead is 57. The question was, what was it going to take for Ben Stokes to take matters into his own hand, as Jimmy Anderson and Shubman Gill just have a less than friendly chat after Shubman Gill took those 2 boundaries off of Anderson's first over after the lunch break. But are we about to see Ben Stokes bowl for the first time since the Ashes last summer?
Yes, we are. It was just the disrespect of that shot. The ball was just a fraction outside off stump, but it had the length, and he just picked it up and gracefully with the bottom hand just went, see you later, and he's hit it wide of mid-on. And as Johnny rightly said, they had a little bit of discussion. It looked all smiley and happy though, and Jimmy was smiling, which he normally doesn't do on a cricket field. So I thought he said, hey, I'm on nearly 700 wickets. Show me a little bit of respect.
Stokes to bowl then for the first time in the series. He's in, his right arm over the wicket, and he has bowled Rohit Sharma first ball with an absolute seed of a delivery that has pitched on off, straightened and pegged off stump back. And Brendan McCullum, as the camera pans onto the England coach, cannot take the smile off his face. Skipper to skipper. Rohit goes for a century. Stokes fires first ball, and India lose their second.
Well, that is unbelievable. He keeps writing his own headlines as Ben Stokes. He's absolutely phenomenal. He's bowled his first ball. He's not bowled since the Ashes, listeners. He's not bowled since the Ashes. The wicket, the ball's done nothing all day for Mark Wood and Jimmy Anderson. Ben Stokes says, I've had enough, especially after that disrespectful shot of Shubman Gill off our GOAT Jimmy Anderson. Give me the ball. I'm going to do something. He's bowled an absolute seed. So with the angle where he bowls, it's like it's tailing in, but it's just gone away from Rohit Sharma. Mind you, who's on 100 and batted beautifully, and he's played down the wrong line. He's gone Piccadilly, it's gone Jubilee, and it's bowled him off stump. Ben Stokes says, don't worry lads, I've got you. 272 for 2. What a delivery. I can imagine Harmy at the back when Ben took his jumper going, no Ben, no Ben. Oh my goodness. What a delivery.
Do you know what? I remember as a kid watching Ian Botham come back and bowl for England after he'd spent a spell out of the side. He'd actually been suspended. And he just had that knack about him. He'd been out the side, he came back to bowl against New Zealand. And first ball, he takes a wicket with, I mean, it's not a great delivery. It was a classic Ian Botham kind of dismissal. It was kind of a bit short, a bit
long up.
Essentially, yeah. And the batter chased it, and it was caught at first or second slip. But you know, it also in and around the time that he became the leading wicket taker in the history of Test cricket. I mean, the man could bowl and bat, as we all know. And you talk about writing your own headlines. Stokes has done the same kind of thing, but with an absolute gem of a delivery. I mean, it kept a little low, didn't it? Maybe a fraction low.
Absolute delivery. Johnny's done nothing all day. He's bowled an absolute seed.
He should just drop Mike and walk off.
Oh, 100%. That's now where he should go, you know what? I do feel it a little bit. Can someone finish off my over?
Here he is again then. One wicket from one ball, and it's a debutant, Padikkal, who lets this ball go past his bat and through to the keeper. No run.
Johnny, it's all of a sudden he's bowled 2 deliveries. It looks like he's playing on a different wicket. I mean, we're watching the delivery again.
I mean, that hasn't hit top of off, has it? That's hit a good,
it's hit
good chunk down.
Yeah,
off stump.
I mean, Rohit Sharma, he's on 100. He's been seeing it like an absolute breadfruit.
Stokes is looking round at his teammates as they come running to him with smiles of disbelief on their face. Anderson, Duckett, Wood. He's like, what's all the fuss, lads? Stokes again pitched up and driven by Padikkal to mid-off. No run.
I can't stress how good this delivery is. I can't stress. Jasprit Bumrah bowled a ball to Zach Crawley yesterday in the first half hour. It was sort of going leg stump and it's gone over off stump. This delivery with the angle that Benny sort of goes past the perpendicular. So the ball's always angling into the right-hander, but they're straightened up, so sort of middle. It's hit off stump. It's done nothing all morning. Nothing.
Here is Stokes bowling his first over of the series, and he's bowling to Padikkal, who shapes to come forward but stays deep in his crease and picks out backward point. I mean, if we see another delivery like that, Jarrod, then maybe England do have a chance.
Did that hit a crack? The ball? I just having a look there. It looked like it. I mean, it definitely kept low, didn't it? And moved away. It's like, what on earth has just happened to me?
Stokes again, leading from the front as he is into the left-handed. Padikkal, who's on the drive, a touch flat-footed, and that's his first scoring shot in Test cricket. He'll pick up a boundary, the ball flying down to third, but I wonder if Stokes had 2 slips in place, if that would have carried.
Right.
I think it would have bounced short,
yeah,
but
it's not sort of. It would have been low down, ankle height.
It was a nervy shot from Padikkal. We'll talk about him in a minute, as long as he sticks around. He's off the mark. He's 4 not out. India's lead is 61, but they've lost a wicket since the lunch break. As Stokes is in again. This is a better looking shot. He won't get a run for it, as Padikkal this time does get fully forward to a ball slanting across him and drills the ball to the covers where it is fielded. So the end of an eventful over, and in a good way for England this time, because Rohit Sharma has been dismissed. First ball of Ben Stokes over, spell, and it was an absolute beaut of a delivery that maybe, just maybe, has given England a little bit of hope that they can make the kind of inroads into this India batting lineup that India themselves managed to do at the same time yesterday. England in a good position at lunch, and they weren't by tea. And much like India at the end of day 2 in Ranchi, well behind the game, knew they needed to come out and basically boss 3 sessions, and that's exactly what they did, and they got themselves into a winning position. England just need to have that kind of belief. They need to believe they can get their way back into this match, and the first thing they needed to do, they've done. They've got rid of Rohit Sharma. Now they need to get rid of the other Centurion, Shubman Gill, and suddenly they've got a little bit of inexperience. The batters would have been sitting up there watching as the top 3 made runs, and England need to seek on that. Anderson's going to be back. He was just hit for 2 boundaries, and that chat, by the way, that he started with Shubman Gill continued at the midway point of the over as Gill is forward and deceived a touch by the pace, or maybe the bounce there, pushing up to mid-off. Anderson and Gill had a little bit of a word after Gill's second boundary. And what was interesting to me was that when Padikkal came out to bat, considering he's coming out to bat in his first match in international cricket, you'd expect that Gill would have walked up and just had a little word with him and just maybe escorted him part of the way to the wicket. And he didn't do that. He ignored him. He was just chatting with Jimmy Anderson. And it is Anderson again, and he beats the Shubman Gill with a ball that comes back into the right-hander. Gill is too late on the shot, and England have gone bang bang at the start of the session, and it's Gill's turn to walk. He's been castled, and England, whisper it, may just believe they've got the barest of sniffs to get their way back into this game. And Jimmy Anderson has also produced an absolutely wondrous delivery to get rid of a set batter. India now 3 down.
Well, I don't know what we've had for lunch, but whatever it is they've had, it's worked. That was at least 10 miles an hour quicker than his last delivery. 137 Ks. We've not seen that from Jimmy Anderson for a while. I think that over from Ben Stokes has given everybody a little bit of a lift. And he said, come on, follow me. And Anderson has done so. Both Centurions back in the hutch. We always say, don't we, the old adage, put 2 onto the score. 279 for 3. 2 new batters. Anything's possible. You never know with this team.
Well, we were wondering what it was going to take. I think you've got it absolutely wrong there. Absolutely right there, not wrong there.
Ask their boss.
I think you've got it absolutely right there, Tudes. And Anderson's picked up where Stokes has left off. I think Stokes' reaction to getting rid of Rohit Sharma told everybody everything that you needed to know. What's all the fuss, lads?
I think what it was also, when he took his jumper and hat, he sort of not stormed off, but it was like his head down. He wasn't like high-fiving people. He was just walking. It was like, I'm fed up a little bit here. I'm fed up. I'm going to do it. Follow me. This is what we do. And that's what that type of character, Ben Stokes, that's what he does. He's not like a big shouter and screamer, but he leads by example. He's different level, I have to say.
699 test wickets then for Jimmy Anderson, and it's Sarfraz Khan who will face his first delivery of this match. 2 slips in place as Anderson is in and Sarfraz gets forward and defends.
He's running in, Johnny. He's running in. You could tell, I can tell by the way that he's approached, the way that he's approaching the crease, the snap is back. And as I said, that over from Ben Stokes is just giving everyone a lift. That was, even though it didn't bounce the ball that it bowled Shubman Gill, it didn't bounce as he would like, but it definitely shot through. It was quicker, 10 miles an hour quicker than his last delivery. And they're pumped up for England.
Do you think that little chat as well, do you think he's just got into Shubman Gill's head?
That's how Jimmy operates.
Anderson again pitched up, driven by Khan, but no timing. He's through the shot a fraction too early. Is Anderson mixing his pace up a touch here? Stokes Fields, 2 balls left of Anderson's over. India have been not quite rocked. 279 for 3 is still the score you take in any format at any stage of any game. But whereas they walked out 3 overs ago with 2 centurions at the crease, now India have got a guy yet to get off the mark, and at the other end a debutant. Here is Anderson, and Sarfraz Khan will push this to duck it at point, and he will get off strike and off the mark. 280 for 3.
Yeah, it's been impressive. As you see, you don't know what they've had for lunch or what they had. They've had a walk, a good word. Ben Stokes has said, listen lads, just follow me, this is what I'm going to do. Ball first ball. He writes his own script with Ben Stokes. Absolute seed. Rohit Sharma on 100, batting beautifully, and gets done, all ends up. And then Jimmy Anderson's followed his skipper, even with all his experience, goes on to 699 wickets. We'll be egging him on to get to 700, be the first seamer to ever do it. There's 2 bowlers in front of him, Mattaya Muralitharan and the late great Shane Warne, the only 2 in front. What an achievement it will be.
699 ain't bad either, as Anderson is into the left-handed Padikkal, who will see out the over by clipping this delivery on the pads to Shoaib Bashir at square leg. Well, it was a little bit doom and gloom 20 minutes ago, but I brought a little bit of sunshine to all of your lives, helped of course by Ben Stokes with arguably the delivery of the series so far. And an absolute gem from Jimmy as well. And after a word from Alex Tudor, it'll be Andrew McKenna, the wicket man, to take you through the next 20 minutes.
Well, I think England fans be hoping that you stay on, Johnny. You got a little twofer in that spell. But it was, I would agree with Mr. Norman, definitely the delivery of the series so far, just because of all the circumstances, being it Ben Stokes hasn't bowled since the Ashes, and his first delivery into Rohit Sharma, and he was 103 and batting beautifully. What a delivery it was, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Macca.
Morning. Well, as John just said, there's a very different feel about the place, isn't there? And Ben Stokes, by the way, it's not one and done. He's staying on. He's well, it's a colourful ground, this. It's multicoloured, and it's brought it to life as well. So here we go then. Stokes to Sarfraz. In right arm over. Sarfraz is playing a punch drive up to Anderson at mid-on. And it's Mark Wood, actually, my apologies. We'll take a single. Sarfraz doubles his score. 281 for 3, India. So the lead, 63. And if you weren't with us, if the alarm has only just gone off, 129 runs for no wickets in the morning session. That's why things were a little bit doom and gloom. India had got to 264 for 1 at lunch. And now all of a sudden, in the 20 minutes after, the 2 men who were on 100, Rohit and Shubman Gill, both dismissed. In goes Stokes across the left-handed Padikkal, and it's through to the keeper, no run. So, Rohit dismissed by Stokes for 103. That 275 for 2. Shubman Gill bowled by Anderson for 110, 279 for 3. The Indian collapses on Judes.
Well, I mean, bowling good nip as well. And that's the thing you want to look at. Someone who's not bowled for a long time. I know he's been bowling in practice and in the middle. And just watching him, he's coming in nicely. Not showing any ill effects of the injuries that he's had.
It is in once again decent ball to Padikkal. It's across the left-hander, going wide of the off stump, but it is not wide of the off stump by much. It's a very good lead through to the keeper, no run.
Just looking at his approach, everything looks nice. His snap at the crease, bowling at decent pace. It just looks like he's giving everybody a lift, and that's what that type of character. That's what he does. As I said, he's not a big shouter, screamer. That's not how he operates. He's going to say, "Listen, I will show you. Follow me." Just thinking, imagine if he was fit for the series.
Don't go there. Don't go there. Be interested to see how many overs he does bowl. Stokes is coming in once again past the umpire. Left-handed Padikal is coming forward. That's a lovely, lovely push drive all along the carpet through cover for 4. That's a shot and a half from a bloke who's only just new to the crease. His 9th ball, Padikal, but he puts it away for a boundary 4. He goes to 8, 285 for 3. The lead 67.
Yeah, Padikal is a very elegant player. Tall, left-handed. Just lent on that delivery. 137 Ks from Ben Stokes. And just a push drive between point and cover. Executed beautifully by Padikal.
Yeah, just to go back to that, Stokes did tell us in Hyderabad he wasn't going to bowl in this series. He's in once again. It's very full. Padikal drives back to Stokes in his follow-through no run. And what he said was that the bowling he was doing in the nets was all about conditioning and elevating himself to be ready for the English summer. So it's a bit like a footballer or any other sportsman coming back from injury. They'll get limited game time, even though they are then fully fit, to get them up to match fitness. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of spells Stokes will bowl.
Hopefully not a long one.
Well, absolutely. Padikal waits, bat raised as Stokes comes in and bowls once again. He's dabbing it down towards 3rd. Bashir will do the fielding, single taken, the lead up to 68.
He sort of got that. Remember, if everyone can remember, I think it was Sri Lanka at Lords, Andrew Flintoff when he was captain, and he bowled that ridiculously long spell. And you're just hoping that Ben, you could get carried away, especially with the way that he got that first wicket. And he's looking good, coming in nice. As I said, I'm watching his technique and everything, brace front leg, everything looks good. There's no ill effects, but you just don't want him to get carried away. Obviously, match conditions is a lot different than bowling in training and in that build-up. So, listen, he's got that wicket. Jimmy Anderson's followed suit. Possibly you're looking, let's get Woody back into it, and then maybe you can get your young spinners. And you've got 2 young guys in. You've got a guy on debut in Padikal. You're thinking, okay, maybe we can just sort of settle back into this session, this second session of the day.
It is talkSPORT 2, it's exclusive live international cricket. India against England. You're not hearing things. Yes, Ben Stokes is bowling again. James Anderson to start the new over is bowling to Padikal, round the wicket to the lefty, and he plays defensively no run. Jarrod Kimber.
Macca, Devdutt Padikal has 6 first-class hundreds. 4 of them are this year. This year he started with 193 against Punjab, and then he got 100 against Goa, 105 against the Lions, and 151 against Tamil Nadu. So a couple of decent first-class teams in there, and also the Lions as well. Not that the Lions are not. What I meant is, I'm just going to assume that the Goa attack is not quite as strong.
Okay. Anderson around the wicket. Padikal plays it out on the offside, no run.
Knowing a little bit about the history of Indian cricket. But he's had a very good year. But essentially, he's 23. We've obviously seen him in the last, 3 years, I'd say, Tudes, sort of really come through in the IPL. And he doesn't have that kind of, Safraz or a Jaiswal, a history of, smashing the ball everywhere in first-class cricket. But what they've really done is they know he's got a lot of talent. He's finally come through and started making a lot of runs, and they've picked him on the back of that. The point being is he doesn't have the experience of those other 2 guys. But, talent, obviously not a problem with Padikal. And another left-hander.
Very true. Anderson around the wicket to him. He's playing another lovely-looking cover drive. Ollie Pope does well to get down to his right-hand side and stop it, and there's no runs. I think we can already see he fancies a drive today, Padikal.
I'm sure that's what he did against Goa.
Although Goa away is not a bad fixture, is it, when you think about it? I mean, there's worse ones. Mentioning no names.
Yeah, that's a game you don't want to miss, is it? In the bowling attack of Goa, I'm going to tell you who was in there in a moment.
Oh, okay. Anderson in, outside the off stump of Padikal, has nothing to do with that no run.
The bowling attack for Goa is Arjun Tendulkar.
Okay.
Son of. But yeah, he averages 45 with the ball in first-class cricket so far in his career. He's had a little bit of success in T20 career, but usually takes wickets but goes for a lot of runs as well. But yeah, not a great attack. But as I said, the other teams he played against, Punjab and Tamil Nadu and obviously England Lions, so he's made some runs against some very, very good teams, and we've certainly seen him star at times in the IPL.
Imagine Kolkata going down to Goa. What a journey that is. That's epic. Anderson around the wickets, edged, and it lands just short of the single slip. Goes away for 4. Padikkal goes into double figures. Joe Root was diving and also trying to collapse down to his left-hand side, because if it had carried, it would have been a very, very low catch. As it was, it bounces in front of Root and goes past that outstretched left hand and goes away for a boundary 4.
It's amazing what wickets can do. As you said, it's still a very good wicket. Well, England have got their tails up.
Do you see where he was in the crease then?
Both feet in the crease was the call during the last over I heard through the stump mic. He's very deep. Anderson is in, and he's defending again from very deep in the crease. Crawley fields no run. End of the over here on talkSPORT 2.
Because he edged that on the front foot, but his foot was still inside the crease. I can't remember ever seeing a player play so deep. Wow. It's like unless there's a fast bowler or there's a tactic, like this is just, he's just come out. Obviously, it's just what he does.
Yeah, and on this type of wicket, I would say, listen, you want to be trying to get yourself forward, especially with his stature. He's very tall. So get yourself on your front foot and then try and say to the bowler, look, I'm coming at you. Drop it short. And on this wicket, it's not really going to do anything. So it's interesting with his tactic, his technique. England will be trying to smash him on his pads early doors. 290 for 3. Different look to this second half, this second session so far, Macca.
Absolutely. In fact, he's so deep in the crease there on one of those shots, he was almost in danger of hitting his own stumps.
Well, that's why I noticed it, because it was only, we didn't see it from side on, but the first angle I was like, is he almost slipping on his stumps here? Who was it? Was it Mark Waugh occasionally would kick his stumps? I'm trying to remember.
Stokes to start a third over. Right arm over, Sarfraz forward, push into Wood at mid-on, no run.
I think there's at least one Australian batter I could think of who occasionally... no, it might have been Steve Waugh.
Yeah, I was thinking Steve, because he had that jump and he
hit the jump backwards, didn't he?
That's right, that's right. Yeah.
And he wouldn't do it when he played the shot that often, although occasionally he would. It was usually when he would set off for the run. His feet were too close to the stumps.
A jump to the left and then a step to the right, in fact. It's probably a bit early for that. Let's move on.
Well, it's just more, just another reference for the kids from Macca there.
Yes. Good morning, all the teenagers. Getting yourself ready for school. 290 for 3. And England are going to station a man at shortish mid-wicket for the clip off the toes by Sarfraz. 1 slip for Stokes. 1 for 10 from 13 deliveries. In he comes, right arm over. Sarfraz is confidently coming forward, pushing into the offside. And there is no run. India's lead now 72 runs. Don't forget there's more football coming your way this evening. Here on talkSPORT 2, of course the exclusive home of the EFL on national radio. Yorkshire Derby tonight. Sheffield Wednesday Leeds coming your way. If you fancy the boxing, Anthony Joshua is live over on talkSPORT, and that's also available as a watch along, so choose your options on that one. We're watching Ben Stokes running into bowl once again, and Sarfraz hits a return catch that Stokes can't hold on to. He's got head in hands lying on the floor. It was a very low one, but Stokes has got that face of a man, and now he slaps the pitch in frustration. He took a wicket with his first ball back in Test match bowling since the Ashes. Oh, it didn't matter anyway, it was a no ball. Well, that'll frustrate Stokes even more.
Yeah, no, he looked like he was absolutely fuming. I'll tell you, the umpire, he's robbed. I mean, this is, no, as we know, the line is the umpires. Well, he's a brave man to tell him, I'll tell you. Ben, just to say that wouldn't have been out, mate. It's another one.
Don't worry about it, buddy.
Yeah, don't worry about it. He looked like he was absolutely spitting feathers. I mean...
Stokes is in once again. Sarfraz plays it gently on the onside, no run.
Rod Tucker was an all-rounder himself. A little bit slower, probably fair to say. But I'm sure he probably dropped his fair share of caught and bowls himself.
I mean, once he got his hands to it, you're thinking someone of Ben Stokes, he ain't dropping that.
He was just as he was pounding the turf was when the siren went off.
He actually, to be fair, he said thank you.
Yeah, he was like, yeah.
That it was a no ball.
Stokes on the way once again to bowl to Sarfaraz. Right arm over. Sarfaraz from the crease. Plays out on the offside, no run.
So he's bowled the ball. It's been hit back to him. He's dropped it. He hears it's a no ball and he goes, oh, thankfully it was a no ball. But if he'd taken the catch, the no ball would have been the worst news that had ever happened to him. Just saying, contextually, quite an emotional roller coaster there.
Imagine what his emotions inside are doing anyway. The fact he's back bowling again, a wicket with the very first ball, an absolute seed of doom to Rohit Sharma. It did massive amounts off the seam. Stokes comes in to try and do something similar. This time occasion it's Sarfaraz, outside edge. There's one wide slip in place, but it goes through where Gully would have been, and Sarfaraz has a boundary. He goes to 6, India 295 for 3. The lead 77 here on talkSPORT 2.
It's like a totally different wicket than the first session of the day. Ben with the ball in his hand. The whole balance of the England bowling lineup is different when you've got a Ben Stokes bowling. Yes, he can sometimes be expensive when he bowls, but the one thing he does, he creates chances and gets wickets. It's good to see him bowling. I know once Harmy replaces me, he'll be like, don't overdo it, Ben.
No, absolutely. I completely concur with that. Stokes for the final time this over. Oh, Sarfaraz is just lunging forward at that one. That takes him up near the handle of the bat. Goes down on the leg side. And it's safely away. End of the over here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And India 295 for 3. So India's lead 77 runs. What was looking like becoming an incredibly tough day has been turned around with 2 world-class deliveries from 2 world-class players. One from Stokes to remove Rohit, one from Anderson to remove Shubman Gill. Anderson therefore on 699 Test match wickets. Steve Harmison has moved back in alongside. He'll be turning his microphone on in a second and joining us. Well, Harmy, Stokes.
That was so subtle.
Thanks very much. I thought I didn't notice a red light. Anderson is in once again, and it's Padikkal playing up towards mid-on, and there's no run, but geez, Benjamin Andrew Stokes, what more can we say about the bloke?
Yeah, it was a brilliant ball, good delivery. The thing I'm pleased about more than anything else, I know Judes has said, I'd be apprehensive of Ben bowling and watching through the sort of the gaps in my fingers. His actual bowling technique is very, very strong, very good. His run-ups very good. His action at the top is excellent. I think he's landing. There's no moving parts, which is always a danger.
Anderson is in, right arm around the wicket. Padikkal plays out to Bairstow at point. There's no run.
It's always a danger when you see a bowler come back from an injury and they start protecting other parts of the body. His action looks really, really strong, which I'm so pleased that he's not protecting his knee. He's braced front legs in good position. He's not over the top, perpendicular at the top, and that's sometimes when he's problem. And I think that is, was sometimes protecting what was a knee that was hurting.
Anderson around the wicket, beats Padikkal. It's through to Folkes, and there is no run. Anderson on the search for 700. Just back to Stokes for a second. How many overs would you expect the medics have said to him, okay, you can have a bit of a bowl? Because there's no way they're going to give him free rein, is there?
No, there's 2 different answers to that question though, Magger. There's one, what the medics expect him to bowl, which would probably be 4 overs. But then the most important one is trying to tell him that you can't bowl any more than 4 overs when you're going all right.
Anderson around the wicket. Padikkal's punching off the back foot. What a shot that is! There's a man in at short extra, and then there's the traditional extra cover, and it's bisected the pair of them for a back foot punch 4. Padikkal goes to 17. India 299 for 3. They lead by 81.
Yeah, this is a good shot. This is a fantastic cricket shot. Total timing. He's on top of his tips of his toes. He's waiting for the ball to come to him. He's back foot punch, not got the hands out in front of him. 3 men on the offside. One's on square, one's just in front of square. Ben Stokes at sort of cover point, and he's pierced the field beautifully. Jimmy Anderson shaking his head, but that, for me, wasn't a bad ball. That's just a great shot.
Anderson in once again. Paddock moves half a pace into the ball there. I think that's now Joe Root fielding at points, and there's no run, which is interesting that Root's moved himself away from slip.
Yeah, Joe Root's at point. The catching, Ollie Pope is at sort of cover point. Ben Stokes is at cover. So England, Paddock played a lot of cricket against the Lions, so England will have a lot of footage, a lot of plans playing it with the red ball. So they see and identify, Zach Crawley's probably wingspan, why is it sort of 1.5 slip.
Anderson goes in once again. Paddock is dropping this down towards short third. Hartley will do the fielding, and the over is completed. 67 gone here on talkSPORT 2. 299 for 3 are India. The lead 81. Sarfraz has 6. Paddock has 17. The men dismissed today. Rohit for 103. Shubman Gill for 110. Jaiswal dismissed yesterday, of course, for 57.
Good character shown by England to come back. They were gone. Lunchtime. Sorry, I rephrase that. This team's never gone. They never believe they're out of the game. They never believe it. But I think everybody, even the hardened England fans, and I'm trying to be as positive as I can to see a way out for England and potentially a scenario where they could win. And even me sitting there going to do breakfast this morning, talking to Alan Brazil and Ray Parlour upstairs, and I couldn't see a way out for England. Not the way Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma made it look so easy in that first session, but Anderson champion, Stokes champion. They've got a foothold back into, the doors ajar a little bit, but it's nowhere near to the point where England feel as though we can kick it in. But remember, back to Hyderabad, our first test match of this series, England 190 runs plus behind and managed to win the test match, so that's the hope for England fans.
Well then, Stokes will start his 4th over. Sarfraz will flick it down to long leg. Bashir will do the fielding, so the 300 is up for India. The lead therefore is 82. Sarfraz goes to 7, and all the talk about 700 for James Anderson. Ben Stokes is closing in on 200 test match wickets. He's now on 198, and I wasn't expecting to have to wheel out that stat this series.
No, but again, it just shows you what a great performer that Ben's been for this country. Over 100 test matches. The amount of runs he's got, the amount of wickets he's got, catches he's taken, leadership qualities he's shown. I think it's hard to tell Ben to come off, but if I was somebody, a senior player in that group, I'd remind him how well he bowls the right-handers and potentially say to him, look, one more, and if we can get that group of right-handers to come back in, you could possibly get another 4-over spell out of you later on and come back into the contest.
Stokes is in. Paddock is coming forward. Stokes is bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Paddock. It's covered up into the offside, no run. So Stokes is bowling for the first time since the 1st of July.
Yeah.
His last wicket was 349 on July the 1st when he got Josh Hazlewood 251 days ago. He then finished off, so the final delivery he bowled before today was 3:52 p.m. on the 1st of July.
The more impressive stat is that I think before the test series started, I think he had gone 50 odd days after the operation.
Absolutely. Stokes in once again. It's a shortish ball. Paddock riding the bounce, plays it out to point, no run.
And we were in their company, Marker, for the first 2 test matches. Not only did he look lean, he looked $1 million. You could see his training program was probably better because he was more freely able to move and get the sort of cardio exercises up. He looks in great shape, and it was just a case of building these overs. I'm not saying before, I wasn't saying about he's not a very good bowler to left-handers, but I think that angle that he creates to the right-handers is more prominent.
Stokes is in once again. Paddock plays and dabs it down to third. They will take a single to Bashir. 301 for 3. The lead 83. What I would like to know is, he told us in Hyderabad he was not bowling in this series. So has he made such good progress that they've now allowed him, or was there always a little thought in the back of the mind that maybe not? We'll see. It would be interesting to know whether this has been a fluid situation or this was something in their planning all along.
No, fluid for me. I don't think there was ever a plan for him to bowl out here. I just think his pain threshold is very, very high. His ability to overcome injuries is good.
Stokes is in once again. It's a beauty to Sarfraz. Again, it seams away, beats the outside edge. It then dies a little bit and he bounces the second time before it gets to Folkes. But Stokes has got this ball to go off of the seam and he's delivering it. It's almost, if you imagine a clock face, the seam is almost going 10 to 4, then it kisses off the surface and that sends it jagging away off the angle. That was the same ball that got Rohit earlier.
Can you explain this to me? Because it looks like he's holding it for outswingers, but these aren't swinging away at all. They're pinging away off the pitch.
But I think because he's holding it for an outswinger, the way the seam is canted.
Stokes comes in once again. Sarfraz coming forward, guides it to backward point. Well fielded by Ollie Pope, and there's no run to end the over here on talkSPORT. So Harmy, continue explaining that. I'm making way for manners.
Where the seam is at such an angle, if you get it down perfect, ideally you get the ball to act. That's why Jimmy Anderson's been so good at getting the ball to nip back. It lands on the sort of corner of the seam. So if you're trying to sort of swing it conventionally, it's just tilted towards sort of first slip. But there, if you can get it to go that little bit more, that's more tilted toward third slip. But because you've got such a great wrist position and it comes down nicely, the backspin off the ball comes down nicely, the seam position is coming down, then all of a sudden it lands on the corner of the seam, and there's a good chance then it going that way or then it going that way. So you're landing on the sort of underneath part of the seam, the corner part of the seam, which then makes the ball deviate, which is perfect.
Jimmy Anderson continues, and that's driven in the air and just past cover. Devdutt Padikkal was not in control of that. That was he was lured into the cover drive. He's hit it in the air, and Jimmy Anderson is grimacing with frustration because that was almost a plan that worked.
Yeah, well, we know that they're aware that he's going to go through square on the offside. Just sort of throws his hands at it. They got fielders everywhere, and somehow he's found the gap there. They had it set up for him, but didn't quite work. So after your expert explanation of why that other ball seemed away, Ben Stokes is actually better against left-handers than he is right-handers. I thought you said the opposite.
He gets it to swing better against left-handers from around the wicket.
Yeah.
But at this minute in time, the way he's got the seam going, he's bowling better at right-handers. So then I'd use that.
305 for 3. Anderson in again. Padikkal leaves it alone, the 23-year-old. And he's 22 not out from 28 balls. 305 for 3.
Stokes bowls well left-handers round the wicket in England when the ball's swinging. Broad the seam comes round the wicket, it is more seam, but that create that angle. But when it's not swinging, Ben Stokes has got this bowling action, a bit like Courtney Walsh going right at the top, which gets the ball like a leg cutter to nip away to the right-handers.
Here's Anderson again, and that's punched off the back foot by Padikkal out towards cover. It's fielded by Tom Hartley, and for the second time he's knocked it on for 4. For the second time today. Hartley earlier saw one slip through his fingers on the boundary and onto the boundary for 4. This time he's tried to slide tackle it 3 or 4 yards inside the rope, somehow made enough of a hash of it to actually knock it onto the boundary for 4
just a little bit sloppy. I'm not going to stick the boot into Tom Hartley or Ashore Bashir. The way they've bowled and the way they've performed in this tour has been excellent for me. 2 young men on debut, but I think what we're seeing now which is natural, is mental fatigue. The human element of playing cricket at test match level, 5 test matches, you are going to get mentally fatigued, you are going to get mentally tired, and you do make mistakes. Drop catches, miss fields and things like that. So I'll give them a little bit of leeway. Still should have fielded it though.
Yeah. Anderson into Padikkal again, the left-hander up onto his toes, knocks it out to short mid-wicket. It's fielded by Shoaib Bashir. On our very first day in Hyderabad, at the beginning of the series, 2 days before the first test match, England were going through some fielding drills, and I didn't recognise Tom Hartley because I haven't seen him before live, and I was astonished 2 or 3 times, and I kept looking around to our written colleagues and Ali Martin and the like from The Guardian, and I said, who's that? Who is that? A couple of amazing pieces of fielding, and it was Tom Hartley. So he's a really gun fielder. He bats extremely well as well, and we've seen that on a number of occasions in this series. And so that's why I'm surprised that he's misfielded twice, and that's why I'm making a point of it. That one is punched away, super shot from Devdutt Padikkal out towards deep mid-wickets, just slightly over pitch from Jimmy Anderson, who's just not getting the swing that he's so reliant on in many ways, and is so just full and into the pads, doesn't deviate, comes straight off the middle of the bat out to mid-wickets. Nice shot though.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot from Padikkal. He really has. He's come in, hit the ground running as Padikkal, played some nice shots through the offside. Bit airy-fairy, some of them in the air, but that was a beaut, an absolute beaut. Pick off the legs. Surprised Jimmy's bowling around the wicket with it not swinging, and try and create the angle from over the wicket, but they're trying not to give Padikkal some room. You can see he's nice and comfortable outside off stump, but he played a beautiful shot off his legs there.
30 off 31 balls, Jimmy Anderson in just a solitary slip, a couple of close catches on the off and leg side, and this time he pushes it defensively to backward point. So the thing about India are 313 for 3, but Ben Stokes, 50 days after surgery and 9 months since just over 9 months since his last competitive delivery in any form of cricket, taking a wicket with his first ball back. The thing that gets me is his old ball skills. I mean, the ball was 60 overs old. It hasn't deviated off the straight all day. He comes on in the 61st over and gets it to seam.
He got it to seam, yeah. That's just talking to sort of Jarrod about, and the point I was trying to make is that Ben Stokes' wrist position at this minute in time, if they take the second new ball, he might get it to revert, he might get it to swing, which then going round the wicket to left-handers he's more comfortable with. But at this minute in time, it's not swinging. We can see that with Anderson, but he's such a great seam position when he gets it right high up. He is at the straightest point, at the top of his action. But because he's got this great wrist position that comes down the side of the ball, which then gets the ball to sort of leg cut Courtney Walsh style, I think that's why he's so important to right-handers.
Here's Ben Stokes once again. I wonder how many overs he'll allow himself to bowl here in this spell. This is his 6th, and first one is pushed away defensively, and there's no run.
He's been bowling for half an hour. I think that's what they're building them up to, bowling them for sort of half an hour, and whether that's continuous for half an hour or bowling overs in a half an hour period, I'm not so sure. But that's probably about 4 overs. If it's in half an hour and not in continuous, then he's probably looking at 4 overs. If it's half an hour continuous, you're probably looking at 6 overs he's been bowling.
Here is Stokes once again, and that's pushed out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and there's no run.
So because of the build-up and natural progression of what his program needs, then he probably hasn't bowled too much in the build-up to this test match with a view that he was going to bowl competitive overs. So if it's 10 competitive overs over the course of 5 days, where like 2 half-an-hour spells or 3 half-an-hour spells throughout the course of this match in practice, he's decided, right, no, I'm not going to do it in practice, I'm going to do it in match situation.
Here is Stokes once again, and that's clipped out to mid-wicket, and there's no run again. 313 for 3, lead is 95.
But I'd like to think that if he is allowed to bowl 10 overs across the match situation, he isn't going to do them all in one go. He probably doesn't need them to bowl many more than this last one. If he has got a program of a certain amount of overs he can bowl, I'd like to think he'd bowl 5 here, and then potentially if the second new ball is taken, he's got, if he's got a left-hander in, he can go around the wicket and take the ball away from a left-hander, which he's good at, or he can come back on and bowl his overs when the ball's a bit harder, and he potentially can get it to swing. So it just shows you the captaincy in him. He's running up to bowl. and he's seen somebody in the wrong position, so he's moved them out of the way. But like you said before, it was a beaut to get rid of Rohit Sharma, and possibly the England medic, sports scientist, one for a better word, strength and conditioning. He's out there on the boundary side now, keeping an eye on him.
Here's Stokes once again. Sarfaraz Khan up onto his toes, plays defensively. The other way of looking at it, Harmy, is that if you haven't used the lawnmower for 9 months and you finally get it started, maybe you just want to cut the whole lawn.
Yeah, cut the whole lawn.
Just get it done while the engine's running.
Yeah, but it's also going to eventually run out of petrol. Or somebody, more importantly, is going to pull the zip cord and is going to say, right, there's no electricity to stop it. Somebody's got to do that. So he's having a go at the fitness coach when Jeetan Patel was standing behind the bowler's arm,
which is really strange. Here's Stokes once again, and Sarfaraz Khan plays this one defensively. What is really strange is it's normally the batsmen who get distracted by people walking in front of the sight screen, not the bowler.
But I just wonder if Ben was telling him to get out of the way and leave because he doesn't really want to see him. And I think that possibly the strength and conditioning coach has made himself just push himself in Ben's eye line, just to remember you've bowled 5 already. We're keeping an eye on your workload. But
do you think that's what it was?
No, I don't think it is. I think they're bringing a drink. They were bringing a drink and a banana out for Shoaib Bashir.
Here is Stokes once again, and Sarfaraz Khan plays defensively straight back to the England captain. And there's no run. Sarfaraz Khan has 7 off 20. Devdutt Padikkal has 30 off 32 balls. India are 313 for 3. The whole tone of the day of the match, certainly of the session, was changed when England took 2 wickets in as many overs. Ben Stokes bowling his first delivery for 9 months. Bowled Indian captain Rohit Sharma for 103, and in the next over Shubman Gill, whose fellow centurion, was bowled by Jimmy Anderson for 110. My question about Shubman Gill is, for a super intelligent young man, highly educated, really articulate, well-spoken, smart, just a smart person as well as cricketer, why did he allow himself to get sucked into that verbal spat with Jimmy Anderson? We know what Jimmy's doing, getting himself fired up, and Shubman Gill has responded and got into it. Why didn't he just ignore him?
Yeah, don't get in a contest with Anderson. He's trying to tell him, I think Jimmy Anderson was just warning him about coming down the wicket, and the element of respect in the game has gone a little bit, but he wasn't doing that. He was trying to get Shubman Gill out of his comfort zone, putting something in his mind. Jimmy Anderson's putting something in the batter's mind, and Jimmy always comes through in that contest. It was a great contest. It was a good ball, by the way. He was late on it, was Shubman Gill. I just wonder if Jimmy was reminding him that he was 41. Have some respect, young man. I'm trying to bowl as fast as I possibly can. Shubman Gill might have been saying, "You're finished, pal. You're finished. You're bowling slow," and Jimmy's just nipped one straight through him. So, a little. It was a wry smile when Jimmy Anderson, eventually finished his celebration, and a little look towards Shubman Gill, and I think the 24-year-old was definitely beaten in a little contest of gamesmanship by the great man who is.
Shubman Gill might say that had nothing to do with it. The ball kept low and I missed it and it would have bowled me anyway. But it's hard not to reach the conclusion that it did have something to do with it, because he's got to 110, and and then Jimmy embroils him in a little spat. His Tom Hartley's back into the attack, and Padikkal plays defensively out on the offside, and it was the next over. I mean, Jimmy's got him into a spat and he's bowled him next over.
Yeah, he's got him into a little contest where Gill is now thinking of Anderson, but it kept a touch low. But he was done for pace. I think he was done for pace more than the sort of the ball not bouncing as high, and it looked as though the ball just gone too quickly through him.
Hartley to Padikkal on the back foot, punches it all wide of a diving. Is that Joe Root at mid-off?
I think it was Zach Crawley.
Zach
Crawley diving for it.
Anyway, he missed it. Even 6'4" Zach Crawley in the horizontal position couldn't get a hand on that one, and they've gone through for a single. Padikkal moves on to 31. Sarfaraz Khan has 7. India 314 for 3. closing in on the 100-run lead. 96 ahead with 7 wickets in hand, and still Ravindra Jadeja to come, and Dhruv Jurel, who has looked really quality with the bat. Been no mean glove man as well. And the pre-debut suggestions were that he was more of a batter who kept than and a genuine all-rounder, but his glove work has been immaculate. Sarfaraz Khan forward to Tom Hartley again and pushes him out on the offside. Sarfaraz Khan is 27. He's waited best part of a decade for this belated test debut in this series, and with a pair of half centuries in his very first match, he's certainly shown that he belongs. But he has chinks in his armour. It doesn't appear to have an all-round game. He was certainly uncomfortable against Mark Wood's pace, for example. I think he's a better player of spin. Here's Hartley to Sarfaraz Khan, who sweeps very well down to Jimmy Anderson at deep backward square, and they just go through for a single.
Yeah, there's an element of franticness with Sarfaraz Khan, a bit like an Ollie Pope, that early in his innings he's trying to get on with it. He's trying to find a tempo to bat. He's trying to find a balance at the crease. Movements going forward and coming back, especially against the seam bowler. And he does look more comfortable against spin. He batted really well in that innings where he got 250s.
Here's Hartley again, and Devdutt Padikkal pushes it out on the offside.
I think England are trying to exploit that franticness by trying to keep the pressure on him, by trying, dot balls, and the more dot balls in a row they get against Sarfaraz, the more they feel as though there's a mistake there. He might run past one, sweep one that's not quite there. So that looks as though the England's plan. There's more fielders come in for Sarfaraz than what there is for Padikkal.
Slipping a short leg, also a short catching mid-wicket, and Padikkal plays pretty much on the back foot here. Just shuffles right across the crease and takes half a step back, right in front of his stumps. And there is no run. He plays defensively. India 315 for 3. The drinks are being brought onto the field by Marcus Trescothick. In whites, of course. People might not know. That's a regulation. That's a Test cricket international regulation. Test cricket regulation. You have to wear whites.
Yeah, you have to enter the field of play exactly the same. Unless you're the medic, you have to enter the field of play exactly the same as the team would. Obviously, minus the high vis, and that's what obviously Trescothick and Gus Atkinson's got on. But anybody that hasn't seen it, there's a great thing on the England website, the England Twitter page or the England social media page, and just shows how much fun these guys have and try and create the environment. The environment's a great environment that Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have, but they had a little fielding competition between the players and the management before the Test match, and it was hilarious. Ollie Pope is given the catches. I think Chetan Patel was at first slip, Marcus Trescothick at second slip, Brendan McCullum at third slip, and Paul Collingwood at gully. And gully or backward point, and I think the management might have did them. Trez took Lazo. For me, Marcus Trescothick is the best slip fielder I ever played with, him alongside Michael DiVinito. But Chetan took a great catch. Trescothick took 2 very good catches. Colley, as you imagine, took a good one. And obviously McCullum, and they were creating an environment and a buzz between, I think the England slip cordon and then the management slip cordon. So, the say, the way that this group is together it was very much evident in that one video, because they were all egging each other on. They were all having a go at each other. There was loads of sort of fun and banter at the end of our long, arduous tour. And the management were just showing, well, we tell you what to do, but we can actually still do it from time to time.
Absolutely no disrespect to Joe Root, who's a very, very fine slipper, and Johnny Bairstow and Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett and whatever, but that management cordon. I tell you what, you wouldn't mind that.
No, you wouldn't.
Even at their age.
Even now, Trescothick, Trez dropped. I can't think of any, if any, many catches that Marcus dropped. Trescothick dropped. He was probably the the best slip fielder that I played with. Like I said, he just beat Michael Di. His wingspan was massive. He had great soft hands. Andrew Flintoff was a very, very good slip fielder as well. But Fred had more hard hands. Ball sort of hit his hands, and you felt as though he had a little bit harder hands, where Trescothick was somebody who just nice and comfortable, gobbled it up, and thank you very much. And them two together, Trescothick at first, Flintoff at second, they covered a lot of ground, and they didn't drop many catches during my time when I was because England bowling attack at that time created a hell of a lot of chances.
It's the size of your hands as well that helps, isn't it? Treasure's got very big hands, like Graham Smith, the former South African captain, huge hands.
Big hands. Freddie's got big hands as well. It does help. But saying that, Graham Thorpe was an excellent slip fielder when I first went into the England team, and Thorpe's got small hands. So Butch, another one. Butch is another one, had good soft hands. talkSPORT commentator. He's another very, very confident slip fielder. But
keep talking about slip fielders, because John Norman's got to.
Yeah.
I'm required elsewhere.
You are required elsewhere, but but when you come to this part of the world, it's so important that your catches around the bat are very, very good. You don't want to be dropping catches like Zach Crawley did a little bit earlier, but root it, slip, whether he's fielding it slip off the spin bowler or slip off the seam bowlers. Joe Root is a very, very good slip fielder, as well as short leg catching around the wicket, especially in the subcontinent, is very, very good in this team, because Ollie Pope is very good. We had Ian Bell, a low centre of gravity, small man, but great sideways movement, and he's had soft hands at that short leg. So you have to have very, very good, competent fielders in and around the bat, because especially when you go to this part of the world, if you do create a chance, boy, you have to gobble it up and take it. It's not like in England or in other parts of the world where seam movement, ball beats the bat quite regular, and they create more and more chances. And I think that's always the argument, whether Johnny Bairstow and Ben Foakes, and that's why England go with the best gloveman from a standing up catching point of view, and go with Ben Foakes.
It's 315 for 3 if you're just joining us on talkSPORT 2. India's lead 97. It looks as ominous as the mountains behind this picturesque ground. Host for the fifth test, as Mark Wood is pitching a delivery up to Sarfraz Khan, who comes forward, and Stokes fields at mid-off. Khan and Padakal at the crease, 8 from 23. He hasn't looked quite right so far in his innings. Sarfraz Khan, Padakal though has mixed some ambitious stroke play. He's looked a little bit tentative with his footwork at times. Tall man coming in at 6'3", young man as well, but he's had a career. He's had a few ups and downs along the way to this, his first test for India, and it's Wood again seeking if he can pick up where Anderson and Stokes left off, inside portion of the bat, inside edge from Sarfraz Khan onto his pads, and there's a little yelp from the bowler Wood, who loses his footing, as we see quite often from Mark Wood. Picks himself up, just marks his guard, and starts to walk back to the top of his mark. Good morning to you, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, good morning, John. This is a good move from Ben Stokes, because I think Sarfraz has struggled against Mark Wood's pace, and not bowling short at him. I think the area he needs to bowl at him is the top of the stumps, top of the knee roll, Sarfraz Khan, because I think sometimes his head falls over, and that extra pace.
One slip in place then, short from Wood, ducks. That does. That's Sarfraz Khan, no run and no real danger. Also a good move to bring himself off as well. 5 overs, he's got the wicket, but there was a danger, as it always is with Stokes, that he would go maybe 1 or 2 overs too many, and he hasn't done that today.
No, he hasn't, and I think that's the right move, and I think it gives him an option potentially to come back a little bit later on with 10 overs from 8 and a bit overs from the second new ball. He could come on with that second new ball if there's a left-hander in Jadeja bowling around the wicket to get it to swing, or to get the conventional swing, because that's and bowling 3 or 4 more overs then.
This is cut away on the front foot by Sarfraz Khan. No run, can't beat cover. 315 for 3. The series and the session. Well, the session, not really the series, but the session given a little bit of life with those 2 quick wickets straight after the lunch break. Ben Stokes bowling his first competitive delivery since the 1st of July 2023 at Lord's Ashes Test, and with his first ball removing his opposite number, the India skipper Rohit Sharma with a beaut of a delivery, which pitched and off, and instead of travelling on, straightened and took out off stump as Sarfaraz Khan covers the line of off stump himself and just pushes this into the leg side. No run.
That's the area. That's a brilliant area from Mark Wood. Sarfaraz Khan, yes, he's waited a long time. He's 27-year-old, averages very, very well in first-class cricket in the Ranji Trophy, but he's not played against pace like Mark Wood. And, you know, hasn't played a great deal in the IPL, not been as successful in the IPL. So this is the area that you want Mark Wood to be bowling. Top of the stump, see if he can nip one through. Sarfaraz Khan staying leg side the ball. I'm not sure he fancies the pace. If you go too short, he's easier. He's a small man, can get underneath it. So it's got to be at the stumps, half, 3/4 of the way up, or at the top of the stumps. Make him use his bat.
Last ball of Woods over, yet to concede a run, and it will be a maiden as Sarfaraz Khan plays it very correctly. Deep in his crease, on the back foot, defends, and a little purse of the lips from Sarfaraz Khan, almost belying just a modicum of stress that may be going through his mind at the moment. India in a very, very strong position, but of course with big guns to come back, the likes of Virat Kohli and KL Rahul, even possibly Rishabh Pant. Khan needs to make this count. He knows that. There's a lot of batters wanting to make their way back into this India Test side, and whilst India are in a very dominant position and the series is won, and England are still searching for wickets, and Sarfaraz Khan doesn't want to be the one to give them it.
No, he doesn't want to be the one. I think England are still just in this game. Still just. I know they're 97 runs behind, but I think they're just still in this game. This partnership goes to another 20, 30, 40 more runs, and then that could be it for England.
Around the wicket from Tom Hartley, and this sees Padakal playing again deep in his crease, gets the bat round and defends to the leg side, but it just skips on. And he would have been absolutely gone for all money if he hadn't managed to get the bat round in front of the pads, pushing this ball away. Slip in place for Padakal, and a short leg again. Seems to be hurried slightly, but full face of the bat. England know if they are going to have any chance whatsoever, it's right here and right now, as Alex Tudor joins me in the commentary box, replacing Steve Harmison. Jarrod Kimber's just nipped out to get a little bit of breakfast. 8 overs until the second new ball if England decide to take it, as this is a little bit more assured from Padakal, who on the occasion of his debut Test match just props forward. Big man, 6'3", had a little spell out of the game with some stomach issues a couple of years back. He had a loss of form. He was dropped from his IPL side. He transferred from Rajasthan Royals to the Lucknow Super Giants in December, as he's down the track, not looking to go over the top. He actually pushes this ball out into the offside. I'm not sure he got the bat down and hit the ball before it hit the pad. There's a yelp from behind the stumps as Ben Foakes raised an arm, querying whether possibly it's worth a shout, because Hartley again is in. Pitched up, and this is driven by Padakal to mid-off where it's fielded. 1 run taken, score ticks along. 316 for 3 then India. So 2 wickets at the start of the session, and England, who lost 6 wickets in the afternoon session yesterday, are on the hunt for more. Is it a given they'll take the second new ball? Alex Tudor, as Hartley about to deliver his final ball of this over, unless he oversteps. And again, it's floated up there. 4th stump line, draws Sarfaraz Khan forward, who can't beat Hartley himself, who fields, and that brings us to the end of the over. And India find themselves 98 runs ahead on first innings, 7 wickets in hand, 316 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you would think, you know, new balls available very soon. You're thinking, do you take it? I suppose I would do. You know, as I said, You know, Padikal's 32 from 41. Sarfraz Khan is 8 from 29. And you're thinking, look, he's still fresh in his innings. But Mark Wood's bowling now. Jimmy's had a spell. Stokes has had a spell. But then I reckon the spinners will most probably prefer to bowl with the newer ball. Possibly. They may not take it straight away. They may wait a while. Or I may be wrong.
Well, don't go anywhere, listeners, because we will find out the answer to the question, which Alex Tudor has danced all around, giving me 15 different options and not actually nailed his master any of them. But hey.
Me as if I was captain, I would take the new ball.
There we go.
There you go.
They're not going to take it, are they?
No. And that's why I was never captain. And when I was...
Did you ever captain?
I did. I was captain of London Schools, and then my dad said I had to relinquish captaincy because I was too aggressive.
Round the wicket, Mark Wood to the left-handed Padikal, who pops this out to point. He's 32 from 42. Are you of the... I mean, there aren't that many fast bowler captains, are there?
It was... Like great Bob Willis. There wasn't many, no. But I was, you know, back in the day, you know, when, oh, you're the best player, you'll be captain. And when I was at London Schools, it was more out of frustration. So if someone missed field, if someone weren't bowling properly, I had to score all the runs, I had to get all the wickets. And my dad says, son, that's not what a leader does. That's not as in the way I used to carry on.
One slip in place, and Padikal is beaten past the outside edge. He's playing defensively, but that doesn't go too far from the bat. And they're the kind of moments that England need to see go their ways. Touch flat-footed. He's guessing a little bit. And this ball has actually moved a touch away from the left-hander.
I'm just surprised with his technique. I mean, he's an elegant player, as Padikal, but I just think if someone of his stature on this wicket should be trying to get himself forward. Literally plays from the crease and then trusts his hands. He's got beautiful hands. He sort of punches through on the offside, but he should be getting forward.
It's not the bounciest of tracks, is it? There's Wood again, short delivery and ducked by Padikal, who's 32 from 43. He actually started out as an opener, did Padikal, but he's had to move down the order in red ball and white ball cricket as his career has progressed.
Yeah, just, you know, normally when someone's playing from the crease, it's because, you know, they're worried about the bounce and they just want to ride with it and stuff. But when there's a wicket, it's not, you know, bowlers are really having to dig it deep to get it above shoulder height. And with his stature, you should be telling the bowler, I'm coming at you. And if you want to bowl short, good luck.
Here is Wood again, short again. And Padikal on the back foot there, and he kind of plays at a delivery. And it's kind of shot that's only going to get you into trouble. You're never going to get many runs for it. He picks out backward point. I mean, there's only one slip in place, I suppose. But again, he just seems to be caught in two minds.
And when you've got someone bowling extreme pace, this is what can happen. You get sort of a muddled mind, really. Generally, you're thinking you can leave that. That's not threatening stumps, not threatening anything. You can leave it. And when someone's bowling at 144 and above, you start to play at balls that you shouldn't really be playing at.
England are trying to get the ball changed again. I'm not sure they're going to be able to just yet. I mean, we've only got got 6.2 overs until the second new ball is available to them. India, who started the day well in front, continue to be so despite those two wickets, as this ball is tucked off the pads by Padikal. He'll just take a single, moves to 33. That brings Sarfraz Khan onto strike for the final ball of Mark Wood. 11th over, yet to pick up a wicket. The wickets today have gone the way of Anderson, who dismissed Shubman Gill for 110. The over after Rohit Sharma had been dismissed by Ben Stokes for 103. Shoaib Bashir, who picked up the wicket of Jaiswal yesterday, should have taken the wicket of Sharma today, but the Indian captain was put down at leg slip by Zach Crawley, went on 68. And apart from a tough caught and bowled opportunity that went the way of Stokes from Sarfraz Khan, only for the batter to have overstepped, so wouldn't have counted. It hasn't been a great deal for England today, as their Tudes, which is one of the reasons why that wicket, when it came, first ball of Stokes' spell, was such a surprise. It was a quality delivery as Khan will take a single to square leg. He moves to 9.
It's one of those deliveries as a batter you just do not want. As I said, he creates those angles. Does Ben Stokes when he bowls past the perpendicular, so he's not from straight, like slight angles, so the ball's always appearing like it's coming in. But because he's got a fantastic wrist, the ball goes away. And he played down absolutely the wrong line, did Rohit Sharma. As you said, Ben Stokes writes his own scripts. Good to see him back bowling. Obviously, he did allude, Andrew McKenna in his commentary, saying that he did tell the press that he will not be bowling in this series.
You mean he lied? He lied to Macca?
I can't believe they believed him.
Macca, you don't lie to Macca.
You do not do that. You're going to hold it against him. I'm sure they'll ask him a question when he gets the opportunity at some stage. Ben, but you told me you weren't going to bowl.
The cameras are picking up the cable car going up the side of one of these mountains. Now, Alex Tudor won't get into a lift. I wonder... Tude, did you get into that cable car?
Yeah, that's fine. I can see out of it.
Really? So that's how it works? As long as you can see... What about Tude? What about the underground?
Yeah, fine.
Really?
Yep. Getting a lift in Primark and other, obviously, department stores. But if you've got a glass lift... If you
Primark?
Yeah, my wife likes. Yeah, we go Primark. Yeah. What's wrong with Primark, mate?
There's nothing wrong with it.
Let's get back to the cricket because Sarfraz Khan has just latched onto a half tracker from Tom Hartley.
You nearly lost your shot.
Stop talking about Primark, Tudes. 4 more runs to the bat, and England's deficit now 104 runs, 322 for 3. Back to the Primark chat.
That was the Primark of cricket balls. That was a half tracker from a left arm finger spinner, just humped away. I just thought.
Look, you know the colours are going to be good for about 4 weeks.
Full and pushed up to mid-off by Sarfraz Khan. Did you just say humped away?
Yeah.
Just to continue the Primark of commentary delivery.
About 4 weeks. If you wash it more than 3 times, you're struggling. But, so Primark, they've got these big glass lifts. They're fine. Okay. I will get in those. I can see out. If I'm stuck, hello, can you help me?
Famously, Primark have the glass lifts.
Could have gone with Charlie in the great glass elevator. That was a see-through lift, wasn't it? Forward is Padikal, pushes up to mid-off for a single. There's actually a misfield by Shoaib Bashir, loses the ball momentarily, but remain a single, the lead 106. What's going on there?
The whole thing gets more ridiculous because there is someone called Jessica who puts up photos on my Discord channel of the live stream, and so he's literally now making faces to see if she's going to pull them up. I think
it's my natural reaction. If you know my dad, this is how we roll.
On the sweep is Sarfraz, and that just evades deep mid-wicket, who jumps in the air. Is Zach Crawley, and if any fielder is going to be able to successfully take a steepling catch at that position, surely it's he. It's just a fraction too high for the fielder though. Flat batted slog sweep from Sarfraz Khan. It just drops over the fielder's head and away for 4.
Well, we said he'll be entertaining when he comes to the wicket. He hasn't disappointed. Taking on the man at deep mid wicket. Sort of 3/4 in, sort of that no man's land really.
Yeah, if he was just in from the boundary it would have gone straight down his throat, but of course he wouldn't have gone for the shot there as Sarfraz Khan again stretching forward, and he sweeps along the ground this time, and he moves to 19. The score 329 for 3. And I tell you what, if you're listening to us here on talkSPORT 2, we've got Macca coming back onto comms, we've got Primark chat. We've got a whole host of listeners wondering what the hell a Discord channel is. What exactly Tubes is mugging off to. Macca can explain that as well. We've got 1 ball left of the over, so steel yourself. As Hartley is in, and it's defended by Padikal, who remains 34 not out. The lead is 111 for India, and they're 329 for 3. Back to the Discord chat now, and then it'll be Macca with a bit of sense and sensibility for the next 20 minutes.
I mean, I don't even know. Discord is like a chat group that you can have privately so that people sort of have them and So people who follow my work go on a Discord channel, and Jessica, who takes a lot of screenshots, hello Jessica, who takes a lot of screenshots of us while we're doing this, of our various reactions, is now currently obsessed with shoots because you do more reactions than anyone else.
So in my family, my dad and my uncles, they're very, when they talk with expression with their hands, and that's how I am. So apparently she enjoys the way I express. So hi Jess.
Anyway, I'm still getting over the fact that you can go on a lift if it's got windows.
Well, what's wrong with that? I don't like to be enclosed, like where you can't see out. You know, I go back to when I watch Die Hard. So when I go into a lift, I have to prop the top.
Meanwhile, Mark Wood comes into bowl and Sarfraz bumps him back over his head for 3 bounces and 4. Sarfraz is going to maintain some degree of normality even if the commentary isn't. He goes to 23. India 333 for 3, leading by 115.
Yeah, beautiful shot this. Slightly on the up, I suppose, in the end. But I think what they're doing at the moment is that they settled down that pressure that England were putting on them, and now they're thinking we're 5 overs from the new ball. Let's try and get 30 or 40 runs in that period and put a little pressure back on England, just because that was the one period of the game where India, it's not that they weren't on top, but they weren't rolling over England like they had been for pretty much every other moment of this game.
Mark Wood in once again. Sarfraz from the crease pushes into the offside. Both batters take a couple of steps down before the cry of no comes from Sarfraz, and they will stay where they are. I feel like the boss had just given me the ultimate hospital pass here, but anyway. 3-3-3 for 3. India resuming today, 135 for 1. Rohit and Shubman Gill both going on to complete hundreds. 103 for Rohit, 110 for Shubman Gill. Rohit, the first man out to the first ball that Ben Stokes bowled in the match and the series. Yes, you heard that right. Ben Stokes is bowling again. It's Mark Wood going in, bowls a short ball, and Sarfraz ducks down underneath it and goes up and over the slips, playing the ramp. Hartley can't prevent it going for 4, down at third. Well, the IPL's a few weeks away. It feels like Sarfraz is getting into gear already. He's 27 not out with a ball that he looked like he was trying to evade, and he just left the bat there and let it roll up the face and guide it on.
Yeah, he's played that beautifully. It's not quite got up as high as he had thought. Mark Wood's skiddy, bowling with good pace. Sarfraz was able to guide it down, and Tom Hartley's had a little bit of a nightmare there. He had one in the first session.
Was that Hartley again?
Yeah.
So that's his third.
Wood in. Sarfraz is playing from the crease. It basically hits him on the thigh. Wobbles out actually down the pitch, and Sarfraz was taking 2 or 3 steps, which leads Mark Wood to come sprinting down and kick the ball at the stumps. He's actually missed them, so there is no run out, and India's lead remains 119.
There's certain players that just get the fielding side going. I think Sarfraz seems to do that because he sort of ambles out of his crease after the ball hits him in his inner thigh, and Mark Wood's like, I'm running through where I'm going to try and kick the ball onto the stumps. Then says a little word as he walks past him. So it just seems he's getting people a little bit fired up, Sarfraz. Mark Wood's bowling with good pace. That delivery was just under 148 Ks.
He's on his way again. Mark Wood, slightly wider on the crease. Again, it's angling in towards off stump. There's not a huge amount of foot movement there from Sarfraz. He's totally trusting hand-eye coordination, and he plays it up to mid on no run.
It's funny you mentioned that, because we've been talking about Devdutt Padikkal not coming on the front foot very much, or even when he does, not actually coming forward with it. I just had a look. There, 191 centimetres is Devdutt Padikkal. Sarfraz is listed as 164. I don't know how much I trust that. Ben Duckett's listed at 167, maybe with a hat on and
and spikes.
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure about all these heights, but there's essentially a foot difference between the two batters at the crease.
Yeah. Mark Wood in. Sarfraz playing again from the crease, both feet inside the crease line, turns it on the onside to Johnny Bairstow at mid-wicket, no run.
And usually that would be, if you look at Duckett and Crawley batting, that's huge. Crawley hits everything near the crease, Duckett hits everything near the crease, and Crawley hits everything about 2 metres away from the crease. That's not the case with these two, because they're both actually, their interception points are very, very close. They hit the ball under their eyes right at that crease moment. So it's a good partnership in that one's a left-hander, one's a right-hander, one's tall, one's short. But actually, there's maybe not as much difference in the lengths that you have to bowl to both players, just because of the fact that Devdutt doesn't really use his height in the way that a lot of modern batters do.
End of the over here on talkSPORT 2. 3-3-7 for 3 India. Wicket for Anderson, wicket for Bashir yesterday, wicket for Stokes. As I was just saying, yes, Ben Stokes is bowling again. First ball he sent down today, he removed Rohit Sharma's off stump. Hartley is about to start his 25th over. He's 0 for 83 so far. There's Ollie Pope under the helmet at short leg. Joe Root is at slip. And Hartley just waits, gets the grip right of the ball in his hand and goes in and bowls. Sarfraz looks like he's about to do something unbelievably violent, launching it over the leg side, but in the end just dabs it out on the offside, no run. Put on 58 already, these two, from 84 balls. Sarfraz 27, Padikkal 34. Hartley, left arm around. Padikkal's playing defensively on the line of leg stump. Bowler fields in his follow through, no run. Don't forget the Championship football this evening on talkSPORT 2. Sheffield Wednesday Leeds coming your way. While over on talkSPORT, it's the boxing. Anthony Joshua in action. And you can also have the watch along for that as well. So choose your options in terms of staying in touch with that. Stay with us here on talkSPORT 2 for the cricketers. Hartley bowls left arm around the wicket. Padikkal deep in his crease, punching to long on. Duckett will field there, single taken. 3-3-8 for 3.
Yeah, things just seem to have settled down a little bit after that pressure from Anderson and Stokes with the ball. India's lead now ticks over to 120. England still got 7 wickets to try and get.
Hartley, left arm around to the right-handed Sarfraz, who plays it out on the offside and sets off immediately for a single that Padikkal's got no interest in him whatsoever.
Yeah, not much backing up going on. If they went straight away, it was definitely a single. Padikkal sort of sitting on his back.
Hartley just waits, now turns to come into bowl to the right-hander once again, and this occasion Sarfraz is going across his stumps, turning it onto the leg side quietly, takes the single. 3-3-9 for 3.
Just on Padikkal, just having a look at where he bats in first-class cricket. So John said before he was an opener, which is fine. He's batted a little bit at number 3. This is his second professional innings at number 4. So he's batted at number 4 one time before this, and he's batted at number 6 one time. So he really is a proper top order player. You know, India keeps picking top order players and then trying to make them into middle order players.
Well, Padikkal is coming forward to Hartley, bowling left arm around, pushing it out into the offside. Bashir will field, and there is no run. 77 overs gone, 3-3-9 for 3. And the reason I mentioned 77 overs, of course, in 3 overs time, the new ball will be there, and that's potentially one of the reasons that Padikkal maybe gets picked, because obviously if you're a middle order player after a very solid start, you'd potentially then come up against the new ball, and he's well set and well versed and more than able to deal with it. 3-3-9 for 3. England, of course, 218 all out yesterday in 57 overs and 5 balls. Well, India are virtually 20 overs past that. They've had 77 overs of this innings, and Mark Wood is going to continue with his 13th over. Therefore, he's unlikely to take the new ball if England take it straight away at 80, because it'll already be, what, 3 or 4 overs into a spell, and that would be quite long, even though it's cooler and therefore not as hard on the body. But they only want to put Mark Wood through 4 or 5 over spells maximum, really. Here he comes, right arm over to Sarfraz. It's down the leg side, clip through mid-wicket. There's a couple of fielders out there, but it's a retrieval mission, because Sarfraz has timed the cover off of that. He's not lashed at it at all. It's pure timing, all off the middle, all along the floor. 4 more to India, 3:43 for 3.
Yeah, just Mark Wood straining his line onto Shalfrad's pads. Played beautifully through mid-wicket. And it races to the boundary, just using his pace. Just look there when I was watching Mark Wood.
He comes in once again, short ball, Sarfraz takes it on, into the leg side, over the leg side, 5 rows back into the stand for 6. The over has gone 4-6 from Mark Wood. Sarfraz has gone to 38.
He's bowled that slightly quicker, but it's gone even further. He's dug this one in, Sarfraz has rocked on the back foot, rolled his wrist over it. He's elevated it, because that's what he wanted to do. And it's gone over deep square, into the stands for 6. 10 off 2. He's going to keep running in, though. Here's Mark Wood. Just going back to that first delivery, it looks like he collapsed a little bit when he bowled that one, which he normally doesn't do. He normally braces that front leg.
Wood in once again, right arm over. Sarfraz off the hip, guides it down to Bashir at long leg. Single taken, 350 up for India. And therefore they extend that lead that little bit further. Sarfraz has got 39, Padikkal 35.
Yeah, they've weathered the little storm that England had. And Stokes and Anderson were in that spell, scoring freely. Quite hard for Ben Stokes and his team to stop the run flow. Got to think he's still got Jadeja, Ashwin to come in to cause some havoc.
Yeah, absolutely. The lead 1-3-2 at the moment, with power to add. Wood around the wicket to the left-handed Padikkal, who's beaten on the outside edge by a decent amount, the sort of amount actually that you would think potentially he's leaving, but he most definitely wasn't. He was playing the line of the stumps, and it beats him and goes through to folks behind, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was a great delivery round the wicket to the left-handed Padikkal, and that natural angle that coming round the wicket gives you, so it's sparing into the left-hander, and it just tells away. Beautiful delivery from Mark Wood, and he's given a lot of effort for his team and Ben Stokes. Just need a little bit more luck.
Padikkal waits for Mark Wood. He plays defensively, opening the blade down to Bashir at 3rd, and will take a single to take him to 36. India 351 for 3. Interestingly, Padikkal at 36 is the lowest scorer in the Indian innings so far. He would be the 2nd top scorer in the England innings.
Yes.
Jaiswal 57, Rohit 103, Gill 110, Sarfraz 39 not out.
Yeah, massive contrast, isn't it? The way that both teams have batted. They've played very well, India.
12 runs from this over already, thanks to the 4 and 6 that got things going. Final ball of the over, and Mark Wood comes in past the umpire and bowls, and Sarfraz is just again using his hand-eye coordination to just bump that into the offside and take a single. Ends the over, 78 gone, so the brand new cherry will be available in 2 overs time. India 352 for 3. Sarfraz 40 from the 46 balls he's faced, 36 from 54. For Padikkal, Alex Tudor has moved out. Steve Harmison has moved back in as India's lead goes up to 134.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good partnership this between Padikkal and Sarfraz. Sarfraz, he looked a bit shaky early on, but more and more comfortable at being at the crease, especially against the seamer. He looked very comfortable against the spinner, but he looked a bit shaky against the seamer. But that last over there, gone for the big shot down the ground, and then for the big 6 just to put the pressure back on to the bowler. But it's a lead now, I think, is starting to get out of hand from England's point of view. Do they take the second new ball? Well, 22 minutes till the tea break. You possibly could get 2 bites of the cherry, or a little bit extended spell from Anderson with that second new ball, but Woods was bowled, so it'll be interesting to see with the decision that Ben Stokes makes.
Well, Bashir will bowl the 79th. Sarfraz has launched it into the offside, gets a thick outside chunk of the bat, and it'll fly down to deep backward point. Mark Wood will pull it back in a metre or so inside the rope. Well, Sarfraz, I mean, he completely lost his shape on that one. The saving grace was he was giving it so much it flew to safety in the end.
Yeah, it did, and a little bit of the way England's demise was yesterday was ball was thrown above the eye line, given a bit of width, sent to the batter. Right, you have a go. When to play a big shot, you've got to keep your shape, and you've got to time it well. And unfortunately, England succumbed, and that was a little bit like England yesterday. He's getting away with one there, has Sarfraz.
He's gone to 42. Bashir comes in again. That's a better looking shot. Just gently easing into the ball, pings it down to Ben Duckett at long on all along the floor and takes the single. 3-5-5 for 3.
That Sarfraz shot is worse than the Joe Root shot when he played the reverse scoop. Like, it's got like a much lower chance of success. It doesn't really make any sense why you would play that shot at that stage or anything else. It was it was just horrendous, but it won't be remembered as a bad shot in the same way.
No, it won't. It definitely won't be remembered. Might have been if it got out, because then there'll be a question mark. There's still a question mark on Sarfraz's place going forward in his Test match career.
Bashir is around the wicket to the left-handed Padikal. He turns it towards Ollie Pope at short leg. Pope diving away to his left-hand side, stops it, no run.
Especially with having two, I think, players, questionable players coming back into play. KL Rahul and Virat Kohli. Two world-class players to come back into this side.
Bashir around the wicket to Padikal. Stays deep in the crease. Punches to straight mid-wicket, and they'll take a single. India's lead 1-3-8, 3:56 for 3.
They're not bad options, are they? Just waiting in the wings to come back in. You mentioned they're questionable whether they bring them back or not. They've got to building a beautiful side. Padikal's shown he's got the right temperament for it. Sarfraz has come in and made a couple of 50s, so the stocks are high for India.
You're suggesting Virat has to go back to Ranji Trophy,
Possibly,
get a couple of knocks?
Possibly. Jay Shah said if they don't play Ranji Trophy, they can't be up for selection. I think there might be the odd one that misses out that way.
Bashir is in, bowling right arm over to Sarfraz. Turns it up to Stokes at straight, short, mid-on. And there will be no run taken there. Yeah, quick, Virat, how do you fancy a spot in the India A team? Just to find your touch again. Imagine that conversation may be fairly short. Final ball of the over. Oh, it's way down leg side from Bashir. Sarfraz tries to help it on this way and ends up hitting the back of the bat and stopping it. End of the over. 79 gone. 3:56 for 3.
Yeah, that conversation will be an interesting one. I think Virat would possibly say, well, if you want me to play Ranji Trophy, I'm captain. We win the toss, bat first, and I'm going to bat for 4 days. I'm not bothered about result. You want me to play here, I'll bat for 4 days and I'll get as many runs as I possibly can. But what a proposition it is, though, joking aside, to have KL Rahul, who was a smashing player and one of the all-time greats, in my opinion. I think the best modern great, because of what he's had to deal with and how he's had to play his cricket, all formats of the game. I think Virat Kohli has been the best player in the world in the last 10-15 years. And there's personal issues that's going with him, and we wish him well, and just have him back playing international cricket again will be great. It'll be interesting to see where he stands when it comes to the IPL, but I think with India playing Australia, that fantastic bowling unit, you add KL Rahul and Virat Kohli to this, and I think that's going to be a humdinger of a series.
Well, I asked you earlier on about Joe Root not getting a bowl. Joe Root is now going to get a bowl. It may be a 1 over special. It may be this is a 1 over to get him warmed up to continue with the new ball.
I think the new ball, yeah. I think Joe Root's bowl with the new ball. And I'm not sure Hartley is as comfortable with the new ball or lacquer on it. I know Bashir isn't comfortable with it. So I think if they were going to save overs for Joe Root, then you possibly get him a 3 or 4 over spell, 1 with the old ball, 3 with the new ball. Get Anderson on the other end. You've got 18 minutes to the lunch break, so Jimmy can have a couple of goals either side of the interval, and I think that works out best for Ben Stokes. And then if Root's going well, he carries on. If not, you get the spinners on.
Here he is then, around the wicket to the left-handed Padikal. Perfectly respectable, bringing his man forward, homing in towards off stump. Joe Root underway with his first bowl in this match. England using a sixth bowler. Root gives that one a little bit of air, bringing Padikal forward, drives in towards the covers. Bairstow Fields no run.
A story about the winning the toss in an A game and then batting for a couple of days. It reminded me of a tour game that India played.
Root around the wickets. Padikal's trying to play this leg side, can't, no run.
I can't remember what the situation was, but the Victorians and the Indians had a disagreement before this tour game, and Brad Hodge took it really, really personally. And so India made 266 on day one, and then Brad Hodge batted for 2.5 days, but faced 380 balls for 264.
Root is forward, Padikal opens the blade, guides it to third, and will take one, and only one. He goes to 38. India 3-5-7 for 3.
And he did it completely on purpose because he was so frustrated with something that India had done. I can't remember what it was. Ganguly. Yeah, it was Ganguly had done something at the toss that they had. I think they'd agreed on something where you bat on day one, we'll bat on day two, you bat on day three, we'll bat on day four, because both teams needed the practice. And then India said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to play it like a proper game. And so Brad Hodge batted for 2.5 days. And there are all these Indian fans coming down, desperate to see Sachin Tendulkar bat, and the other little master wouldn't go out.
It's not like Hodgie to be stubborn.
Not at all.
Great man. Brad Hodge, great man.
It was an incredible knock, to be fair, but geez, it was quite clear what he was doing.
Root around the wicket to Sarfraz, and that one I think slipped out the hand a little bit because it ended up as a loopy full toss. Sarfraz though only finds Bashir at backward square and can't get a run from it.
Ian Harvey made 71 off 126 balls, might have been his slowest innings in his entire life.
Root around the wicket, Sarfraz back down the pitch to Joe Root to end the over. So we have got to 80 overs. We'll get the signal on the new ball or not fairly shortly. Some more thoughts from Harmy, and Neil Manthorp will take you through to tea.
Yeah, I remember in 2002, Allan Border Field in Brisbane. Is it Allan Border Field? Allan Border Oval. I think it's Allan Border Field, I think it is. And I think Steve Waugh turned up halfway through the game when England played. Wasn't sure if it was an Australian A or a select 11, but he basically said, you're not declaring. I mean, it was the flattest wicket going. Martin Love got runs. I'm sure Martin Love got runs, and he made sure that the Australian team kept the England team out in the field for as long as they possibly can. I mean, it was flat. And England I think we feel it for about 2 days, 2.5 days in a 3-day game. Just made sure before the first test we stayed out there as long as you possibly can. So sometimes warm-up games go against you. There's no warm-up games now at all in international cricket, and England have decided to take the new ball with Shoaib Bashir, which is a little bit of a surprise because I'm not sure he does feel as comfortable with the lacquer on the ball.
It's more than a little bit of a surprise, isn't it? We thought Jimmy Anderson would do this job. Here's Bashir then. First delivery round the wicket to the left-handed Padikal. And there's a yelp that no doubt you've heard, but it's not an appeal because there was an inside edge. It's flicked the inside edge of the bat onto the pad. It's a bizarre concept that... I mean, even the talk. Here's Bashir again, Padikal forward, playing defensively, no run. As you were saying, Jarrod, it is bizarre, isn't it, that two captains would agree before a competitive first-class match that this is how it'll play out. We'll each bat for this many overs. I mean, it's an alien concept, I think, to many sports that actually, a competitive game would be basically turned into an elongated practice session. Bashir in once again. It's punched off the back foot by Padikal out towards mid-wicket. I knew that you would. I knew you would respond. You're going to give me lots of examples of other sports where it happens.
No. What I was going to say is that it's incredible to think a player of Brad Hodge's status would be playing against the Indian touring team because, by that stage, I think that was 2003, 2004. Quite often they weren't particularly good teams. You remember, was it 2013-14 when England turned up to Alice Springs to play a game, and Australia picked the most random collection of guys from club cricket to play against them, and England were really, really annoyed and made a big point about how these cricketers weren't very good, and of course that fired up all the cricketers.
Bashir in again, and there is power swept by Sarfraz Khan. We have spoken about what a good player of spin he is compared to the uncertainty with which he plays pace. But my goodness, he knows how to deal with a spinner, and that's powered to the square leg boundary. He's on 47.
Excellent shot from Sarfaraz Khan. A little bit straighter, a little bit shorter in length from Shoaib Bashir. Just dragged it down a touch. It was an excellent shot from Sarfaraz Khan. I really struggle to understand why. I know Jimmy Anderson probably will take the new ball straight after the tea break, but if that was the case, then just don't take the new ball.
India's lead is now a massive 144, 362 for 3. The other apparent weakness in Sarfaraz Khan's batting game, is his running.
Oh, he's running. He's terrible. He is terrible. Not only does he run on the pitch, but
which he's just been warned for.
Been warned for, yeah. But he's like a tail ender, isn't he? He struggles with his running between the wickets. He's a massive ball watcher. I don't think Indians, Pakistan, Sri Lanka are like that now, but they were in bygone years.
Swept again by Sarfaraz Khan in the air this time. Same place, same result, and he's got 50. And he's quite the showman as well, is Sarfaraz Khan. Anybody'd think he just scored 150. I wouldn't say he's acknowledging the applause so much as milking it.
Yeah, he's milking it. He's excitable. His third 50 of his short career. Somebody who looked a little bit frantic in his first 25 balls, he now looks, especially against the spin, more accomplished, more comfortable. Some very, very good sweep shots. He's been told off by Joel Wilson about he's running between the wickets. I think in years gone by, players from the subcontinent were renowned for struggling between the wickets running, but I think that's gone. But he's definitely an old school runner between the wickets. He does ball watch a hell of a lot, but he's now getting himself in a position where they have got great players coming back, but he's certainly enhancing his reputation to be back being one of the sort of first names off the sheet if there was an injury or loss of form to one of the more established players who are coming back in K. Rahul and Virat Kohli.
366 for 3. His first-class record is astonishing, Harmy, and I'm sure you asked a few people yourself. I certainly asked all of my Indian friends and cricketing colleagues, media colleagues in India, why it was that he hadn't made his debut. He was included in the squad for the Hyderabad Test, wasn't he? Here's Jimmy Anderson, then he is taking the new ball at the other end, and this one is pushed away out on the onside.
I think the thing to remember is he actually wasn't always a good first-class player. I know that sounds ridiculous because he has like the 4th highest first-class average of all time. But he had quite a few years where he didn't make any runs. There were behaviour issues. Obviously, the team was getting fitter. He's not that kind of an athlete. All those sorts of things were happening back-to-back. And then he averaged about 120 for 3 years in a row. And, you've got someone like Patidar coming through, Devdutt Padikkal. Shreyas Iyer couldn't get in the side. Like, there's some Prithvi Shaw's not in the side.
It's punched off the back foot by Padikkal to cover Bairstow Fields, no run.
Prithvi Shaw was one of the wickets in the 36 all-out in Adelaide and hasn't played since. And he's probably... Jaiswal, I would have Jaiswal maybe at a slightly higher level of natural talent than him, but Prithvi Shaw's at the same level as Sarfaraz Khan for me of actual talent. Got some other off-field issues again, but that's how hard it is to get in this side, right?
So everybody that I spoke to all mentioned his personality and character and said that a lot of people found him objectionable and difficult to get on with and prickly and bombastic.
He's all of those things.
Punched away off the back foot by Padikkal again to cover, and there's no run. So it just goes to show that as much as coaches and selectors say, well, just knock the door down, just score the runs, it doesn't always work that way.
No, he's got a bit of Marnus Labuschagne, Johnny Bairstow about him. There's a lot of energy, there's a lot of talking, there's a lot of telling you, I'm going to be doing this right now, Harmy, I'm going to be doing this, Harmy, I'm talking right now, and I'm going to be talking right now, and you're just like, can I just take a breath? I just got hit with a bouncer.
Calm down sort of thing, yeah. But our Ashwin's a bit like that as well.
Defended by Padikkal now. Jimmy Anderson bang on the money, 366 for 3.
I think the difference between the two is that Ashwin is probably seen as an older, wiser head, whereas Sarfraz is maybe seen as the young guy that chats a lot. But some people just have different energy, right? You know, it's a normal thing.
Virat Kohli, when he first came in, he was somebody who was very excitable. Very excitable. I remember being on the plane a couple of times. I'm in 2008 series, and he hadn't made his test debut then. He played a couple of one-days, and you're looking at him going, who is this?
Here's Jimmy Anderson again around the wicket to Padikkal, pushing defensively, no run, lead is 148.
Always singing, always dancing, jumping around on the aeroplane. I'm like looking at me, what on earth is this? You know, and clowning around, and you know what a player he's turned out to be. So I think you have to have different qualities in different types of characters in a squad. You know, somebody commentating on this game for TV. You know, Graham Swan, you know, a great friend of mine and Tudes and stuff like that. But any more than 10 minutes in the dressing room with Swanee, and I wanted to rip his head off. I really did. Honestly, I couldn't any more than 10 minutes. And I would want to assault him because this is the character he was.
Anderson again, and that one is driven beautifully. What a shot. Cover drive from Devdutt Padikkal. That's a glorious piece of batting, that. It was over-pitched from Jimmy Anderson. It didn't swing. It hit the middle of the bat, but still, as so many left-handers somehow managed to do, it makes it look very, very elegant.
Yeah, no swing, but very, very elegant. A beautiful shot. A shot of high quality by a player starting his career, and some very, very successful times in IPL. Played well against England Lions, has managed to get his chance, and he's batted beautifully. But to finish on Sarfraz, he is a different character. I mentioned about Swanee. Swanee was excitable. Swanee was brilliant on the field. He's ridiculous skill sets, but there were a lot of times where he was very, very annoying, and a lot of players wanted to beat him up.
Didn't a player actually beat him up?
Yeah, there was. Yeah, there was a time, but that wasn't cricket related. That was Swanee being Swanee in a bar, and Goffey decided that he was going to just bring him down a peg or two, or make him like the soles of his feet look at the sky for 5 minutes while Swanee managed to get his breath back. But yeah, there are times where he did go over the top, but these characters make the game, in my opinion. And as much as they did drive you up the wall, they were great for the dressing room, and you just want them in small doses.
Can I just say, Harmy, that I've been on the same commentary team as Graham Swan. I've shared a commentary box with him. Pushed away out on the offside, and there's no run.
Did you want to punch him?
Many times. Swanee, I just had a look at Swanee and I was like, right, I need to shut up now. Yes, you do.
But I see you as someone who occasionally would feel that way, Harmy.
Pushed away by Sarfraz Khan behind square on the leg side.
Neil Manthorp does get angry, don't get me wrong. I mean, anyone who's seen some of these YouTube videos will know how angry he could get. But I don't think I ever think of Manners as someone who wants to punch someone. So that tells you what level Swanee is at.
Swanee brings the best out of people, though. Yeah.
Well, can I just say that he made me laugh as much as he made me want to punch him.
He does. He does want to make you laugh as much as you want to punch him. But there's the point of no return he gets there quicker than most, should we say?
Here's Bashir again. It's pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. You just want him to not crack a joke all the time.
We go on this golf trip, with national footballers and international cricketers always in September. It's a brilliant golf trip. Swanee's our captain.
Here's Bashir again. Forward comes Padikkal, no run.
And you get all the footballers going, God, Swanee's great and he's fun. And he is. And he's brilliant to be around. But the most time you spend in a dressing room from a footballer's point of view is about 15 minutes. So if we win the toss on a flat one, we could have him for 6.5 hours. And so it's not quite the same as 15 minutes.
Here's Bashir, and that's a drag down. He's got away with it as well. Didn't bounce much, but he's really dragged that down very, very short. And Padikkal only managed to nudge it down to long on for a single.
And there was one game, it was a hilarious game at Durham. He opened the batting in the Pro 40 for knots. 40 over game, white ball. He opens the bat and he comes walking out of Durham, Chester Street, chest out, pumping away. Gets towards the 30-yard circle.
Bashir in again, and Sarfraz plays it off the back foot for another single behind square on the leg side.
Swanee was a good number 8, but he was, he stayed leg side of the ball. Good number 8. He was talented, but he stayed leg side of the ball, and he wasn't. I don't think he fancied the quicker stuff. And this was the one time I was going to get him back without actually, physically trying to harm him. And he comes waltzing out. And he had a decent record in the Pro 40 Open at the bat, and he gets the edge of the 30-yard circle. And we had Shoei Bakhtar bowling at one end, and I was bowling at the other end. And I looked at him and I said, Swanee, you've not thought this through, have you? You really haven't thought this through, opening the bat and out here. And he was like looking, and he was like, I don't think we had Liam Plunkett as our first change. So there was one or two times where you played against him, but as much as I did assault him a couple of times and wanted to assault him many times. He was a brilliant cricketer, a great cricket brain, and somebody who, you knew when he was on your side, he had a great big heart and a great big character, and he was always in the opposition's face. And he was an excellent cricketer for England, who probably would have and should have, if it wasn't for Duncan Fletcher, probably taken over 350, 400 Test match wickets.
Well, as much as you may have found him frustrating as a teammate, I'm sure you found it equally satisfying when the opposition found him as frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely. You wind them up, let them go, and they lose their concentration because they actually want to fill them in as well.
Jimmy Anderson continues into Sarfraz Khan, who turns this one out on the leg side, and there's an excellent piece of work, Johnny Bairstow. You might have heard the stumps being shattered, the ball ricocheting off them as Bairstow picked it up at mid-wicket and had a direct hit, but they had got through for the run.
That reminds me of the amount of times that Sarfraz threw the ball at the stumps when the batter was always going to be in. And I just compared him to Bairstow, that kind of personality of there was never not a run here. Devdutt was walking towards, and yet Bairstow threw it as hard as he could.
I'd like to see this again.
You think it was closer than...
I think it's closer than what...
Oh, no, it's close because he was walking, but I mean, he was clearly going to make it. He's in by, 3 feet? But no, I can understand why Bairstow did it, but I can also understand being the fielder behind going, I've now got to chase this.
Peterson was like that. Peterson used to throw at the stumps when there's no need to throw it at the stumps, and sometimes you would hit.
Here is Jimmy Anderson again, and Jimmy doesn't mind a few overthrows off his bowling. I'm sure he's quite equitable about the situation. 376 for 3.
Yeah, KP used to throw it a lot at the stumps, and when you'd hit, you get a ricochet, and you felt like, especially if you were the one having to chase it, you were running, calling them all the names under the sun, thinking, well, you chase it. But no. Seeing Trescothick on the Marcus Trescothick with his whites on, high vis on there. And Paul Collingwood's got his whites on as well.
Yeah, well, England are down to basically a squad of 13, aren't they now? 376 for 3. Next one from Jimmy Anderson is played away defensively by Devdutt Padikkal once more. He's on 44, Sarfraz Khan on 56. We've got 30 seconds. We've got to go back to the story. I know there are listeners and viewers who you were talking about England's warm-up game in Alice Springs when the Cricket Australia selected a bunch of club cricketers. You've got to finish that story.
Yeah, so England went on record to say, you're not treating this game correctly, and that's about the end of when tour games really started happening, if you remember.
Here's Jimmy Anderson, and steered into the gully by Padikkal, no run.
I think it was just before that, and Sir Andrew Strauss was captain of England. He made sure that tour games were played as first-class matches, so there was none of this 14 aside, 13 aside. He picked 11 players, and he made sure that it was classed as first-class because he wanted, Strauss for 3 or 4 years made sure that first-class matches were meaningful.
So the team wasn't even called an A team, and it wasn't even called an Australian 11. It was called Cricket Australia's Chairman 11. Which was them, they made up a name. See how many of these players you've heard of. You've heard of a couple of them, I'm sure. Steve Casalino, anything? No, okay. Marcus Harris, yes. You're okay with him, great. Michael Hill.
Here's Anderson again, Padikkal defends, no run. No.
Alex Keith.
No.
Jake Doran.
Yes.
Yeah, almost.
Keeper, wasn't it?
He did do some keeping, yeah. I mean, he never quite made it. Ashton Turner.
Yes.
Yeah, you would have heard of him. Luke Robbins.
No.
Josh Lawler.
Josh Lawler?
Yeah.
Yes.
You wouldn't know him. But I could understand how he might not. James Muirhead.
No.
Simon Mackin.
No.
Michael Beer.
Yes.
And Jade Herrick.
No.
So there's a couple of guys there that, like, you know, just never went anywhere. Obviously, a couple of test players as well. Alex Keith was the guy who was going to get drafted very high up in Aussie Rules football, and Cricket Australia gave him a big contract. He failed, went back to become a professional Aussie Rules footballer when he didn't make it as cricket.
This game?
Well, this is where it gets a lot better. So England were 212 for 7.
Anderson in, punched off the back foot by Paddy Carl, again straight to cover, no run. 376 for 3. I'm going to give you a summary of the session and the day in just a moment, but we have to finish this tale.
And then the Cricket Australia's chairman's 11 went out and made 254 and ended up with the lead at the end of the first innings. And Michael Hill, who, let's just have a look at Michael Hill's career. He can't have played more than about 15 first-class games. Let's see how many he got. 20 first-class games. He's from the same neck of woods as I am. He grew up around the corner from me. He went out and just said, I thought you guys were supposed to be better than us. You would have thought he took down Muhammad Ali. But I remember from that how much England struggled with a bowler called Simon Mackin, who I think he might have ended up playing league cricket in the UK. But they were completely mocking this side, who then got the lead in Alice Springs, of all places. No one wanted to be at Alice Springs for that tour game. It was a complete disaster, and that was pretty much the end of those sorts of tour games because home boards didn't take them seriously anymore. But still a big win for the Alex Leesons, Steve Casalunos of the world.
A remarkable story. We'll have more of that. I might have to write a column on that. It's tea time on the second day of the fifth and final test match between India and England at the Himachal Pradesh Stadium in beautiful Dharamshala. The home side have reached 376 for 3 after hundreds from captain Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, and a partnership of 171 which was broken in spectacular style by England captain Ben Stokes, who bowled his first delivery in competitive cricket in any match for 9 months, and bowled Rohit Sharma with an off-cutter, a ball 61 overs old. Extraordinary moment of the day, and probably moment of the test match, no matter how it turns out. Rohit Sharma was gone for 103. Shubman Gill was then bowled by Jimmy Anderson, his 699th wicket, an over later for 110, but no further joy for England, with Devdutt Padikkal unbeaten on 44 and Sarfaraz Khan unbeaten on 53, as India have reached 373 for 3 with a mighty lead of 158 runs. They are a long way ahead in the test match, and they still have 7 wickets in hand, and they could finish the day out of reach, even for this England team, who, remember, came back from a deficit of 190 in the first test in Hyderabad. But they are 158 runs in arrears, England, and they still have 7 wickets to take. Another session dominated by India, despite that wonderful moment from Ben Stokes. We'll take a wee break, and then once again your hosts for the tea break will be John Norman and Jarrod Kimber.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 5th and final test match, live from Dharamshala.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Net the ultimate winner when we play Final Destination on talkSPORT with Continental Tires. Listen to talkSPORT Drive this afternoon from 4. Use your on-target football knowledge to beat the keeper in a virtual penalty shootout.
What a finish!
And you could win a VIP hospitality trip to watch the FA Women's Continental Tires League Cup final, including travel, accommodation and spending money.
It just gets better and better!
Final Destination on talkSPORT with Continental Tires. Driving safety and performance.
Your call is really important to us.
Waiting. Frustrating, isn't it? Especially when you've got plans. Whether you're thinking of revamping your home or looking for ways to move your business forward, we'll help you get there with finance that's right for you. So don't let your plans get stuck on hold. Join over 1 million customers who trust us to deliver the right finance solutions to get them moving. Search navuna.co.uk and get there sooner with Navuna.
I can be yours. radiant and waiting for you to feel me in every room you so desire. I would love to spend time with you in a steamy, hot shower. And if you take good care of me, I'll stay as hot as the day we first met.
Feel the love with a high-efficiency heat pump from My Dear. Now available with a government grant of £7,500 and 10-year warranty. Terms and property suitability apply. Visit mydearuk.co.uk.
Make yourself at home, my dear.
We've all been there. You start some DIY with great intentions, then 50 minutes later your face is red, the air is blue, and your hair's getting greyer by the minute. That's a job for the Trust a Trader professionals. Let them get that list ticked off while you relax with a cuppa, safe in the knowledge that every trade person's passed the Trust a Trader 15-point assessment. Find the Trust a Trader professionals at
TrustATrader.com.
Say thanks with a Mother's Day gift from M&S. No two mums are the same, so whether she likes flowers, candles, cashmere or best-selling beauty, M&S has the perfect gift for a mother like no other. Shop online, in-store or on the M&S app. Prefer her to choose? Grab a gift card in-store or at marksandSpencer.com.
talkSPORT 2 is your dynamic destination for all the latest sporting action, featuring live commentary of all the biggest events, including football, PGA golf, horse racing, Premiership rugby, cricket, boxing, and all the big-hitting drama of the NFL. Plus, talkSPORT 2's official betting partner, William Hill, is always on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need. talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner, William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
talkSPORT. I'm Jeff Stelling. Strap yourself in for a high-octane weekend of exhilarating live and exclusive football on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Oh, what a goal!
This Sunday, it's more five-star football. Huddersfield take on West Brom from 12 in the Championship, followed by Spurs versus Manchester City from 3 in the Women's FA Cup, both on talkSPORT 2.
And that is a sensational goal!
Turbocharge your weekend with more live football. Live and exclusive on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 5th and final test match. Live from Dharamshala.
Fielded, or there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Down the wicket comes Shubman Gill, launches him straight back down the ground, straight back over the bowler's head. That's just steered so gently for 4 by Rohit Sharma. It's like he was trying not to damage the ball there.
Just been put down. Rohit Sharma.
Oh dear me, that's just put short and pulled down towards fine leg. Tom Hartley fielded it like a wet bar of soap. That's just embarrassing.
Flips into the leg side, beats Ollie Pope at short mid-wicket and will take the single out to Zach Crawley, and Rohit Sharma raises his bat for 100.
Quality, balance, timing, elegance, the shot making of Rohit Sharma is always beautiful to watch.
Shubman Gill swings it into the leg side and gets a 4. He takes his cap off, bows to the crowd. Shubman Gill is 100 not out. And in 30 overs this morning, England have gone wicketless. 264 for 1. They've been outgunned this morning and pretty badly outgunned for 2 hours.
Stokes to bowl then for the first time in the series. He's in, his right arm over the wicket, and he has bowled Rohit Sharma first ball with an absolute seed of a delivery that has pitched on off, straightened and pegged off stump back. And it is Anderson again, and he beats the Shubman Gill with a ball that comes back into the right-hander. Gill is too late on the shot, and England have gone bang bang at the start of the session, and it's Gill's turn to walk. He's been castled, and England, whisper it, may just believe.
Stokes is coming in once again past the umpire. Left-handed Padikkal is coming forward. That's a lovely push drive all along the carpet through cover for 4.
Here's Anderson again, and that's punched off the back foot by Padikkal out towards cover. It's fielded by Tom Hartley, and for the second time he's knocked it on for 4.
Meanwhile, Mark Wood comes into bowl, and Sarfaraz pumps him back over his head for 3 bounces and 4.
Swept again by Sarfaraz Khan, in the air this time, same place, same result. And he's got 50. The home side have reached 376 for 3.
Absolutely shocked that the Primark chat didn't make the highlights cut. You're listening to live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of day 2 of the 5th test between India and England. We'll have live commentary of the evening session in around 10 minutes time, but for now it's time to get an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
India then to win this test, to take the series 4-1, 100 to 1 on. A draw is 25 to 1. England are the same. They're 25 to 1 to win this test match. 3-2 does sound a lot better than 4-1. Padakal to score a century on debut. You think yes, you'll get 7 for 4. If you think no, 2-5. Sarfraz Khan to score his maiden test century. Yes, 6-5. No, 8-13. Top England run scorer. Will we see England bat today? Unlikely, you'd feel. It'll be at some point tomorrow. And there'll be a lot of pressure on Joe Root, who is top of the odds, 11-4. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett can't be split, 4-1 each. And Ben Stokes and Ollie Pope at 5-1. So that was an odds update with William Hill. Get a £5 free bet on any race every day at the Cheltenham Festival. 18 plus. begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner William Hill, giving you the tools for positive play. Take time to think and know your limits. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Right, we're going to break away from this match just for the next 5 minutes or so. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 coverage of the 5th test match between India and England, or you're watching us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube page. Howdy. 376 for 3 at T, India. And the scorecard resembling one of those dreaded ones from the 90s when England used to come up against that great Australia side. Jarrod Kimber is alongside me.
You're just ignoring the fact that the Macarena is playing in the background?
No.
Okay, cool.
You know, but there is some furniture. It's called furniture to address. Yeah, the Macarena is in and on. Our own Macarena will be back in the afternoons or evening session. But let's break away from this test match, Jarrod, because one of the points I made earlier today was that it was unlikely, whilst we were talking about the World Test Championship, looking at the table with New Zealand near the top and England near the bottom, and of course India and Australia fighting it out to get back to the final. They did so last year. And I was of the impression that actually with India travelling to Australia at the end of this year, it's probably unlikely that both of those sides would reunite at the World Test Championship final in 2025 at Lord's at some point next year. But you have just gone through all of the series between now and then, and you are of a different opinion. Tell us what you found, what you think, and let's go through it.
So there is a cricket fan who on Reddit is known as Andrew TIE Fighter, which might be the greatest handle that anyone's ever had. No?
Oh, I love it. Isn't there an Andrew TIE?
Yeah, Andrew Tye's the cricketer.
Brilliant.
And then he's got the...
Fighter.
Yeah.
I like it.
TIE Fighter is from Star Wars.
I understand that.
Okay, well, not everyone will.
Mate, you've mentioned Reddit Discord today without explaining what the hell you're talking about.
And now I'm explaining TIE
fighters. And now you're explaining
fighters.
What a TIE fighter is.
And Andrew TIE.
This is going well.
The knuckleball bowler from Australia. Anyway, he's got something, you can find it at predictor.cricket11.com, and it's a World Test Championship table. ICC used to have this, that you could go through and you could work out who was playing who, and you could decide who would win and what the overall results might be. So at the moment, India has 64% win percentage, and remember it's win percentage, not points. Australia actually has the most wins at the moment, but that doesn't mean anything. New Zealand has 60% win percentage, and Australia's just behind on 59% win percentage.
So you would think, with India top and Australia third, with those two teams to play each other
in a big series,
bearing in mind the rules of the World Test Championship is that every single team plays 3 series away and 3 series at home, and that's how they work out where you finish in the table. You would think that it would be difficult for both of those sides to finish in the top 2 then.
Yeah, so the only way, I understand why you thought that, but there's so much cricket that is played between now and then, and who do you think is most likely to come second, if it's not Australia?
I would say, or I would have thought, that if New Zealand were to win in Christchurch, and that's a big, if,
Yeah,
then they would be in a position to finish second.
Yeah, they're currently in a big, probably around 8-10 to 1. So they're a long way away. Although I don't think they're that far out of that game if things go right. But they would have to make runs, which it seems impossible for them to do at the moment.
Well, if it goes like it did at the start of day 2 in the first test, Australia will hit about 200, and that would just be Josh Hazlewood.
Okay, so let's say New Zealand beat Australia. Which I'm more than happy to say is a possibility at the very least. South Africa then have to go to the West Indies and win both of their test matches in the West Indies. I just don't see that happening. I don't think they're a good enough
possible, but not
team.
probable.
Their batting isn't strong enough for mine. But okay, let's say that they win both of those tests. New Zealand go to Sri Lanka. That's the other tricky one. So that's in September. You would say, based on the way that Sri Lanka have been playing recently, they should at least win one of those games.
Didn't we go to Sri Lanka in September and it rained every day?
Was that September? October? November?
Well, that was October. Either way, it's a push to see New Zealand winning both of those.
Right. So again, you've got that. New Zealand go to India for 3 tests. How many of those do you think New Zealand are going to win?
Is it 2 or 3?
I've got 3 written down here.
I think it's 2.
Have they shaved one off?
I think not that it makes a great deal of difference. I can't see New Zealand beating India in India.
I can't.
They're pretty good. I don't know if you've noticed.
There's I can actually put overrate penalties into this, so I could guess how many points people might lose for overrate.
Didn't New Zealand only make the World Test Championship final in 2023 because Australia incurred overrate penalties?
I believe so. Which is their own fault for bowling too slow. Bangladesh hosting South Africa in October. I, again, can't see how South Africa is going to win both of those tests.
Manners, what's the score from that? He's in the background. I'm not sure why. He's looking very stern. Bangladesh 1-1.
1-1.
Okay, that's 1-1.
I've got that listed as 1-1 as well. And so, and then there is New Zealand playing England, which is another very important series. I've got that marked down as New Zealand 2 and England 1.
That could go either way.
Yeah. And then South Africa play Sri Lanka and Pakistan at home. I've got South Africa winning the combined series 3-1.
Okay.
Manners is saying they won't lose a test, but I've seen South Africa bat, and I just can't imagine they'll ever win 4 tests in a row.
How many tests have you got?
They're the worst batting team in the world.
How many tests have you got there for South Africa against? Oh, okay, so it's 2 each.
Yeah. But even for everything I've just got here, this is also suggesting that Australia will draw 1-1 with
Sri Lanka. Which
so
is what they did last time.
If Australia win, even with all those things, so even if we give every single test to South Africa, they would have to win 4-0 at home, and they would have to win 3-1 in the West Indies and Bangladesh, and then Australia would have to lose to New Zealand and would have to lose to Sri Lanka. And the other big series, of course, is Australia-India. I've got Australia winning that 3-2 at the moment, which I think is
good call.
Fair.
Could go either way, but yeah.
So if India win another test in that's a lot of tests that have to go the way of South Africa or New Zealand in order for one of them to qualify. In that case, it's South Africa who qualifies, whereas Australia just need the results to go broadly as you would expect, and South Africa are absolutely nowhere near them.
Okay, so on the 8th of March at 9:01, with the World Test Championship final scheduled to take place, I imagine, in June 2020.
It's the June
2025.
Correct.
You are, look at the camera, predicting.
Which camera?
That
This
one there, yeah.
Are we recording?
Oh, I thought I may as well. We're always recording.
You've got 2 cameras on me at the same time. Isn't this radio?
Predict.
It'll be an India-Australia final.
And who will win the toss?
Australia will win the toss, but it's a bit greener than you'd think that day, so Australia might bowl first.
Brilliant. Okay, well, you heard it here first. It will be an India-Australia World Test Championship final.
Matt Renshaw batting at 5.
And will Steve Smith still be opening?
Yeah, why not?
Brilliant stuff. Okay, well, look, we've got just...
Not brilliant stuff, just stuff.
Just stuff. That was a Primark tea break brought to you here on talkSPORT 2. Macca is about to come in, I think. Tudes as well. Alex Tudor, former England fast bowler, who has wolfed down some breakfast during the break. And England, well, look, they came out after the lunch break with their tails up, fit and firing. 2 quick wickets got us all excited. 2 Centurions departing in explosive fashion. But then Sarfraz Khan and Padikkal settled into their work. Padikkal eyeing a 50 on debut. Sarfraz Khan's gone past 50 again. It's looking a worrying scorecard. It's gone beyond worrying. A lead of 158 as Sarfraz Khan and Devdutt Padikkal stride to the crease. And England, well, they just have to be batting by the close of play. Conditions look perfect for cricket. What a picturesque scene that we're bringing for you here on talkSPORT 2. And to talk you through the next 20 minutes or so will be the former England fast bowler Alex Tudor and Andrew McKenna.
Yes, thank you, John. Yeah, England need to go to work in this last session. Need to get some wickets and get them fast. Otherwise, if India are batting by the end of the day, the lead is going to be a high one. Sarfraz Khan has looked good. He's come in, he's batted with positivity. 59. Not out. 1-6-8-4s. 56 not out, sorry. 59 balls, he's getting on with it. And Padikkal at the other end on debut. He's looked assured. 44 not out from 77 balls. Looks like it's going to be young Shoaib Bashir to start proceedings in his final session. Hello, Macca.
Afternoon, Tudes. Well, late morning in the UK. I say late morning, it's 9 o'clock. It feels an awful lot later than that when you've been up since daft o'clock. And Bashir will bowl the first over and first ball after tea, and he's got Sarfraz caught at slip. Turns, bounces, and Sarfraz has guided it straight to Joe Root. And we said England needed quick wickets. You can't get any quicker than that. Bashir's got a 2 for. Sarfraz goes for 56. India 376 for 4.
Yeah, as you say, with the break can sometimes be lapsing concentration, and it looks so. Just a normal off break, really. He's played back. He's gone for a little bit of a late cut, but it's like he's giving catching practice to Joe Root there at slip. Easy catch. And Sarfraz Khan has to depart for 56. India 376 for 4. I reckon he's missed out there. He should be disappointed if ever, you know, when you're in and you started well and you're thinking, yeah, let me get my first 100. I reckon this would have been the wicket to get it on.
It's actually quite weird when you think about it, because the 2 guys with 2 of the highest first-class batting averages of all time have given away pretty soft hundreds here, all things considering. You know, Jaiswal just ran past one, and now you got Sarfraz guiding one to slip. You could say it was the prime mark of wickets, Shoots.
You lot ain't going to let me live that down, are you? I wasn't saying that. I know, I'm not saying anymore.
I just didn't know Primark were famous for glass lifts. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they are.
Roald Dahl wrote a book about that, didn't they? Primark and the Great Glass Elevator. Let's get off that. It was World Book Day yesterday, not today. It's comeback day for England. Jadeja walks to the crease. The number 1 all-rounder in world cricket. And it now means that there's 2 lefties at the crease. I did enjoy Bashir's celebration, by the way. He was strutting around like a peacock. Which, bearing in mind his figures now say 2 for 127 from 26 overs and 1 ball. Might have been overdoing it a touch, but I like that. I like a bit of confidence and a bit of a strut in a player. Right. 376 for 4. The lead 158. Bashir around the wicket to Jadeja. Takes a big stride forward inside half of the bat, and Ollie Pope will field under the helmet at short leg. Right, this is where England need to go to work, and go to work quickly. Bashir around the wickets. Jadeja solidly forward, no run. Joe Root at slip. Ollie Pope under the helmet. There's a short extra cover as well on the drive. So England putting pressure on, but not going completely OTT with the new batter. Bashir in. Jadeja clips to mid-on, takes the single, and will get there safely. Hartley fields it mid-on, gets the throw away pretty quickly, but can't prevent the single being taken. So Jadeja's off the mark. 377 for 4. 159 the lead now. The more I see that wicket, it's a man who's still in the dressing room. It was such a lackadaisical way to play.
It's like a coach giving catching practice off a slipper. That's what it was. Very laxed, and that's what a break can bring. As you say, always add 2 to the total.
Well, England got Rohit and Shubman Gill in quick succession. Can they get Padikkal as well? In goes Bashir bowling to Padikkal. He takes a big stride forward out on the offside. No run. Yeah, they managed to get Rohit and Shubman Gill 7 balls apart. 103 for Rohit, 110 for Shubman Gill. Can they get Padikkal as well? That one seems to grip in the surface. Didn't really bounce as much either, but it was well wide of off stump on that occasion to end the over from Shoaib Bashir. So he's now made another breakthrough. India 377 for 4 here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, of course. India's lead 159.
It's a vast one for India. England will have to do well, but listen, as they do in this team, they'll try and take the positives. They can get a couple of wickets, get into that lower order, and then get batting, as you said, as John Norman said. England will want to try and bat by tonight, by this evening. Late morning here in England, in the UK. But if India are still batting at the close of play, it's, you know, they're going to be nearly 500 runs. Looking down the barrel.
Yeah, the lead's 159 at the moment. A lead of over even 250 is going to be problematic, because that means England have then got to score 450 minimum, really, to set India anything like in the final innings.
It's always the time, isn't it, with England, because they don't bat a lot of overs. I think they've only batted 80 odd overs. I think it's twice in 10 innings or something like that.
Yeah, they don't take a lot of time out of the game. Right, Hartley to bowl around the wickets, and it is the left-handed Jadeja playing out on the onside, and there's no run. I've just realised that we're at 85.1. Did England take the new ball?
I don't know when they did. I might have been off at that time, but they obviously did, because that ball looked fresh.
Yeah,
they did.
So it's interesting that they're straight back after the break with the spinners and the new ball. Hartley left arm around, Jadeja off the back foot, out to Dan Lawrence, who is coming off the cover boundary. Single taken.
I think it was Bashir and Root who took the new ball, if I remember correctly. Certainly Bashir. I remember him taking the first over of it.
Well, interesting that Anderson hasn't got a little bit of a go with it then. Hartley, left arm around. Padikkal is coming forward and blocks defensively back down the pitch. And there is no run. It's Ben Folks you can hear through the stump mic, the England keeper. He's waiting now as Hartley comes in. Left arm over, pitching it about leg stump. Padikkal is playing it out on the offside, and there's no run once again. Folks is very noticeably louder after tea.
Yeah, a wicket. The first ball of a session can do that. You sort of feel like you can smell a little bit of blood, even though they're way behind the 8 ball here. Still Hartley aborts. And he's run up.
Yeah, clearly didn't get the ball quite in his fingers as he wanted it, so did the sensible thing, bail out. Don't send it down if it's not properly there. Hartley goes in once again. This one's pitching round about off stump. Padikkal deep in the crease, plays it out on the offside, and they take the single. 379 for 4. India's lead 161 as Padikkal goes to 45.
Jarrod was telling us that he's predominantly literally batted in the top 3 for most of his career in the longer format of the game. Doesn't get forward much, especially when that ball's new and it must be, you know, not to say it swings round corners in India.
It's Hartley, left arm around the wicket, takes Jadeja on the pad. That must have hit him outside of leg stump and going further down the leg side, I'd have thought.
Yeah, it had nothing going for it whatsoever. But I think it's a little bit of a win, even hitting pads, isn't it? As I said, if batters are missing it on this, they should be out.
I suppose that's what they're trying to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're trying to plant a seed to Jadeja that actually it's doing more than it is, it's more dangerous than it is. It's sort of trying to get into his head.
Yeah, 100%.
We have seen some balls keep lowish. I wouldn't say we've kept seen anything keep low. I mean, compared to last game, balls are bouncing. But we have seen balls occasionally just, what would you say, skid on further is maybe the best way. And there are some cracks out there as well, but it's not. It's certainly not a major factor in the game at the moment. But something worth noting. I've noted it. Matthew.
Thank you.
Did you hear them play the Macarena before?
No. Bashir is going to start a new over, and Devdutt Padikkal has just walloped him back over his head into the pavilion for 6 to bring up 50 for Devdutt Padikkal on Test match debut. 51 from 83 balls, 8 fours and a 6. India 385 for 4, but Devdutt Padikkal is doing a job for his team here.
Well, that's a way to announce yourself at international stage. Test cricket. Hitting a 6, a big 6. I mean, if you've seen him in the IPL, you've seen him do this on a regular.
Bashir is in once again. This time Padikkal is putting the bat there, guiding it to short third. Bairstow can't prevent the single from being taken. 386 for 4, and India continue along. They now lead by 168.
Just got long in his length there, did Bashir, and he dispatched him over long on. Fantastic 6. Getting to his maiden Test 50. Congratulated by Jadeja, and he goes on.
Bashir is around the wicket to Jadeja on this occasion, and there's no run. There might be people listening say, well, what's the difference between Padikkal doing that and what some of the shots England were doing, in the fact that they're trying to get on with the game, maybe playing big shots? He looked in control all the way there, and for me that would be the difference, in the fact that he wasn't frantic. Bashir is in bowling to Jadeja, defensively back to the bowler.
He didn't go out.
Well, he didn't get out.
Well, also that, and Harmy spoke about it well yesterday, where England they didn't have any base when they were looking to hit. Looked all out of sync, no control. India looked very controlled when they're playing their big shots.
Bashir around the wicket, hurries on to Jadeja, off of the pad towards Ollie Pope at short leg, and there is no run.
You know, it just felt like, you know, we were falling over when we were playing our shots. I'm thinking of Ben Duckett and the lights when they were trying to play that expansive. It wasn't from a good base. They were falling over. Movement. India very much in control.
Bashir around the wicket for the final time in the over. Outside half of Jadeja's bat drops out on the offside, and it's the end of the over. No run. 87 overs gone for India here on talkSPORT 2, and it is 386 for 4. I mean, you kind of jokingly said, Jarrod, well, they didn't get out, but that is Ben Stokes' argument a lot of the time, isn't it? In the fact that the difference between a good shot and a bad shot sometimes is, well, player X didn't get out. Well, if you're caught on the boundary, that might be as little as 10 centimetres worth of difference between the ball going for a maximum and being dismissed.
So the Joe Root shot that Shield Berry called the worst shot in English cricket history when he played the reverse scoop, not particularly a bad shot. The Joe Root shot against R. Ashwin in the test earlier, when he ran down the wicket, lost his balance and tried to slog sweep on the run, an absolutely horrendous shot. What's the difference? In one situation, he looked at the field, he went, there's an advantage here, I'm trying to get it away with a shot that I've played successfully a few times.
Hartley to start the new over. It's around the wicket to Padikkal, turning it through square leg. It's not been stopped there by Bashir, and that will be retrieved at the second attempt. No, it won't. Zach Crawley has got round on the boundary, got to the ball, but didn't stop it cleanly, and then the momentum on the ball takes it into the sponge, so it does eventually go for 4. Padikkal goes to 56, India 390 for 4.
He's tried with the old Bodie and Dole roll there. Anyone who used to watch the professionals back in the 80s. And he's done a big sort of dive run on that right shoulder, unfortunately the ball hits his back and rolls on to the Toblerone.
Hartley in once again. This time Paddock defends no run.
And so he plays a reverse scoop and he cloths it a little bit, doesn't quite get it the way he wants. Could have been a cover drive, could have been a hook shot, other risky shots that he could have played and gone out with. The other shot is just not actually a cricket shot. It's running down the wicket, his balance isn't there, his head isn't in the right spot, and he's implemented it. So it's a bad shot choice.
As Hartley goes in, Paddock deep in his crease, goes backward of points on this occasion, and he'll get 4 more. 8 from the over in 3 balls. India 394 for 4.
If there's any good news for England, at least it wasn't another fumbled 4, which I think we're up to about 5 of so far. And the other shot, it's a wrong ball to choose, wrong bowler to go against. He hasn't implemented the shot correctly, and he's lost his balance and everything else. And so it's very fair to say to some of these shots, like the Crawley one yesterday, or the Duckett one yesterday, it's a perfect example of that shot is a low percentage shot, even if he hits it for 4.
Hartley is around the wicket to Paddock, clipping out on the onside, no run.
He's having to drag it from about 2 foot outside off stump with a bowler who's spinning it the other way, who's getting top spin, so there's also always a chance with an angled bat you're going to hit it straight up in the air. Compared that to a similar shot that Bairstow played against the spinners.
Hartley in, left arm around, defensively played by Paddock, no run.
He played a slog sweep to a ball that was outside off stump but was spinning back into the stumps. He got himself out a little bit outside the line, so his head was near the line of the ball. The difference is really, in both cases they saw a gap and they went for it, but it's about the right ball, the implementation of it, and then also staying balanced and getting yourself in the right position, actually playing the shot the way you should be.
Hartley gives that one a little bit of air. Paddock plays defensively, no run.
And what you're talking about here is when India are playing attacking shots, we are seeing them do it from a position of strength. They are making sure that that they're not boldly swiping across the line. And when Jaiswal did, he still went out. They're getting themselves to the pitch of the ball when they're coming down to the spinners. If they're hitting through the line of the pace bowlers, they've still got their front elbow up with a straight bat to be able to do it. When Rohit Sharma played the forehand drive down the line of Mark Wood, there were no fielders in that area, and he made sure that he completely controlled the shot. They're still attacking shots, but they're doing it from a position of strength, which is what a lot of the baseball cricket has been, to be fair. And then there's occasionally the rash slogs, and we're seeing both teams with some rash shots at times in this series that haven't been as good. We should be able to call those out without being seen as anti-aggressive cricket, because we're not anti-aggressive cricket.
Yeah. And that's the difference between process orientation and outcome orientation, which I drag up from the back of my memory from my degree about 30 years ago. Bashir is around the wicket starting the new over, and Jadeja plays defensively, no run. Outcome orientation is if you just take it simply, is he caught on the boundary or does it go for 6? Is he in, is he out? Why teams talk about processes, well, has he played the right shot to the right ball at the right time? Whether you execute it properly or not is only a factor of that. Bashir is bowling right arm around the wicket. Jadeja defends no run. So that's why you'll hear them talk a lot about the processes. That process is, let's go through the checklist. Is that ball there to be hit? Is it the right shot? Have you just got it slightly wrong? Is that the reason you got out?
So as an analyst in T20 cricket,
Bashir in. Jadeja clips to mid-on and will take a single 3-9-5 for 4.
My first job is generally talking to the coach, and the coach will steam over and they'll say, oh, can you believe he played that shot? And I went, well, actually, let's say it's Marcus Stoinis. He's batting in the power play. They've got mid-off and mid-on up, and we know he can clear mid-on and mid-off easily. That's a pretty high percentage shot to him. He picked the right ball. He just didn't hit it very well. Whereas Ben Dunk at the other end has backed away and tried to play, a running reverse hook.
Bashir around the wicket, Paddock defends no run.
And he's missed it, and so you don't think of that as a bad shot. Whereas actually that is a terrible shot, and someone should be having... Sorry, Ben Dunk, if he's listening. He's back, he's made a comeback. He played veterans cricket and did so well, he got a BPL contract.
Bashir gives that one some air, brings Paddock forward, but defensively no run.
Still a chance for you, Toots. But
no, there isn't.
but the point being is that's what I try and do. So quite often, when, especially with power play batting and death batting, those are the two where you have to go, look, it made sense for this player to play that shot at that time. They just didn't execute it.
Bashir bowls more of a slingy delivery on that occasion. It's pushed out defensively by Padikal to end the over. 89 gone here on talkSPORT 2. India's lead 177, 395 for 4. Jarrod, carry on, because Manners is going to come in.
And then you take that to the next level of, you know, we know there are people like Joe Root or Steph Curry in basketball that are going to play higher risk shots and have a better percentage of. So you also have to say, okay, you're right, reverse scoop, a normal player playing that in that situation, probably not an ideal shot. But in this particular situation, with that player, with the field he had set, it's probably quite a high percentage shot for someone like Joe Root. And does he practice it? Is he good at it? And all of those sorts of things, they have to come into it.
Yeah, exactly. And people have to remember he scored 75 runs with only one out playing that reverse. It's not like he had scored 20 and been out 2 times. He had played 70. He had made 75 runs playing that shot, and he's only had been out once. So, as you say, it's a good shot for him. And there's always a reason. Knowing the man, there was always a reason and a method why he would have done it.
Except of those 75 runs, none had been scored off against Jasprit Bumrah with the new ball.
And I think that's also fair to say.
Here's Joe Root, and it's flicked away off his pads by Devdutt Padikal out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
You saw probably the video that I did on it. I talked about the angle. I think Bumrah was the wrong bowler to go against, but I still don't think it's Joe Root's worst shot in this series. And certainly, you know, Jaiswal's shot yesterday against Shoaib Bashir was horrendous, right? And no one's sitting here not saying that Jaiswal shouldn't be attacking and he shouldn't put pressure back on Bashir, but he's not going to be looking at that thinking he made a good decision.
Here's punched off the back foot by Devdutt Padikal against Joe Root for another single to mid-on.
Do you remember last time England went to India and Jack Leach was bowling in the footmarks to Rishabh Pant, and Rishabh Pant kept hitting him out of the stadium?
Going for 10 and over. Here's Root once again. Do you remember Jack Leach's comment afterwards? He said, I thought it was in the IPL for a minute.
And that's a high-risk shot to many players in the world. But Rishabh Pant's like, well, I'm pretty quick on my feet. I think I'm going to be able to get near enough to the ball so that unless it absolutely rags sideways, it's probably not going to get past me. And I'm going to get pretty good contact.
Root in again. That's almost a Yorker, actually, to Jadeja. And manages to half dig it out, half drive it to mid-on and go through for another single, Anderson Fields.
Whereas if that was Keaton Jennings, and we suddenly saw him dancing down to a left-arm finger spinner, dumping the ball in the footmarks, we'd all be thinking, what on earth is he doing? That's not his shot. He's not quick enough to be able to do it, and he's going to go out. So you have to factor all of those things in. And, you know, so we don't want to get into a situation where every attacking shot is wrong.
Here is Joe Root again, too short, dragged it down, half volley, long hop mostly, almost, and it's pulled. It also didn't bounce, it kept very low actually. Jadeja did pretty well, Padikal did pretty well to actually hit that out to Tom Hartley at deep mid-wicket. 399 for 4, the lead is 181. What I wanted to ask you about was your reference to Steph Curry. Here's Joe Root again, completes the over with a good dot ball, pushing it out into the offside, and there is no run. So you spoke about Steph Curry taking higher risk shots, but in basketball, the basket doesn't change.
No, but how close
constitutes a risk shot?
So in basketball, remember I showed you some clips the other day because you came over and you were like, why are all these people shooting from half court? So in the old days of basketball,
I think I said halfway, the halfway line.
In the old days of basketball, obviously, you would shoot from under the ring, and that was the best shot. And then, as the three-point line has come in, that has been stretched out. And Steph Curry will take a shot from 40, 45 feet, but he'll also take a shot from 40 or 45 feet with someone in his face. It doesn't really bother him if there's a defender on him, because he believes he's practiced this shot. He practices shots from the other end of the court, and he believes that if he gets a good look at the basket and his feet are set.
Bashir, we've got double off spin here, and that's defended by Padikal, no run.
That he's going to be able to make that shot. Now, there are other players in the NBA, like Giannis Antetokounmpo, who's a 2-time MVP. If he took that shot, I think his coach would be like, what on earth are you doing? You can't shoot from that distance. You shouldn't be shooting with someone in your face.
Bashir, forward comes Padikal defending. 399 for 4.
And it goes back to the Keaton Jennings versus Rishabh Pant. Keaton Jennings is a brilliant sweeper of the ball. If we suddenly see him dancing down the wicket trying to hit the ball out of the footmarks, we think something's probably gone wrong in what Keaton Jennings is trying to do. Unless he's been out practicing and that's a new shot.
Here's Bashir. Oh, that's a good ball. Paddy Carl's beaten. He's playing a perfectly adequate forward defensive push, and it's just spun past the outside edge.
And look at the difference between BJ Watling and Ben Duckett. Right, both players have been very successful in the last 7 or 8 years of Test cricket. Slightly less so with Ben Duckett because he hasn't played as long.
Good single here from Paddy Cole. Opens the face, pushes it past Jimmy Anderson, who once again puts his studs on the ball at cover, and then brings up the 400 for India. Now leading by a massive 182. They are 400 for 4.
Both of them, one of them has a massive weakness outside off stump, and one of them has a massive strength just outside off stump. So Ben Duckett nicks off a lot with an angled bat, especially when it's back of a leg.
Bashir to Jadeja, batting in a cap now. Pushes it straight to the field and no run.
BJ Watling was arguably at his retirement the best player in the world when the ball was just outside off stump on a length. The corridor, from Yorkshire's vernacular, right? There's no reason for him to play all the balls outside off stump because his game is perfectly set up the way it is.
Bashir in again, Jadeja forward. Defends once more. He's on 5, Padikal 63, 400 for 4.
Ben Duckett doesn't feel comfortable leaving, so he's not going to leave any balls outside off stump. What he's going to try and do is smash the ball as much as he can outside off stump, so they only have 1 slip in or maybe 2 slips in, so they've got a deep backward point and he can start to score off those balls, so you can't just keep pressure on him. BJ Watling, his way of handling that is defence and occasionally leaving the ball. And it's different methods. If BJ Watling suddenly came out in a test match and didn't leave a ball and was slashing everything to backward point, we'd check his temperature, right? And so every player has different strengths, and you need to understand that. So when you see a bad shot from a player, like what we saw from Zach Crawley yesterday, we can then go back and see what he was doing right beforehand and say he was just trying to overhit that and he lost his shape a little bit. Earlier in the day, he was trying to time it perfectly. That's a good coaching help for him. It's not really a good coaching help for him to come off the field and go, that was a terrible shot. You need to explain why it was a terrible shot and go through it. And Tudes works with kids all the time. You need to understand what the strength is of that player, what they can do, and you judge every player differently based on those things. I guess that Joe Root played that shot off Jasprit Bumrah because he was struggling with Jasprit Bumrah around the top of off stump.
Pushed away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a quick single. Paddy Carl moves on to 64. See, it was the timing of the innings, the timing of the day, the newness of the ball. Bumrah in his first spell when he was fresh and at his quickest, the impression was that for all of the science that may have gone into that shot selection, that it looked like there was a bit of ego involved as well. That's the way the impression, and I would say I wasn't the only one to have that impression. That's why he had received so much opprobrium. Another single out towards mid-wicket.
What about Duckett's shot yesterday? You can't tell me the Duckett shot yesterday wasn't worse. They had gone through a really tough testing time. The first spinner that came on was Kuldeep, and he was actually getting the ball to spin, bounce. They weren't picking his wrong, and it was a good wicket for him.
Root in again, and there's a speculative appeal for leg before wicket. It was heading down the leg side.
They had got rid of Bumrah. Siraj wasn't an issue for them. The finger spinners weren't going to cause the same kind of problem. He gets a ball from outside off stump that is spinning away, that is bouncing, and he tries to drag it massively over to the leg side against the spin, against the bounce, with an angled bat. It is a far worse decision than Joe Root's against Bumrah.
Drive now from Padikal out towards cover, and there's an easy single. So the thing for me, Jarrod, is like if the worst shots are the ones that have no thought process whatsoever, as opposed to a really bad thought process and a really bad decision. So I still haven't got any of you to explain to me what Ollie Pope was trying to do and why when he ran past that one. What was the thinking?
I don't know, because he was only going to get a single.
But exactly, he wasn't playing an aggressive shot.
No, but maybe, when you're not, I don't know. When you're not picking anybody, you generally want to, when you try and get there before it turns. Possibly is what he was thinking.
Or bounces.
Yeah, because normally it was the sweep, wasn't it? I remember Bob Willis used to go nuts when you couldn't pick the spinner. You'd generally just trying to sweep offline, and I reckon Ollie Pope's version of it is to get to the ball quickly. and it just looked horrific.
I think that's exactly what it was. He wasn't picking the wrong end, and he thought to himself he'd get down. Then as he ran down the wicket, he realised he was absolutely nowhere near the length of it. And what happened to be the wrong end, which made it worse, because it was the leg spinner, it would have hit him on the pads, and we all would have gone, oh, odd choice from Ollie Pope there. It's still the same mistake. And so, yeah, I think that's what he was trying to do. But again, what does Ollie Pope do? I once called him Ollie Poop, which is an unfortunate one after that shot yesterday. What Ollie Pope tries to do is upset the length of bowlers. He does it against pace bowlers and he does it against spin. So he is, again, trying to choose his best shot. Did he do it off the right ball? Did he make a decision beforehand? Probably. And then was he maybe slightly undone by the fact that it was a wrong end as well? There's a lot of bad shots, is my point.
403 for 4. Bowled in! Bashir has bowled Devdutt Padikkal for 65, and that one came out of the blue. It just skidded straight on, and it's beaten him past the inside edge and clattered into the top of middle and leg, and Padikkal's gone, and Bashir has 3 for 137 and 15 wickets in the series. India are 403 for 5.
Yeah, that's a good ball from Bashir. It's just straightened the touch, and as Padikkal brings his bat down from sort of first slip and tries to get on the arc of playing the ball straight, as it back comes down at an angle, Bashir's just managed to sneak one past him. It's an excellent debut first innings for Devdutt Padikkal, 65 off 103 balls. And Shoaib Bashir is just showing everybody again he's got wicket taking deliveries in him, and bowling absolute beauty there. And I think he said to himself, that was a good ball. I think he did say to himself, yes, that was a good ball.
He didn't say it once. He said it several times as he walked down the wicket. He is, to be fair, I was going to say, he has shown incredible confidence after each wicket. You know, the attitude and everything else, especially considering it's 403 for 5. There's something to Bashir of, this isn't a timid, 20-year-old spinner who's been thrown in. He's quite confident, even with the score the way it is. And he's right, to be fair. That was quite a good ball.
Yeah, he was. He was right. It's quite a good ball. And I was intrigued. Bats didn't want to. Obviously, he had the Surrey hat on, and he was talking about the Bashir yesterday. And it's difficult for Bats because Surrey didn't let him go. I don't think in a way that it was forced on them. I think it was a call for the. It's good for the boy as well that he did leave to go and play some cricket, because I think that's why he's in the position he is now. So, but you're talking to Gareth Batty, former England off spinner, saying the kid's got good skill sets, and he's 100% spot on. He's not the greatest of fielders, he's not the greatest of batters, so his bowling is going to have to be really tip top. Monty Panesar was probably the last one that managed to get a game for England that bowled Elton. That was his only real skill set. And I think Bashir, he will play more games for England in the foreseeable future, and especially when he delivers balls like that.
Here's Bashir. Oh my goodness, he's used his feet. Dhruv Jarrod, the new batsman, and he's run down the wicket to that. He's played it defensively, but it came out of the blue. I didn't do justice to that delivery in the moment from Shoaib Bashir, for which I'd like to apologise. It was a very, very fine delivery. I said that it skidded on, and it didn't. It turned and it beat the outside edge, so apologies for that. It just came out of the blue. It was such a surprise that I didn't appreciate just how good a delivery it was, and it had to be, because Devdutt Padikkal was in and well set. And Jarrod is off the mark for the single through the offside. Second delivery. It's a wonderful story and photo opportunity with Dhruv Jarrod after his man of the match performance in the previous test match, when he was photographed lying on a bed with his mum and dad, and he'd given his mum his player of the match award trophy. That one is flicked away by Jadeja, just slightly short out on the onside, and they go through for a quick single. Jadeja moves to 7. By the way, on Bashir's batting, we've seen enough, haven't we, to think that there's something to work with there?
I think he can
batting. Yeah.
Are we talking about Shoaib Bashir, or did I just pass out from him?
No. Harmy said while you were busy doing something else that he doesn't the last spinner that's pushed away defensively out on the onside by Jarrod to play for England, who didn't bat or field particularly well, was Monty Panesar, and he was saying that Shoaib Bashir needs to work on his other skills because he doesn't look poor in the field, doesn't look great. He's not a standout.
He's not a plus fielder.
No, right, okay, whatever that means, I agree with you. He's not a minus fielder, he's just sort of somewhere in the middle. But I was saying with his batting, I mean, I'm thinking about the possibility of him working up the order, maybe, I don't know, becoming a number 8 and, doing... Many spinners have batted at number 8, haven't they, because they fulfill a dual purpose. Another single off the last ball of the over out on the onside. Anyway, he slog-swept R. Ashwin for 4 in his first innings.
I'm not convinced he's going to ever get anywhere near a number 8. I'd fancy my average to be intact over Bashir's average if we play the same amount of Test matches. I think he's a good number. Put it this way, I think he's the only reason he's number 10 is because Jimmy Anderson wants to get as many runs as he possibly can at number 11 in the history of the game.
To try and catch Trent Bolt.
To try and catch Trent Bolt and never be beaten. So I'm trying to be as nice and as polite as I possibly can, but
he has 90. Did he make any runs in the first innings?
No.
Bashir?
Yeah.
No.
Yes,
he
11
got 11 not out.
Okay, so he has 110 professional runs. He went past 100 professional runs. So if you're right, you've picked it from almost nothing. I don't think you are right.
It was a question. I framed it very much as a question. Pushed away, or actually cut away and misfielded by Zach Crawley out on the backward point boundary, and he's now cursing somebody else rather than himself. He had that covered. He was on the sweeper boundary. It's cut behind square on the offside by Dhruv Jurel, and I don't know. Did it bounce? Was there a bobble?
No.
Who was he yelling at?
You're trying to be polite about Shoaib Bashir's batting or fielding, but there's not much you can be polite about that from Zach Crawley.
It was end of long tour piece of fielding, piece of work from Zach Crawley. I think actually he was probably just swearing at himself. 410 for 5. Jurel up to 6. Jadeja has 7. India leading by 192. Those of you awaiting news of Hartley's in again. Jurel pushes away defensively. Those of you waiting news of potential declaration, forget that today. That's not going to happen today. Maybe before lunch tomorrow. There's more chance of being bowled out today than there is of a declaration. Here is Hartley. Forward comes Jurel, and it's pushed out towards extra cover. Now, if England had been in this position, very different story. I think Ben Stokes would be thinking, put him in for 45 minutes at the end of the day, nip a couple out, could be on the golf course tomorrow afternoon. Here is Hartley. Forward comes Jurel, and I don't mean that flippantly or sarcastically at all, or disrespectfully. I think Ben Stokes is much more interested, and he's not the only captain, in winning quickly than hugely. Here is Hartley again, and forward comes Jurel, once more playing defensively, and there's no run. This Indian team, however, still have plenty of the older traditions, established traditions of Test cricket in them. They've played some really, really good, hard modern cricket, but with I think traditional assets and attributes. And anyway, what I'm saying is, I think that this time, I think they'll be interested in inflicting pain as well as winning. John Norman. Oh, shall I do one more? I'll do one more.
Yeah, I think inflicting pain. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a lot of comments made after that Hyderabad Test match, and Rahul Dravid and I think Rohit Sharma were desperate to put a few wrongs right and make England suffer whenever they could.
Shoaib Bashir in outside the off stump, left alone by Jadeja. And that is a traditional part of Test cricket, isn't it? The
Absolutely.
Infliction of pain.
Infliction of pain. Keep them out there as long as they possibly can.
Here is Bashir. Forward comes Jadeja again, and there's no run.
And to be fair, the wicket's still a good wicket. You know, there is There'll be obviously a lot more danger and a lot more turn on there with Jadeja, Ashwin and Kuldeep. That's natural because they're better spin bowlers. But the wicket is still very, very good.
Jadeja plays defensively behind square on the offside, no run.
So when England come out to bat, you'd expect them to... they've got to put a few wrongs right from that first innings and a little bit more value on their wicket and build better partnerships, withstand pressure, some tough passages, runs.
Bashir in again, punched out towards square leg, tucked away actually. By the way, the Indian coach Rahul Dravid has been wearing that very woolly tea cosy for the last 2 days. Is now wearing a team cap, and I have a very strong suspicion that was an instruction, because all of the coaching staff have now wearing a uniform team baseball caps, and I think that may have been a word from the sponsor. And that's nudged away for a single by Jadeja behind square on the onside, because Dravid's no warmer. He's still sitting there with his wrapping himself up with his arms across his chest, holding his shoulders. He's obviously no warmer, but that was a particularly nasty looking beanie, wasn't it?
Yeah, the cap could fit on top of the beanie, but it does look we could almost be in the shade. I think that's the issue. I don't think the sun's going to get round to where the dressing rooms are, so it does look very, very cold where the players are sitting.
Slip and a short leg as Bashir turns one into the pads of Jarrod. Flicked out towards Zach Crawley, who fields without mishap, and they go through for another single. Jadeja 8, Jarrod 7. India 412 for 5, closing in on the 200 run lead. They're ahead by 194. More from Steve Harmison, and then it will be John Norman for the next 20 minutes or so.
Joe Jarrod come in where he left off in the fourth test match. He looks comfortable, he looks very assured at the crease. Movements are excellent, his balance is perfect, especially when he's playing the ball through mid-wicket on the leg side. Off the off-spinner, we're letting the ball come to him, waiting to the latest point, just flick of the wrist, pushing into the leg side, an easy single down to the ear end, just a rotation of striking to alleviate pressure. He really does, for me, look a very, very good player, Jarrod.
Hartley one away from an unwelcome century, and he aborts his run up halfway through the delivery stride. Jarrod, the new batter, 7 from 11, 7-11, and Jadeja 8 from 28. India 412 for 5. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. I'm John Norman, Jarrod, Kimber and Steve Harmison alongside me. He's pitched up and driven back to Hartley, who throws the ball in the air, but he's not fooling anyone within the crowd. 194 runs then the lead. England have been here before on various occasions in this test series. They overcame a deficit of 190 runs in that first test match. It does seem like quite some time ago now. Hartley again is drawing Jarrod forward. What a test match. What an introduction to test cricket he had in the fourth test. And we're just seeing a replay of that dismissal of Padakal, another debutant. India have fielded a few debutants, as of England, in fairness. Most of the debutants for England have come in the bowling lineups, or the bowling lineup. Hartley again, this is plenty of flight, some good loop, but Jarrod's forward and pushing it out to the offside. The debutants for India have come within the batting lineup. We've had Patidar and Padakal, Sarfraz Khan, Jarrod, the wicketkeeper bat. Am I missing one, Harmy? Is there one other?
No, I think that's it.
That's 4.
Jaiswal had already played.
Akashdeep, did you say
Akashdeep, of course, was the bowler. And
Mukesh Khan.
Forward again, Mukesh Kumar.
He wasn't making his debut, though. You're talking about players making their debut.
Yeah.
He played in South
forward.
Africa.
Did it? Yeah.
Yeah. But, I mean, still a very young, newer player.
So 4 batting debutants and a bowling debutant for India. And, of course, Hartley and Bashir had never played for England before this test series, so 2 bowling debutants, and of course Ahmed, who's gone home back to England now, and thoughts with him and his family as Jarrod is forward. Had only played the 1 test coming into this test series, so we've learnt a lot about both of these sides, some new players. But here we find ourselves with India 3-1 up and in a incredibly dominant position. Runs And all their top 6 average over 40 for the series, and they've continued that into this test match. It's Hartley again, touch wider on the crease, and Jarrod would come through for a single with the ball pushed up to mid-on. Jaiswal with a 50, who's had centuries today for Sharma and Gill, and 50s for Khan and Padakal. So that's pretty much a full house, isn't it?
It is. Crickviz don't keep stats on fielding for test matches, but Gary's just gone through his notes as a scorer. We have 6 occasions where England have fumbled the ball on the boundary and the ball has gone for 4 today. Hartley's done it 3 times, Crawley's done it twice, and Bashir's done it once. It's an awful lot of runs. Not all of those would have been, you're not saving 4 runs. Quite often you're saving 3 runs because the fielder's out on the boundary. Sometimes you might have only been saving 2 runs because they come back for 2. But that's I can't remember another team in a test match in, 2.5 sessions. Almost more than that, I suppose, now. But I can't remember too many teams who have fumbled that much with the ball near the boundary. It's been 2 guys, really. It's been Crawley and Hartley, who are both very good athletes and move quite well, but they've just not picked the ball up. Some of them have just been schoolboy.
Yeah, very, very much schoolboy. They weren't going hard, they were just trickling.
Here's Bashir. He's picked up a couple of wickets in the session, and Jarrod pushes this out to Johnny Bairstow, playing in his 100th test match. Might have missed that news. Jarrod is 8 Jadeja on the same score. Did you talk? I wasn't on comms when Bashir picked up those wickets, but did you remark on his body language? There was
how good a ball it was.
It was a great ball, yes, as Jarrod this time is forward and clipping the ball square of the wicket on the leg side and comes through for a single. Jarrod, you're fixing me the kind of stare.
Well, that's what you said. It was a great ball, but you realised he was saying that was a very good ball as he was walking down the wicket. That's what he kept saying over and over again to all the fielders as they came in.
Is that what he said?
He said very good ball.
That was a very good ball. Very good ball.
Oh, well, he was right. It was a good ball.
I mean, 100%. Where's the lie?
It was. I really like
the opposite of Primark.
I like what I see from Bashir, because there's something about the guy. As Jack Leach, as Jadeja steps forward, another slow left armour, and there's no run. Yeah, he's got something about him.
I like him.
You saw his reaction to the Jaiswal wicket yesterday.
Yeah, I like him. Really do.
And for a young man, a young off spinner, as this ball is pushed out to point, or cover point by Jadeja. For a young man, 20 years of age, very little first class experience. And he's playing in just his 3rd test match, and he's got a bit of a strut about him.
That's something I like about him. I think he might turn himself into a better fielder.
This one's left alone. There's a little bit of turn, but away from the wicket and the bat of Jadeja.
I'm not convinced he's going to get to number 8. That Manners thinks he potentially could bat, but I think, first impressions, I think we've got a bowler on our hands. I think we've got a bowler on our hands, possibly not for home conditions, but definitely for away conditions. I think he'll prove as a fielder. One
slip in place, but this is dead batted by Jadeja, who gets forward and defends. 414 for 5.
He does another thing that we don't talk about, that we haven't talked about a lot. But so I don't think he speaks Hindi or Urdu, but I think he understands it, or at least knows a little bit of it. And have a look. Sometimes he does really slow walks past the batters, and he's trying to pick up what they're saying. And I think someone told me on Stump Mic that he had a very brief conversation at one stage between them. But I just like the idea of just trying to eavesdrop on what they get, just in case there's anything important that he needs to know.
It reminds me of a story you told at the start of the series, actually prior to the first test, and we did that show with Monty Panesar, didn't we? And you picked up on the fact that he used to walk very, very slowly between overs as he walked from mid-on to mid-off or whatever. And Hartley it's cut away this time from Jarrod, and a diving backward point can't prevent the ball from running to the boundary and away for 4. Jarrod moves to 13, the score 418 for 5 India, and the lead has now reached 200. So Monty's, it's 2006. Monty Panesar's in the side, and you're coming up against. I mean, when you think of the,
he couldn't stop staring at Sachin. He's gone from mid-off to mid-off. It's like, Monty, he's not going to bite you.
This is straighter from Hartley, but he overcompensates a touch. The last ball too wide, this too straight. allows Jarrod to come forward and clip it away for a single.
Yeah, Monty, he was going from mid-off to mid-off, and you would just get slower and slower as he's walking down the 22 yards. It's like Monty's not going to bite you. If you ask him afterwards, he might take a picture of it. If you bowl him a bad ball, he will hit you for 6. But he was in awe of, especially of Sachin. He was in awe of Sachin. I think he did a lap of the whole ground in Nagpur when he got him LBW. Sachin signed the ball for him. It was a brilliant day for Monty Panesar.
First wicket in international cricket for Monty, Sachin Tendulkar, is that right? As Jadeja's forward, and he's quite interested in a single because the field is deep, but I think that leg slip runs around to field and there's no run.
Yeah, I think it was first one, LBW, wasn't it? Coming forward, prodding forward. I think he was given out on the front foot, which amazed Sachin in India, being given out like that.
Hartley again. This is quite close to Jadeja, but he still goes through with a cut shot. Wood is up at backward point and fields. Is there anybody in the history? Who was your first Test wicket, Harmy?
Ajit Agarkar, caught by Mark Butcher, and I always say Butcher's a great slip fielder, but was actually caught third man.
Hey, there's been some great catches at third. Goffey took one that turned a Test match, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Banged
forward
his head.
and clipped away for no run. Stokes Fields. What game was that? That turned the game.
2002. In Goffey's.
Was it West Indies?
Was it the West Indies?
Was it West Indies or Australia? I remember Goffey took one at third and it turned the match.
Lords banged his head, didn't he? Knocked some sense into him.
I was going to say
right
that
in front of the
that
change
explains
rooms,
a lot.
underneath the pavilion.
Full toss from Hartley. We saw a few of those in his first Test match. Less so since, and he gets away with it as well. It's clubbed to Ben Duckett at long on. For a single, 420 for 5. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. Jarrell 14, Jadeja 9, and India lead by 202 runs. Ajit Agarkar, who had that horror run of ducks, didn't he, against Australia? How many did he get? 7? 7 ducks in a row, was it?
Audi, wasn't it? Audi. Is it Audi? No, he went from, was it Audi or Olympic
Audi's
Rings?
5, isn't it? Olympic Rings is 5.
No, Audi's 4. It was either 4 or 5 in a row.
From Primark to Audi.
But that was what his nickname was in Australian cricket. It was either Audi or Olympic Rings. I can't remember which one he got to. But
and when he finally scored, though, he got off the mark in his 8th innings, and the
standing
reaction
ovation.
That was brilliant.
He's still famous in Australia for how bad he is. And I remember doing the Lords tour and seeing his name for batting, and I was like, "What the hell happened to England bowling that they allowed Agarkar to get 100?" But he could actually bat a little bit.
He was a handy number 8, wasn't he? Handy number 8, number 9.
Well, you would say that, Harmy.
Yeah.
Forward and defence.
He had a few runs at the time, but he picked one up and hit it down to third, where Butcher was standing and caught it. And we've seen him in the press box in the first 2 Test matches, along with
he's the head selector.
He's head selector, yeah. So he was along with, and it was brilliant because that Test match, my first Test match, was also Partif Patel's first Test match, and Partif was working out there for the TV broadcaster Hindi, Owen Shah was working with. So I had a good chat with Partif Patel and Ajit Agarkar, 2 really good fellas.
Continues round the wicket to Jadeja, left alone, no run from Bashir.
Yeah, I used to work with Ajit. He's a lovely guy. So this is the start of his Test career. He played against Zimbabwe and he made 4 and 5. He then made 19 in Adelaide. He then made Golden Duck, Golden Duck, Golden Duck, Golden Duck, second ball duck.
Improvement. Struck on the back pad. There's a big shout for leg before, but that's going down. And I don't think England will review this.
The funny thing is, he then goes and plays against South Africa and he made 41 not out. Then he made 3, then he made 34, 12, then duck, 6, duck, 1, 2, 109. It's the stupidest progression of anyone I've ever seen.
Inside edge onto the pads as well and going down. That 109 wasn't against England, was it?
Yeah, it's the one at Lords.
Oh, brilliant. Forward and once again, Jadeja actually overbalanced the touch as he comes down, but this is pushed to straight mid-wicket. No run again. 420 for 5. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. India's lead 202.
So, yeah, it makes 109, then 34 and 32, which is the ones that Harmy was talking about.
Here's Bashir and forward is Jadeja. He pushes this out square of the wicket on the offside, and he calls Jarrell through. Just have a little question about whether there's a single, but there isn't. 420 for 5, the score remains.
Then later in his career, he makes a duck 1, 2, and 2 again. Like, he just had some of the. He ended up with a test 100, no 50s, an average of 17.
Flatter from Bashir, and this is helped through mid-wicket for a single. The lead up to 203, end of the over, India 421 for 5.
Should we say he was a nervous starter?
I say this, so I don't know if you know, but like obviously we talk about batting averages in cricket, but sometimes there are some people who think, especially for good batters, we should look at the median, because it actually tells you, because someone like Brian Lara probably has quite a low median, whereas Tendulkar probably had a high median. He's a more consistent scorer. I think Agarkar's median would be -7. It's ridiculous.
His median wasn't very many balls, was it?
I like Marvellous Marvin Atapatu. He had an interesting start to his Test career.
Graham Gooch is another one.
Well, everybody mentions Gooch, right? But no one ever mentions Atapatu. So he made a pair on debut, was dropped for 2 years, came back, made another pair, was dropped for another 2 years, came back, and I think he scored 0 and he might have got a score. I'm not sure. I'm sure Jarrod can pick up on it.
It was 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. I'm coding at this point. It's like watching the Masons. So 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 25, 22.
But hang on. But look at the gap.
No, you're right. There was 2 years.
2 years between first and second Test.
No, so it's 0, 0. That's 1990. Then it's 0, 1, that's 1992. It's then 0, 0, that's 1994. And 1997, he makes 25 and 22. But he gets another test, and he makes 0 in the next innings.
So he gets 1 run in 7 years, and they pick him again.
It's incredible. Whenever I hear people talk about Gooch, I'm shouting at the radio, what about Marvellous Marvin? And how is he called Marvellous with the start to his Test career like that? Full and straying into full toss territory again from Hartley, but this is pushed down the ground to long on for a single.
Do you want another good one?
Go on.
Ken Rutherford.
Father of Hamish?
Father or uncle? Oh, no, everyone in New Zealand cricket's related.
Everyone in New Zealand is related.
Would you like
Apologies.
to apologise? To your wife? To your wife's family?
And my children. This is straight from Hartley and helped around the corner for a single. 423 for 5.
A man named Rutherford who may be related to other Rutherfords. Duck, duck, 4, duck, 2, 1, 5, 65. Duck, duck, 50. Duck, 24, 6, 6, 12, 5, 11. Duck, 2, 29, 2, 107.
By the way, for anyone listening to cricket coverage for the first time,
number one.
Yeah, England aren't going as well as we would like, so we're going to try and lighten the mood by talking about poor batting.
Down the track it is Jadeja, trying to add a little bit of interest to proceedings. I'm loving this, by the way. I also have a question which I'm going to leave you with. Mac is about to come back in, but Kuldeep Yadav, who's playing in this game, his first Test wicket was David Warner, which is a pretty good one. Hartley again, and Jadeja, who's blocked it away for a while. This is tossed up a little bit, and he's freed his arms. That's a good bit of fielding, I think, from Ben Duckett. We'll just have to wait and see. Is he signalling to the umpire that he might have touched the boundary? It was hit hard by Jadeja. There was flight on the ball by Hartley, and Ben Duckett running around from long on has done really well to get to this ball, and he has saved his side a couple of runs, so that's a couple back for the fielding stats for England. The lead though, 207. 425 for 5, 2 balls left of Hartley's 31st over. He's gone for 110, and Jadeja again down the track, but instead of going through with the shot when he realises that he's not quite, the length isn't there to hit, he just covers up, allows the ball to hit him on the pad, and they come through for a leg bye. 1 ball left of the over, and I've got this question for you. It's for Gary Morgan, who is listening. Has there ever been a cricketer in the history of the game, obviously from a bygone era, who when asked the question, who was your first wicket in Test cricket, could answer, yes, Don Bradman? Defended by Jarrod, and that brings up my stint to a close. I wonder if anybody has been able to answer that. Tudes is coming back as well. I wonder who his first Test wicket was.
I reckon Manners might answer that.
We shall find out. You're listening to talkSPORT 2's coverage of the 5th Test match. England bowled out for 218 yesterday. In reply, deep in day 2, India 426 for 5, a lead of 208. Tudor's back, Jarrod's not going anywhere, and for the next 20 minutes or so, it's Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, well, we have been talking about bad starts to Test careers just because this Test match is going out of control for England. But, you know, I think earlier today, I think Tudes might have said this when we were off air at lunch, that he thought there was a chance that, you know, Gill and Rohit would make big doubles. England have still managed to find ways to manufacture wickets, but with it being over 208 runs now, Tudes, it doesn't matter anymore.
No, it doesn't. I can remember who my first Test wicket was. It's not a bad one.
Drop it.
Steve Waugh.
Hit wicket.
Bashir around the wicket. Jadeja is deep in the crease, guiding it to point where Anderson will field, and there's no run.
Nip back, actually. Nip back. Hit the top of middle, not the top of off, the top of middle, old boy.
Was he playing from the crease and not coming fully forward, and you trapped him?
Okay, so we were playing at Perth, so you can imagine he was jumping around a bit.
Bashir around the wicket. Jadeja is deep in his crease, bang in front of all three, but plays it quietly out on the leg side, no run.
Yeah, he was jumping around a bit. It was weird. As being a young guy playing, I think he was trying to get after me, but some people saying he was a little bit uncomfortable. I'm thinking, but he's faced a lot of fast bowlers quicker than me.
Bashir in. Jadeja is deep in his crease. Late cuts it out to deep point, and will take a single. 427 for 5, India. Means they lead by 209 runs in this game. Could have been a lot worse. It felt like it was going to be one of those big, horrible days for England at one point. Shubman Gill, Rohit Sharma, both getting hundreds. But England managed to get shot of those pair within 7 balls of each other. Bashir is in once again. Jarrod is going high into the leg side. He's not got all of it. He's got the height, but he won't get enough to clear Duckett, and he's caught on the long-on boundary. Jarrod goes for 15. India are 427 for 6, and Shoaib Bashir is getting himself towards a fifer. He's got 4 now, 4 for 145. He's got rid of Jarrod.
Well, I said the only way really England were going to get wickets is by miscalculation from the batters, and Jarrod's trying to take him downtown. Ben Duckett is at long on and takes it quite comfortably. Shoaib Bashir's now got 4 foot, and there's just this air of, let's say, confidence, and so he should do. You know, he's playing in his first series, playing against India in India, and he's picking up some wickets, and that's all he can do. Forget the runs column. He's getting wickets. He's learning on the job. Into his 35th over, and that cheer you can hear, because I guess Ravi Ashwin in his 100th Test match is walking to the wicket.
Absolutely. He's getting a very good ovation as he makes his way out. Ravichandran Ashwin's 100th Test match. Averages 26.5 with the bat. 14 50s, 500s. Just one of those hundreds against England. And he's going to take guard. Jadeja's walked all the way down to the opposite end because Ashwin's playing a couple of shadow shots from the crease. So Jadeja's walked all the way down to meet him to have a little chat. Well, we've still got 19 overs left in the day at the completion of this. So we're going to be going well on towards 11:30 UK time. What state's this game going to be in? If England can go bang, bang, bang and mop up the tail...
Yeah, finish the sentence. Finish the
then... Well, look, they were 190 behind in Hyderabad on first innings. It's 209 at the moment. Bashir around the wicket to Ashwin. Plums forward and plays defensively out on the offside. And there is no run. And Well, look, I'm not saying England are back in it, but they're certainly not as far out of it as they were half an hour or so ago. That's what I will say. Bashir around the wicket. My goodness, Ashwin is playing that very, very dangerously. I mean, it's one of those that if he misses it, he's in all sorts of trouble, but he doesn't miss it, so he's not in all sorts of trouble. It's 101 overs completed. India's lead 209. Jadeja's got 15 from 49 balls, and Ashwin has faced 2 deliveries and is yet to get off the mark. So come on then, Alex Tudor, let's throw this one forward. If, and there's still Kuldeep to come, who we've seen make some handy runs in the last couple of matches, Bumrah and Siraj less so. If England were to wrap this up with India 450, 460, so that's what, another 30 runs, the lead would be 240. As we mentioned earlier, England have still got to make 450, the thick end of 500, to really start to concern India. And the problem is, we were just laughing about this out the back of the box earlier, we're only an hour after tea on day 2. There's so much time left in this game. Hartley goes in, balls to Jadeja, rips one through and he misses it, and he's stone cold LBW. Hartley's worked so hard for that one. It's his first in the match. India have reviewed it, but Hartley was pleading the umpire to give that.
Player, you fail BW, on-field decision is out. I have checked the feet, it's a fair delivery, you can go to front on spin.
It was less an appeal, more of a plead from Hartley. So we're now seeing the first replay.
Ball is close to the bat.
Only needs to be clipping. Only
please.
needs to be clipping, listeners.
It looked pretty straight, almost immediately, didn't it?
And by the way, the ball isn't that close to the bat.
Yeah.
Umpire
Flat
Dharma
line
saying it.
as the ball past the bat. Satisfied, no bat in all, you can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
I've picked up my pen, ready to write LBW Hartley in my book. I'm confident on this one.
Umpire's call I'm going for.
Which would be out. Here we are.
Pitch outside of impact in line and wicket sitting. Rod, you can stay with your out decision. You're on the screen, make your signal.
Jadeja is out. LBW to Hartley, 427 for 7. And I mentioned that England had taken a couple of times, a couple of wickets in close order. Well, they've now got rid of Jarrod and Jadeja in the space of 3 deliveries. Jadeja is LBW to Hartley for 15, 427 for 7, Alex Tudor.
You ask and you get there, Macca. Keeping up your run of wickets. As Jadeja goes for 15 of 50 balls. England 3 away from batting. And that's the issue, as you said, Macca. There's so much time in the game. England, even to make a fist of this, will have to get an exceed of 400 plus to even give themselves a chance. But then there's still going to be time because, on average, they don't bat no more than 80 overs.
Well, I mean, so that's 80 overs at 5 and over gives them 400, doesn't it? So that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, here we go then. A day that started India 1 down, 135 for 1. So we've had nearly 300 runs in the day already. Still we've basically got 19 overs left in the day if we add that one ball back on. So that gives you an idea of how India have got on with it. Rohit 103, Shubman Gill 110, Padikkal 65, Sarfaraz 56, Jadeja and Jarrod both going for 15. Ashwin and Kuldeep now at the crease, both yet to get off the mark. Ashwin's faced 2 deliveries, Kuldeep yet to face. Don't forget there's more live sport later on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. If you want football this evening from the EFL, exclusively live on talkSPORT 2, Sheffield Wednesday Leeds. If you want boxing, you want talkSPORT for that. Joshua against Ngannou, and there's the watch along available as well, so you can join in a couple of different ways for that. So you can either get the app the DAB radio online. You can get the commentary on the website, or of course the watch along, or your smart speaker as well. So plenty of ways to listen. And you'll need that for tomorrow morning anyway, to join us just before 4 o'clock for day 3 of this test match. A test match that is moving on. Right. Drinks are being taken, by the way, which is why the elongated pause, which probably neither Ashwin nor Kuldeep particularly wants, because I'm sure as a new batters to the crease, they just want to get involved in it and get going. So the pause can now be ended, and we can continue the game, because Kuldeep is going to face a delivery. Let me just take you through the bowling figures for England today. 1 for 59 for James Anderson from his 14 overs. Mark Wood's 13 have gone for 83 wicketless. 1 for 111 now for Hartley. 1 ball into his 32nd. Bashir 4 for 145 from 35 overs. Ben Stokes 1 for 17 from 5. Yes, you heard that right if you weren't with us earlier. Ben Stokes took the first ball after lunch and removed Rohit Sharma's off stump. And Joe Root's 3 overs have cost 8. Hartley then to bowl to Kuldeep, the left-hander solidly forward, playing out on the offside, no run. So Ben Stokes has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. We don't know yet if he's on a cricket equivalent of a baseball pitch count. You would have to assume he is. But the medics wouldn't be letting him do too much, as it's his first bowl since July. Hartley comes in over the wicket once again to Kuldeep. That's a little bit short, but it hurries on. Kuldeep plays it out on the leg side to the boundary rider, and will get down to the non-strikers. Enso is underway with a single, 1 more to the total. Just showing a replay of the wicket, if you can hear the cheering in the background, as the England players were all stood watching the screen. Hartley now around the wicket to Ashwin, defensively forward. No run. Back to the bowler in his follow through. Hartley prepares for the 5th ball of the over. Round the wicket he comes. I wonder if he sensed that he knew that Ashwin was coming there, because that was deliberately bowled shorter, and Ashwin was indeed on his toes, threatening to advance, and just ends up passing it back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah. Sort of back around the same position, don't they, in the order. I think Hartley would have been doing the same thing.
Well, mid-wicket's just giving themselves 10 more metres out towards the boundary in case he's swinging across the line. Hartley goes in and bowls Ashwin! A tentative prod. Bat and pad were separated from each other, and it just goes straight through and castles him. It's a 5-ball duck in his 100th test match, and it's 428 for 8. So England continue to take wickets. That's now 3 in the space of 8 deliveries. Hartley gets Ashwin with one that, if we're being brutally honest, didn't do a stone-cold thing. But it did what it needed to do. It hit the timbers. That's all that matters.
That's it, bowl straight. And Ashwin on his 100th test match. He bowled well. But unfortunately, it's not worked for the bat. And he departs for 0. England have India 8 down. They're 2-10 lead. And I reckon in that huddle, Ben Duckett, Zach Crawley are getting their heads around batting and the way they're going to go about it, because they're going to have to negotiate Bumrah and Siraj, I would say. So let's get their minds right about their way they're going to go about it. But he's still got 2 wickets to get as Jasprit Bumrah walks to the wicket.
I still love the fact that it's Marcus Trescothick and Paul Collingwood running the drinks out to the England players, because with absentees and illnesses and whatever, they're so short. So Collingwood and Trescothick are doing it. And if you missed it earlier in the tour, the rule is you have to wear whites to go out and run the drinks out. And because Jeetan Patel doesn't qualify as an England player, he can't take the drinks out. So he's the bloke in the dressing room sitting with his feet up all day, knowing that he doesn't have to do the work. Well, the England camp looked a lot happier during that mini drinks break. They got all the players together. Collingwood and Trescothick had big green, gleaming smiles on their faces. And now Bashir, hunting a fifer, will start the new over to Kuldeep. In he goes around the wicket to the left-hander. Kuldeep plays that with all the time in the world out on the offside. No run. 428 for 8 is India. 210, more importantly, is their lead. 5 wickets in the session for England. Bashir goes in, a little bit of air, a little bit of tweak on that one. Kuldeep solidly forward, no run.
Just saw a stat just pop up as well, Macca. Tom Hartley, leading wicket taker, 22 wickets. And Harmy did call it. He said that will there be a surprise in this tour? He went, Tom Hartley will be leading wicket taker. Well done, Harmy.
Bashir in. Kuldeep drops it into the offside. There's a yes-no run-out opportunity, and the throw from Ben Stokes, of all people, is a horror that misses Ben Folkes by 4 metres and actually goes for an overthrow. And Stokes is holding up his hand in apology, because by his standards, and we've seen him do some amazing things, that was local third 11.
Well, it's not even say the cut strip. You know, he's about 2 strips away from Ben Folkes, so a hard underarm would have sufficed.
So he picked it up and then tried to get it away, sort of sidearm.
Slingy, yeah.
Bashir around the wicket, Kuldeep off the inside half of the bat to Ollie Pope, and there's no run. And that sort of slinging motion took the angle from where he wanted it to go and yanked it left. It was like a snap hook off the tee for a golfer.
It's like the ball got stuck in his hand.
Yeah. Bashir in around the wicket to Kuldeep once again. That's a lovely little shot from Kuldeep. Just sort of put the bat there and then opened the face of the blade with the wrist, guides it down to third and takes a couple. Kuldeep got some stick earlier on in this tour when he did night watching duties, saying, well, he didn't really go anywhere, he didn't really do anything, and people were sort of comparing him to Rayan Ahmed. Since then, I don't know if they've had a word with him or just discussed his approach, but he looks, I was about to say $1 million, but he looks a heck of a lot better, shall we say. Final ball of the over from Bashir. It's played quietly by Kuldeep, and he's worked the single, so he's going to keep the bowling. First ball of the next over as well. End of the over. India's lead now 2-15. Kuldeep's got 6 from 8 and will keep the bowling. Bumrah's yet to face. India 433 for 8 here on talkSPORT 2.
There's 2 young spinners, and Bashir and Tom Hartley learning on the job. Not got a lot of experience in red ball cricket. Hard place to go and apply your trade, but they are doing so. And as you say, England will always look for the positives when this series comes to an end, and those 2 can hold their heads up high. As you say, Tom Hartley's gone to the top of the wicket takers in this series with 22. He's done well.
Hartley then to bowl over the wicket, left arm over to the left-handed Kuldeep, pushed out on the offside, and there is no run.
Watching a replay of Ashwin, who's just played on the outside, so he's sort of, his bat's facing sort of cover. Just beat him on the inside.
Hartley in once again, 3 round the bat. This one though is clipped to mid-on. Bumrah's offering to come for a single if Kuldeep wanted. He doesn't. He stays where he is.
Left a big gap between bat and pad. Ball sneaked through. Tom Hartley picked up his 2nd wicket.
2 for 112 he's got at the moment. Hartley goes in. Kuldeep is turning this around the corner. There's a slip and a leg slip. He threads the eye of the needle between the pair of them down to Bashir at long leg, and they'll take a single, and England won't necessarily mind that because it brings Jasprit Bumrah on strike. The score 434 for 8. Crowd are getting very animated because Jasprit Bumrah's on strike. Clearly big fans of the man who averages 7 34 not out is his best in Test cricket. He got 26 against England in the third Test. That's his high score in home Test matches. And Bumrah's got a big forward defensive out to Hartley. Well, you'd have thought he'd have made 100, judging by that cheer. It's the first ball forward defensive.
Looks solid though, didn't he? Good technique, good stride.
Yep, you can see all the studs coming down, bat and pad close together. Old-fashioned textbook job. Hartley goes in. Now that one is effective, but less pleasing on the eye as he lunges down at that one.
It wasn't as elegant, was it?
It wasn't as elegant, but it was as equally effective. One ball left in the over for Hartley then to work on Bumrah. Left arm around the wickets, and it's full and straight, and Bumrah again. He's got no inclination to do anything other than defend, and he achieves that. It's a single from the over. India's lead 216, India 434 for 8 here on talkSPORT 2. Some more thoughts from Jude, and Neil Manthorp will come in and pick up commentary.
Yeah, Tom Hartley sort of just grown into this innings as it's gone on. Bowled better. Decent last over. And Bashir bowling in tandem. India 434 for 8. Kuldeep Yadav, Jasprit Bumrah in at the crease with India lead 216. England want them out early doors so they can get to batting.
Shoaib Bashir looking for a 5th wicket and almost takes it. What a beauty that is. Kuldeep Yadav pushing forward defensively. Nothing wrong with the shot, as Gareth Batty would tell us, offering only the outside edge and being beaten on it. It was a wonderful delivery from Shoaib Bashir, who's taken 16 wickets in just 3 Test matches. It's a brilliant performance. Without ifs and buts. It has been a brilliant performance. Off-spinners traditionally, statistically, do have to bowl more overs than any other type of bowler to take their wickets, and he's beaten Kuldeep again on the outside edge, and he says immediately to Ben Foakes, give it here, because he's calling for the ball back. He wants to bowl the next one.
Yeah, the confidence as it's gone on from this young man, you can tell even when he's got his wickets, that steeliness, a little bit of air of confidence, and you need that at this level. It's not arrogance, it's just confidence. That's fine. Bowling nicely.
The other thing that they often say about off-spinners is that it takes them longer to not to take their wickets, but to learn their trade. That one is cut away behind square on the offside, and they go through for an easy single. I mean, Gareth Batty says that you know, he thought he knew a lot about off-spin bowling in his mid to late 20s, but nothing. But you know, by the time he got to 35, he realised he didn't know anything about it. And Shoaib Bashir's 20. He's 20 years old, and you have to have enormous patience. I'll tell you my favourite England off-spinner and what he became. Here is Shoaib Bashir around the wicket to Jasprit Bumrah, plays defensively and there's no run. Any idea who I'm going to say?
John Embry.
Oh, Ember's a huge favourite, but I particularly like Jeremy Snape because he's now a very successful sports psychologist, and he always tells the story that the one slides across Jasprit Bumrah outside the off stump. He always says that the reason he became a sports psychologist is because he was an off-spinner bowling at the Australians during the Ashes on flat Australian pitches, and he said you need a very thick skin. It's occasionally, literally, but emotionally and psychologically.
Did he play against Australia? Jeremy Snape? No. Maybe he might have gone to the subcontinent. I can't believe. Jarrod, come on, help us out. I can't believe he's played against.
I may have added that. May have added that bit, but yeah, he talked about being an off-spinner playing international cricket.
I know he played one days, definitely.
He played against India. That might have been a tough one.
Right, yeah.
He went in almost to run a ball against India.
Forget that. Jeremy Snape didn't play in the Ashes.
He might have played against him in a tour game. I like the fact that
he went on an Ashes tour.
I like the fact that you started the story talking about our good personal friend Gareth Batty, and then said my favourite off-spinner, English off-spinner.
For that reason.
Not Batty.
Sorry, Bats.
India lead by 217.
Where would Bats be on your favourite England off spinner? 7th? Where's Dom Bess? 6th? I'm talking personality.
I don't know Dom Bess. I didn't see enough of Dom Bess. I think he took one of the more fortuitous fifers that I've ever seen in Test cricket in Sri Lanka. 3 caught on the boundary, 1 inside edge onto the boot.
Robert Croft, Sean Udall.
Yeah, Crofty. Yeah, I liked. Trouble is with both of those, I kind of like them more for their gritty batting than
Mike Watkinson.
Well, I preferred him as a seamer. Here's Hartley again. Sweep shot from Kuldeep Yadav. And that's gone for 4. He's actually played that really, really well. He's placed it superbly. Hit it hard, but very, very much deliberately into the gap. And I mean that about Mike Watkinson. I thought he was a tremendous seamer. He only changed to off spin as a result of injuries, didn't he?
Yeah, I think against West Indies, I remember 95. I think he played. I think him and John Embry played together, possibly in that 95 series.
That one is driven straight back to Hartley, picks it up with his right hand.
Why do I remember? Because Brian Lara got 100, and it was a very good one. And my good friend Dominic Caught
doesn't really narrow it down, does it?
What's that? Lara getting 100 against England.
Well, half a dozen occasions. Here is Hartley again. Forward comes Kuldeep, pushing again nicely into the gap at extra cover.
Why do I remember it? It was a day ending with Y.
I also have this impression that this is one of those stats that Gary would be able to help us out with. But so I have this, this impression of there being almost a decade-long period where England would routinely play Embry and Edmonds. England played 2 spinners, doesn't matter where it was, on what surface, and this is where you find out that they only actually played 8 tests together.
Eddie Hemmings, where's Eddie Hemmings on your?
He'd be high. Him and Kapildev sort of.
Lords, oh Lord, was it 5 6s in a row? Was it 5?
4 to avoid the follow-on.
4 to avoid the follow-on. That was it, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here's Hartley again, and the slog sweep from Jasprit Bumrah. He's almost missed that. He's hit it so poorly, it hasn't got halfway towards Johnny Bairstow or Ben Stokes, who's smiling and grinning at mid-arm halfway back.
I remember that well, obviously, because Gucci got 3 and got 100 in the second innings, but I remember it for Sachin. Sachin took a catch off Alan Lamb at long on, one-handed, in front of, I suppose you would say, the media centre now. It wasn't there in 90. It was a catch, literally taking it on his shoelace. Unbelievable. Alan Lamb was like, how the hell has he caught that? And that was, and then I think Sachin went on and got 100 at Old Trafford. And then the rest is history.
Do you know the media box at Lord's used to be to the left of the pavilion at sort of wide third or wide long off? It was the worst press box in the world. It's the only one. Oh, that's a terrific delivery from Bashir around the wicket, slides it past the outside edge of Bumrah.
You don't want to open that up, though, that conversation, do you? What about the one at Old Trafford that was side on because they changed the wicket? That was a bad one. Brian Lara in Test matches against England scored 700s and another one in 1 day. I'm just saying it's a lot of days to remember. He averaged 62 in Test match cricket against England.
Yeah, I was a Badger, and obviously he was one of my favourite players of all time, so I would remember.
Bashir to Jasprit Bumrah. He's sensing a fifer. His second. I tell you what, that'd be interesting. We're keeping Gary busy now. Shoaib Bashir was one of only 4 England players whose maiden first-class fifer was in Test cricket. Imagine if he did it twice before taking a first-class fifer. Sweep shot here behind square on the leg side from Jasprit Bumrah, played without the elegance of the Kuldeep Yadav version of the sweep, but he does get a single. He's off the mark.
The question will be, will he get his county cap now at Somerset, even though he's only played? Well, sometimes it was a
what
thing.
for taking 10 wickets for Somerset and 16 for England?
Because he's playing for England and doing, you know what I mean? He'll get his county cap, I guarantee.
He's got 10 wickets for Somerset and 16 for England. Ridiculous. Forward comes Yadav again, pushing defensively out on the offside.
Can you explain to me why you don't get a county cap when you get picked to play for a county team, like a normal situation? I've never understood that. Like, You get a baggy green when you get picked to play for Australia. You don't have to be good.
Correct.
You don't have to give it back, Manners.
It's like being picked for a swimming team and only being given a costume after you've swum sort of in 6 matches. It's bizarre, isn't it? I mean, you do get a cap.
Well,
you're not capless.
No, you're not capped. You're either, you get into a side, you might have your second team cap, but the cap in county cricket back in the day, you had to earn your stripes.
442 for 8. Clipped away out on the onside, and they go through for another single. 443 for 8.
And back then there was a wage cap for it, so obviously cap players got more. In this day and age now, obviously these lads are on a hell of a lot of money, so it doesn't matter. But you had to earn your stripes. I remember my coach, Keith Medlicott, I think he got nearly 200-300 first-class wickets before he ever got capped for Surrey. So it was like you had to earn your stripes.
Can I say something? I wonder how many amateurs got their caps with less figures than the professionals who were asking for more pay. My guess is that it probably relates back to amateurs versus professionals. It just doesn't. I don't know how you feel, Manners, but for someone who's alien to English cricket culture who came in from another one, it's like you did everything you could to get picked for your team. You picked for your team. You went out there. You took a fast ball. You bowled up the hill. You broke a finger in the slips. Whether you were successful or not is ridiculous.
Have you heard Tudes talk about when he was an uncapped player playing for Surrey, the capped players had a separate changing room?
My memory of this, and Army will probably remember more, is that it was the Australian overseas players who complained the most about that.
Forward comes the left-handed Kuldeep Yadav, who nudges it into the offside, and they go through for a single. I just can't believe it. It's in the 1990s. The uncapped players had to change in a separate room.
There was 2 changing rooms at Old Trafford, wasn't there? When I first played for England, there was an upstairs changing room and there was a downstairs changing room, and that used to be.
Used to be amateurs and professionals, or what?
Well, amateurs and professionals, or capped and uncapped, or first and second team players.
I find it staggering. I mean, it's like a different century, but it was a different century.
I think it was Stuart Law that might have changed. He might have come in as captain of a team. It might have been at Old Trafford.
Forward comes Jasprit Bumrah, who is delightfully inelegant as a batsman.
Played for Essex first, did Stewie Law, but I think it was just the design of the change rooms.
No, but I'm saying that. But there was.
He went to Lancashire
in the late 80s and 90s. There were still separate change rooms for different tiers of players.
I think in the early 2000s there was separate change rooms.
Forward comes Jasprit Bumrah again. As I say, delightfully inelegant, but sometimes effective.
I'm not sure in the early 2000s if it was first and second team, or it was just, we'll keep the youngsters with their music downstairs and the old ones will stay upstairs.
We're talking about, in a county championship match, they had separate change rooms. I just find it. I mean, did they have butlers, the cap players, as well? Here's Hartley again. Forward comes Bumrah playing defensively. Back up the wicket on the offside, and there's no run.
Back then, you probably had the ones that uncapped players washing the cap players' kit. That was the apprenticeship in football, wasn't it?
I don't mind that. No, that's fine. That's all right. I don't mind that.
Manners was doing that to Sam Allard until the last tour.
Forward comes Bumrah again, pushing defensively out on the onside. No, that's fine.
An obvious joke.
Whitening pads, yeah. Washing their boots and making sure their flannels.
But they should be allowed to,
make sure their flannels have got a crease down the middle of their trousers. We're going back a long way there, man.
But I think you need to be on the same team, which sharing a room, pushing out on the offside, or at least the facilities. I mean, did the uncapped players have to have cold showers as well, or were they allowed hot water? 444 for 8. India are ahead by a massive 226.
Different toilet paper. Did you get the rough one?
You know how this happens in football codes sometimes, where you go to the opposition and every time you go to that ground, there's no hot water in the showers. Does that ever happen in cricket?
Yeah, you go to Derby, and Derby was so depressing. I mean, Derby was so depressing. Yorkshire, Headingley was a shocker. Headingley had tinted windows, so it might have been it wasn't sort of cracking flags and blue sky all the time at Headingley, but it didn't matter.
But you wouldn't know.
You're sitting watching through tinted windows in freezing cold.
Here's Shoaib Bashir, and that is swept away out towards deep mid-wicket, and There's no run. There's a one run, but just a simple one. I have to say that I need to preface this with, I think that the county ground at Derby has been refurbished and rebuilt and is now very pleasant. But the first time I went to the racecourse ground, it is on the edge of a racecourse, and they hadn't planted those big trees as a windbreak. And there was a freezing. This is punched away nicely off the back foot by Bumrah down towards long on Duckett Fields, and they go through for another single. And I was extreme. I was as bleak as the weather at the end of my first day there, and all I could think of was I wouldn't like to live here.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to have played here. It was bleak. It was depressing. It was cold. I said the dressing rooms were just as bad when you were on the inside. It was, but. Fair play, talked about it. I can't remember who was talking about it. You did somebody from the ECB.
Here's Shoaib Bashir in once again, turned away nicely by Kuldeep. Another single.
But thankfully for the likes of the Aegeus Bowl, Chesley Street, Cardiff getting a revamp and a lick of paint for that 2009 Ashes, I think it was.
More than a lick of paint.
Yeah, but because of it, all of a sudden, Edgbaston had to get their gear, their stuff in order. That's a magnificent ground now. Old Trafford had to get their gear in order. That's a good ground, and so is Headingley.
Steered away off the outside half of the bat, guided really, and steered by Jasprit Bumrah. He's effective, like I said. He's, I think, delightfully and entertainingly inelegant and unorthodox, but he scores a few runs.
Just throw it above the eye. Just throw it up. It worked for England's top six. Surely it should work for Jasprit Bumrah.
Just on the Derby, one of my favourite things about Derby is that they have their own pentagon, which is the roundabout just outside. Well, second most famous pentagon, isn't it?
52, I think it is.
Bashir, forward comes Bumrah again, playing defensively.
Yeah, there were some really bad facilities even when I came over in 2008. Some of the, I don't know if Kent's updated theirs, but I remember Canterbury not being a particularly good press facility, and some things going wrong with that. The old stand at Canterbury.
I was in Canterbury for the first time in many years, a couple of years ago, and it's still charming.
I remember broadcasting from it with the BBC at one stage and just thinking to myself, this is not ideal. But yeah, Hove was another one. That was there was three of us in
charming.
Yeah, charming. Maybe not that first word that comes to mind, but yeah, there's still some interesting ones on the circuit.
450 for 8. They get by on the reputations of the Cathedral and the Seaside, both of which haven't changed for centuries. Kuldeep is 17, Jasprit Bumrah 6. The 450 is up for India now, whose lead is a mighty 232. Never before in the history of Test cricket, all 2,800 plus games of it, has a lead of 230 plus been overcome to win a Test match. That one is short and pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket, fielded by Johnny Bairstow. So the good news is, if that's the bad news, that India lost having a lead of 190, and that was only 4 Test matches ago at the beginning of this series. So although they lead by 233, perhaps the hosts aren't feeling bulletproof just yet. Hartley in again, and around the wicket, Kuldeep Yadav pushes it way out in the offside. Didn't seem to be in any great difficulty or discomfort with that, but seems to be berating himself for some reason. Perhaps he thinks he should have pushed it into a gap and taken a run. Kuldeep on 17, Bumrah 7. Shoaib Bashir has 4 wickets at the moment. Tom Hartley's got 2. And he's toiling away. That one is defended by Kuldeep Yadav. 10 overs to go still in the day's play, and we might just squeeze them in actually before the scheduled close of play. The extra half an hour. Scheduled close is 11 o'clock UK time, but we can continue till 11:30, so we'll be touch and go, fit in the remaining 10 overs. Slipping a short leg in as Hartley is into Yadav, tucked away on the leg side once again, and there's no run. Lead of 233, as we all actually have mentioned, not just an hour ago, but throughout the day, don't anticipate India having a couple of quick, cheeky overs at England this evening. They'll bat as long as they can. And they'll bat on for nuisance value tomorrow, if not for additional runs. That one again defended by Yadav. Kuldeep 17 off 29. As we said, every test match he's played, actually. He worked exceptionally hard on his batting and knew that it was a weakness that counted against him when it came to selection. And has now done enough to be regarded by the selectors as a doughty and useful addition in the lower order, and he's learnt his limitations. He bats within them. A word on that perhaps, or maybe on Canterbury or Hove from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be John Norman.
Now we're less said about rundown cricket grounds. They're better now. Kuldeep's bowled. He's batted really well in this series. 40 balls in the second test, 90 ball innings in the third test, and 130 ball innings, which is very, very annoying when you're trying to mop up a tail. And he's been a real thorn in England's side, not from a score and runs point of view, just for the amount of occupation he's had at the crease, which has really frustrated England.
Bashir is in, and from one doughty and useful lower order player to another. I'm back. How are you doing, guys?
So you're looking at me there. My outlook was never like that. My
absolutely
outlook was
not.
Good time and not a long one.
451 for 8 then India, the leader 233. Bashir though is seeking individual triumph. Can he pick up another fifer? He nearly did there. He squared Jasprit Bumrah up. There's a ball that turned. Well, actually no, it didn't really turn, but it kept a bit low and went on, and Bumrah made it look like it was a spinning cobra of a delivery. Forward this time, covering up. He's 7. Should have been run out before facing a delivery. An errant throw from point. Stokes, of all the fielders, getting it horribly wrong with his underarm. Throw towards the stumps. Folks was ready, but the ball went well wide of the fielder, and Bumrah was through. Kuldeep Yadav, who enjoyed his day yesterday, shown he can bat as well. He did that, combined so well in that partnership with Jarrod in the 4th test as Bumrah comes forward and defends again. 451 for 8. The big question is, Jarrod, have you been discussing, or have you discussed what we were chatting about when I was last on commentary in regard to the question? Bashir again. This is straight, and that's how Bumrah plays it, getting forward and smothering any turn. No run. 1 ball left of the 111th over that India have batted in their first innings. Not quite double what England managed, but it's not far off. And they've doubled the score. Leader 233. Flatter. This is a beautiful shot from Bumrah, who just rides the bounce, enjoys the lack of pace, and dabs this through vacant third for 4. He goes into double figures. India's lead stretches up to 237. They're 455 for 8. But the real story of the day is, has there ever been a bowler or all-rounder who can, at the pub, when asked, who was your first test wicket? Answer, Don Bradman.
Well, I mean, no one can answer it anymore because they're both passed on.
Or could they?
But they could have. Reg Sinfield. You a big Reg Sinfield fan?
Isn't there a rugby league player with Sinfield in
Kevin Sinfield.
Yeah.
Kevin Sinfield.
He's not from up north, is he?
From Yorkshire.
Reg Sinfield took 2 test wickets in his career. And
Did
one,
he?
Not bad. And the first one was Bradman.
Did he definitely take 2? Because I had him down as taking 1.
No, 2. He took out in the first innings. He took Bradman. In the second innings, he took out the wicketkeeper. I think it was Ben Barton was his name. But Norman Yardley is a more interesting one, who's the captain after Hammond.
Good first name.
He took 21 test match wickets. 3 of them were Bradman, including his first.
Bunny. He's a Bradman got a bunny.
Do you know what? You actually look at it. He then took Hassett and Miller as well. His wickets are ridiculous.
Here is Hartley on the sweep. Is Kuldeep Yadav. And he's going to pick up runs. He won't take 4 of them. Crawley coming in from the boundary. Just a single. 455 for 8.
I can't tell you the ball-by-ball splits of what his average was when bowling to Bradman, but I can tell you that in the 3 times he dismissed Bradman averaged 120 in those innings. So maybe they just brought him on too late.
Not quite a bunny then.
I think I had a quick look at the scorecard. I think he was 7th in line to bowl.
I don't think
the innings.
I don't think he bowled, because I was shocked. I don't remember him bowling, and not that I saw a lot of him play, but I don't remember him as a bowler at all. And I had a look. He didn't bowl in about his first 8 or 7 Test matches. So he started bowling later in his career at the Test level.
Also, Don Bradman had hit 234 by the time he was dismissed, and that surely is as it's just bounces a touch more, but dealt with by Bumrah. Must be the only Test in history where 2 batters scored 234.
Was it not? Is it not sort of declaration bowling, waiting for the boat to come? Get the game finished because the boat's arrived.
Well, they were trying to. I don't think England were going to win that game, so I think they were quite happy to keep them out there.
He bowled against Bradman in another game where Australia made 411 and England made them follow on because they made 637.
Forward again is Bumrah. You ever played in a game, Harmy, where England scored 550, declared, and still lost?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, once. It was a fateful game. Interesting. That was an interesting game. Mr. Warren had us on toast second innings in that. Dug a big hole there.
Defended again with that's not a straight bat. That's an angled blade from Bumrah. He's trying to get round to defend. Yeah, no indication at all that India want a couple of overs at England tonight. They'll be quite happy to get through to stumps and then come back out and just annoy England before getting to work. That lead, 238. It's Hartley, who's picked up 2 wickets, draws a defensive shot from Bumrah again. Maybe Kuldeep Yadav going for the shots at one end, although we have seen Bumrah swing for the hills. That famous over a couple of years back, Stuart Broad, world record number of runs coming from a single over. Defending this time, though, is Bumrah. Yep, I was there as well, Harmy. I was watching. 112 overs in then, 456 for 8, a lead of 238.
Yeah, that was a tough couple of days for England. That was a final nail in the coffin, which stared us down at 5-0. We didn't have the best teams. Best of team going over to defend the Ashes. We didn't. The Test series didn't start that well. And then when it come to Adelaide, we finally think we've got a foothold back in the series when we get 550. KP got 150, I think it was, and Colley got a double 100. And we just, a little bit like England have done a couple of times in this series, and India did in the first Test. We died in a hole. McGrath and Warren, I think we got about 180, 200 off, I think, the full day. Nearly 80, 90 overs. We just didn't go anywhere, and we really struggled to put a total on the board. And I remember Mike Hussey being in at the end, and when he hit the winning runs, I think the inevitable 5-0 was always going to be on the cards.
Bashir again. There's an inside edge onto the pad of Kuldeep Yadav, who props forward. I think they're even having a chat about a possible review for leg before. Stokes thinks that it possibly hit the pad first. Bashir does not think that. He's not pushing for it, that's for sure. He looks a little bit surprised that the conversation's going on this long. Shake of the head from Stokes, they will not review.
No, I think they'd be very, very optimistic to go for that. You're saying about Rohit Sharma and India not looking for a declaration tonight. I don't think Rohit Sharma would turn it down if England went 2 wickets in 2 balls and they ended up having to bowl 4 or 5 overs tonight.
One slip in place still, touch flatter, defended again by Kuldeep Yadav. Yep, 2-0 down with 3 to play after that Adelaide defeat. We're just seeing a replay of this. It does hit the bat before hitting the pad, I think. Either way, it wasn't reviewed. And Kuldeep Yadav is still there. What a fine Test match he is having. He's had 2 back-to-back fine Test matches. Flatter from Bashir. And this is pushed square of the wicket on the offside by Kuldeep Yadav, who comes through for a single. He moves to 19.
He really does look comfortable at the crease, Kuldeep Yadav.
He knows his game, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks as though he's got time in his game. Well, when a tail ender's out there, you sometimes think they're like a cat not tin roof, playing and missing, wafting of the bat, pushing at balls. But He plays very, very well within the sort of parameters of his bodies, and it's a left-hander's thing.
There's an attacking, forceful shot there from Bumrah for the first time in a while, coming forward and wristily driving this delivery, which is going across him from Bashir, but picks out mid-off, no run.
Bumrah might fancy a bowl tonight. Bumrah might be thinking, I might get 2 overs tonight, 5-6 overs with a new ball tomorrow morning, try and nipper one out tonight. So he might be thinking, right, if it comes, well, I'll be happy.
He's not batting like a guy that fancies a bowl tonight. Defensive again.
No, he's not. So I just wasn't sure with that ball before. He pushed at one. I was thinking, I wonder if he's going to try and play the big shot. And if he gets out, he gets out. If he hits it for 6, then even better. But
there's two fielders at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket for Bumrah here. Last ball of the over. See nothing so far to suggest he's going to go for the slog sweep, and I don't see anything there as he plays back, defensive, pushes the ball out to the offside, and 1 run coming from Bashir's over. And India now 457 for 8, a lead of 239. How often have you been watching or listening to cricket commentary, and the old topic of grassy banks comes up, and then cricketers start listing grassy banks, and before you know it, we've gone through all the old candidates. There is one thing that I do remember about the grassy bank of Adelaide, and what grassy banks do afford the paying spectator, which I was back then. Proper celebrations. I mean, we are talking bedlam celebrations at the end of a day.
Throwing drinks around.
Throwing drinks, flip-flops flying. Easy for me to say. There's the shadows starting to lengthen. One team on top. And I do remember with real fondness the wicket celebration in Adelaide as Hartley's in. This is played off his pads by Kuldeep, and he'll take another single. You remember, of course, 550 odd, and Flintoff decides to declare, and you must have had about 45 minutes at Australia late on day 2, and was it Hoggy? Hoggy picked up the wicket of Justin Langer.
He did, yes.
Late in the day.
Hoggy got 7 for in that day as well. The next day, but in that innings.
So Langer's caught at first or second slip, I think. As Hartley is in again, and Bumrah doesn't play defensively again. He just tries to help a ball around from off stump through to leg, but can't get it past the fielder. Stationed close to the batter. He remains 11 odd out. The lead for India, 240 here on talkSPORT 2. 458 for 8 in reply to England's 218 as Bumrah comes forward and defends. So Langer edges into the slip coordinates taken, and
Flintoff caught it slow down, didn't it?
Yeah. And my friend Danny, I remember him saying afterwards, we were in the pub late that day, and he looking back at this wonderful wicket celebration that went on for so long. As once again Bumrah happy to just try and dab this ball down to third, but this time Bashir, alert to the danger, rolls over and fields the ball, can't prevent a run. I remember my friend Danny saying halfway through, after a period of time, he stopped celebrating, took his breath, looked around him and realised that the Barmy Army and all the fans there were still going. And he just thought, okay, I'll just carry on. And he just began his celebration all over again. It was limbs, as they call it these days, down the leg side, clipped away comfortably by Kuldeep. He'll come through for another single. 21 to him, 12 to Bumrah. 428 for 8 when Ravichandran Ashwin was bowled. Clean bowled by Hartley. But another nuggety little partnership from India of 32 for the 9th wicket. Just taking the excitement out of the game. For England, that is. Wider of the crease this time, Hartley, and angling into off stump. Bumrah comes forward and defends. And then, so early day 3, of course.
Yeah, Ashley Giles drops Ponting, doesn't he? Yeah.
And I don't think I still haven't forgiven him.
Yeah, there was a lot going on in Giles' mind at that time. There was a hell of a lot going on in his mind. He was struggling with his hip.
There was some personal stuff
with Steiner and I remember 4 years earlier trying to get into the test team. I remember seeing Steiner not long after that, and she thanked me for sending Gilo home for Christmas. Trying my hardest, and we were in the nets at Adelaide, the bouncy nets at Adelaide. Ashley Giles is batting, and I bowl a ball, sort of good length ball. It's nipped back in bounce and it's hit Jarrod on the arm. I'm trying to get in the test team if Simon Jones was injured.
Around the wicket is Bashir, defended again by Kuldeep Yadav.
It wasn't the greatest place for Ashley Giles. He ended up going home. We were struggling for a spinner, and I broke our spinner's wrist, and Richard Dawson come in and played. So it wasn't the best place for Ashley Giles.
Was that his last test?
It was when he dropped the catch. Yes, it was. This was like the 4 years before, but I remember seeing Stina later after that, and she said thank you to me because she sent. I managed to break his wrist and send her husband home for Christmas. So you see the kids.
A little bit more Luke from Bashir this time, and Kuldeep Yadav just pushes this to point. Was that the 4 years previously? That was the famous Sydney Test,
Sydney
wasn't it?
Test when we won.
Steve Waugh's century.
Steve Waugh's 100. Simon got injured in Brisbane, but you mentioned Jarrod. Talking to Trez and seeing Trez and Collie and that Jarrod, he's done that job as well, and he's now got a tough job on at Worcester. But what a great man, great person to talk cricket about with.
Touch flat end from Bashir. Bumrah pushes this to short leg, no run.
And a tough job he's got now at
he
Worcester.
did well last season,
didn't he? Did brilliantly well last season, but now trying to find a ground to play the first two championship matches in the first division. One of the small counties in the big boys pool.
He must be used to that. Bumrah playing deep in his crease. And back to Bashir, who's still got a short leg, a leg slip and a slip in place, despite this huge lead that India possess over England, not just in terms of the series, but this game as well, this fifth test that we're bringing you here on talkSPORT 2. Bashir figures a 4 for 165. Would have had a 5 for if Crawley had caught Rohit Sharma earlier today at leg slip, as this ball again is defended by Bumrah, who's trying to see India through to close, it seems. But yeah, there were early inroads, weren't there, in day 3, so I guess Hayden must have gone, and Ponting would have come in at 3, so Clark was at 5. Who was at 4?
Damien Martin.
That was Martin's last test. That was Martin's last test as well. Bumrah pushing this to the offside. So they're 3 down, 80 on the board.
He was 4, and then he came in at number 5 in the second innings. And he had a 6, then he had a 4, then got caught third ball and just walked off. I think Collie gave him a bit of verbal, and Damien Martin just walked past and went, I don't care, I'm loaded, I'm retiring, and just walked past him. It was one of the best comeback lines ever. Collie's given him it with both barrels, and he just gone, I don't care, I'm loaded, I'm retiring, and just walked straight past him.
I think he might have all but disappeared at the end of that test, didn't he?
Nobody's seen him again.
Yeah,
I saw him.
He got invited to the fifth test, and he didn't. I don't think he didn't come back. Did
he and it wasn't the first time he'd done that. He done that sort of stuff before. It's the second weirdest thing about Damien Martin. The first weirdest thing is
he's a great man, and what a player! One of the most underrated players going, because they were so good. I thought he was so good of a player.
Hartley's to continue over the wicket to Kuldeep Yadav, who remains 22 not out, pushes this ball back to the bowler.
Before he ran for president, Donald Trump followed like 25 people in the world, and Damien Martin was one of them on Twitter.
And I know that Damien Martin was in and around cricket grounds after that, because I was trapped in a lift at Lord's in 2013 with him and Michael Vaughan and 5 other people, as this is pushed back to the bowler for 45 minutes. And Chudes
is sweating thinking about that one.
Chudes is sweating. I was sweating. It was a hot day.
A bit like the way you are on an aeroplane.
Yeah, exactly. And don't like lifts much either. Forward and defending again, picks out the fielder at mid-on.
We're talking about just after that series, though. Like it's not like he made a big announcement and sung around and came to the next one and did a photo shoot or anything. He just was like gone, disappeared.
Wasn't he about to be dropped though? Wasn't it? Because Clark hit a century in that Adelaide Test, and didn't they want to get Simons in?
Oh no, there was no doubt that he was on his way out. But
somebody was injured. Somebody didn't play because Hussey played. Hussey played in Adelaide. Somebody didn't play in Adelaide.
Was Watson in that
coming
series?
Back. No, Watson wasn't in that
Watson
series.
was injured too.
He was injured too.
I think they wanted to get Simons in. I don't think Simons played at Adelaide, did he?
You're right.
As this is drilled to mid-off, no run.
Simo came in for Melbourne and got 100 in Melbourne when we had them 150 for 5.
That's right, and Rudy Kurtzen didn't give Haydo out with the stone-dead LBW with them 4 down. I mean Australia, of course. Not that it's not that I still harbour, deep-rooted anger about that series. On the sweep, this is pitching well outside off stump, and Kuldeep Yadav sweeps powerfully, and it's fielded well at deep square leg, just the one run. 462 for 8. India, and the lone trumpeter sounds out. There's a final knockings feel, though, unfortunately, about the back end of day 2. Joe Wilson with a smile on his face because he had to duck to evade that sweep shot from Yadav as Bumrah is forward again. 4 overs left today. India lead 244. Kuldeep Yadav and Jasprit Bumrah at the crease. India 462 for 8. And to take you through the last 4 overs, I think will be Neil Manthorp after a word from the lift stroke elevator shy Alex Tudor.
You say you don't like this, you still get in them. Get the stairs, Johnny.
If you had to pick 2 people to be stuck in a lift with, Michael Vaughan and Damien Martin, high or low on the list? I can think of worse, but I can think of better.
Yeah, no, I don't mind both, to be fair. Depends what Vaughan is going to talk about. Depends what he's going to talk about. Damien Martin used to love watching him bat. What a player.
Shoaib Bashir still looking for that 5th wicket. He's got 4 for 165. India lead by 244.
You must have been stuck in a lift with random cricket people in your career. So many lifts.
I've been stuck in a few lifts. Yeah, and I'm actually probably more inclined towards agoraphobia than claustrophobia, so it didn't really bother me at all.
My lift story is that when, I think it must have been a game at GS Bowl, when there were no lifts, and so we all had to go up the stairs, and I was climbing up the stairs behind Sunil Gavaskar, who turned around to me at one point.
Bashir in again, Yadav defends.
And we'd never talked before, and I didn't even think he knew who I was. And he said, "You write a lot of things about the BCCI, but they would have fixed the lift in this ground." And I was like,
if they had one to fix.
Sunil, I've been in Indian grounds where that is certainly not the case.
Here's Bashir again, and forward comes Yadav once more, defending, 462 for 8.
You know what? Wasn't you more thinking, he knows who I am? He reads my articles.
Honestly, I was more just exhausted because it was quite a big ground. I know you're used to the stairs, the rest of us.
So Bashir in again, and it's pushed away by Yadav out behind square on the offside. No run.
I think my film had come out around that time, so I think he was a little bit touchier about some of the politics and everything that came out in the film. But yeah, it was nice to be known.
Here is Shoaib Bashir again. Forward comes Yadav defending, and there's no run. Do you know what? I actually would be very happy to do the whatever it is, 8, 10, 17 flights of stairs every day. I wouldn't have any aerobic difficulties, but I would need a shower every single time.
You're an incredibly sweaty man.
I remember in South Africa when he was in Durban. He was running on the treadmill at like 50. Like he was literally sprinting. Anyone else would be sprinting. Manners was jogging. But the sweat on this treadmill, I'm like, no one else can use this machine afterwards. No one's using it.
So Scott's just said in my ear that he had to clean a treadmill after him. I'll tell you what, every time me and Manners have shared the gym, when he leaves, I go and clean the machines.
And
that's not to say you don't.
I do.
Yeah, but you can't really clean them, can you? Because you would have to take the machine that you've been running on and dip it in.
But it would take him so long as well, wouldn't it?
The trouble is, I work up more of a sweat cleaning the machinery, so I'm actually sweating on it as I'm wiping off the sweat. 3 overs to go in
the Daryl Mitchell of cricket commentators.
Heinrich Klaassen.
Oh, there's some bad. During that World Cup, I don't know if players try harder in one day than they used to, but everyone seemed to be either sweating or cramping all the way through that tournament.
Not enough supplements. Now then, Mark Wood's coming back for. How does he feel about this little 2 over spell right at the end of the day?
He looks fresh though, didn't he? Look, nice fresh shirt. Like he's had a shower in between the tea break. He's only bowled not that many. What did he bowl? 10 overs today?
But 9. 2 spells, 9 overs. Here's Mark Wood then, and Jasprit Bumrah drives it very sweetly through wide, long off or extra cover and down to the boundary for 4. Sweetly, as in it came off the middle of the bat. I don't think there was much to commend the shot aesthetically, other than its result. But 4 runs to Jasprit Bumrah.
It was just under a touch under 140 kilometres per hour. He played it a little bit early. There's a little bit of puff of dust as he went to play that drive. Hands right in front of him. Eludes Ben Stokes, the sparing dive. But he had good hands. Good hands through the ball.
India's lead now, approaching 250. They're 248 runs ahead as Bumrah plays defensively once again outside the off stump. So do you think that there's a thought in Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett's mind that if India don't lose their last 2 wickets in the next 4 balls, they won't have to bat? Because if they do, if they're dismissed, they'll have to bat 1 over. Will they send in a night watchman to open?
Nighthawk.
Don't even get me started on
Nighthawk.
Night watchman.
No. Send out Tom Hartley and say to him, do you reckon he'd get 100 before close?
Here's Mark Wood once again trying to wrap things up, but Jasprit Bumrah's having none of it and pushes forward and then nods vigorously in the direction of Wood as if to say, good ball, but not good enough. Not on this occasion. Anyway, it's been another dominant performance from India today. They've, you would think, made this test match far more than just safe. You would think that it's just a matter of time when, not if, they conclude a 4-1 series victory. And they've been very, very good value. 200s today from Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, 65 from Devdutt Padikkal on debut, 56 from Sarfaraz Khan, his third 50 in 5 innings since his debut. Next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Bumrah. 16 off 47 balls. Kuldeep Yadav has a very patient 23 from 49. Temperature which hovered around a high today of 20 degrees has dropped by at least half that today at the close in Dharamshala. Floodlight pylons casting a shadow across the ground as the sun begins to set. Here's Wood again. That's a quick delivery outside the off stump, wide enough outside the off stump to be left alone. It's 38 these two have added for the 9th wicket. Partnership of the day was 171 between those two centurions, and it was ended in remarkable style when Ben Stokes came on to bowl his first delivery, his first over in competitive cricket for over 9 months, and took a wicket with his very first ball, bowling his opposite number Rohit Sharma for 103. And next over Jimmy Anderson bowled Shubman Gill for 110. Here's Wood once again, and Bumrah here drops it from hip height out on the onside and scuttles through for a quick single as Ollie Pope comes running in from square leg. 467 for 8. May not be the appropriate time to ask this with just a couple of overs to go in the day, but has Ollie Pope grown a mullet on this tour?
Looks that way, doesn't he? It's flapping at the back of his cap, part of his hat.
It's short at the sides. I mean, it's got definite mullet potential.
I mean,
business at the front, party at the back.
Jason Gillespie.
I mean, the kids now, I mean, even at school, the boys, I mean, they come back from the barbers and I'm like, do you want me to have a fight with the barber? Like, the hairstyles they come out with now are minging for me, I'm sorry.
Best 5 mullets in cricket. Jude's go.
Well, Shane Warne had one various stages.
I don't know if he was in the best 5 though.
Oh,
no. Both of them would have to be top 5.
And
Gillespie. Colin de Grandhomme
for sure. Colin de Grandhomme.
I mean, that's a pretty good one, isn't it?
Yeah, very good. And stuck with it. Yeah. You know, even when they were not in fashion. Here's, in fact, they were never in fashion.
Who's the lad at Somerset who got all the wickets in the T20 Blast maybe 2 seasons ago? Was leading wicket taker. Come on, John. He had a serious mullet.
Lewis Gregory?
No.
Max Waller?
He's a spinner.
Well, you said it's bowler.
No,
Well,
sorry,
spinner's not allowed
sorry,
to have
seamer.
mullets.
Sorry, I apologise. Sorry, I said bowler, didn't I? Seamer. Bowled medium pace. Wasn't express, bowled medium pace. Got a lot of it. He had a serious mullet. Had a tash as well. Tash mullet.
Marchant de Glang. Ben Green, you mean?
Yes. Ben Green. That's the young man. All-rounder, Ben Green.
When I did put up Somerset bowler mullet, quite a few came up.
Pushed away defensively in the offside. The India's lead is 250.
No, I
You
don't think...
put Somerset cricket mullet. And,
Bowler mullet.
And you've got...
I mean, we got some bad
12
hairstyles
options.
here.
Oh, 9 options. That's very impressive. Pushed away by, as I said, by Kuldeep Yadav, who's now successfully ensured that India will resume their first innings on the third day with a lead of 250 or more, depending on how many they score in the remaining 10 balls.
We've got David Boone's mullet from the 80s, which I'd forgotten. Do you think is Dhoni's a mullet or is that long hair?
That's long hair. I don't think he had a mullet, did he?
Oh, and there's a sweep shot here from Kuldeep Yadav. The ball spins off his pad and is rather well caught by Ben Stokes at slip.
Damien Fleming's mullet was exceptional. I had forgotten about that. And James Pattinson briefly had... I mean, is that even a mullet at that point? When you've... It's almost like a faux hawk mullet. If you don't know what that is, I don't know how to explain a faux hawk mullet. The side of his head was completely
Patterson.
shaved, and then he had a mullet at the back at the same time. It was extraordinary.
That's a Mohican rather than a mullet.
Mark Waugh? Did we say Mark Waugh? Robin Smith? Robin Smith have a mullet?
No,
No.
the judge. No,
No,
it was a wig.
Judgy, no.
Sweep shot from Kuldeep Yadav, and it's 4 runs. It's beautifully struck. Beautifully struck by Kuldeep, who's sweeping against the spinners has been exceptional in this brief innings. It's a half-century partnership between these two as well for the 9th wicket. More frustration for England.
Yeah, I meant Alan Lamb.
Oh, Alan Lamb.
Alan Lamb definitely had
Brief contender.
definitely had a mullet. Oh yeah, Alan Lamb had a good one. And Macca just came in with Brian McMillan. Another Macca.
Oh, that would have been inadvertent, I can assure you. That's outside the off stump and padded away. A shout rather than an appeal. India are 472 for 8 in the 119th over.
I was briefly correct. I was correct. Robin Smith did have a mullet at one stage. Damien Fleming?
I think Robin Smith just hadn't forgotten to have his hair cut for a couple of months.
Yeah, I don't remember him having a mullet.
Just showed you a picture.
That's rubbish. That's not right.
Kuldeep Yadav on strike on 27. We've got 7 balls left in the day, 6 now as Yadav comes forward and nudges us straight back to the bowler. Very, very impressive, Kuldeep Yadav. I wonder whether he'll actually have an extended run in the team. Maybe even ahead of Jadeja and Ashwin. It depends how long Ashwin keeps going, I suppose. 1 over to go, just 1 over remaining. India 472 for 8. Who have you found now?
Nasser Hussain.
Hussain.
Now, I think this is pre-England. This looks like a pre-England mullet.
You need
He's 60,
you
17.
need to put that out there. Put it out there on
That's a
social.
picture from the England under-19 team,
It's got to be, doesn't it? You know, we've got the War Brothers here with matching mullets.
I don't think Dean Jones had a one.
Yeah.
Dean Jones had a good mullet.
I think it's a rite of passage as Australian. I think at some point you have to have a mullet, don't you? It's like being a Kiwi with a tattoo.
Do you know what? I'll say this. I'm not sure they ever went fully in or out of fashion in Australia. It's just a hairstyle. There's an episode of Bluey. I know you've seen the cricket episode of Bluey, which I'm sure me and John Norman will do a whole special on one day. But in Bluey, the dad gets a mullet at one stage. It really is a proper hairstyle in Australia. Not so much the rest of the world. Except Zimbabwe, apparently.
Moustaches have also not gone out of fashion in Australia. You don't get sniggered at with a moustache now.
No, you get sniggered at. It just doesn't seem to stop anyone.
Last over of the day. We've got 6 balls to go. It's Mark Wood to Jasprit Bumrah. He goes full and straight. He's trying to, I don't know, look for the LBW. I think probably rather than go bowl a full-on Yorker and knock middle stump out the ground. But Bumrah is up to the task of keeping it out. He's 18 Kuldeep Yadav's 27. India are 472 for 8. They lead by 254. And poor old Mark Wood has had as much of a slog, if not more of a slog, than anybody else in this England attack. He's been more expensive. He's gone almost 7 and over. None for 88 in his 15th over. As Wood is in again, bowls a bouncer and a pull hook shot.
A shot.
A hook pull. He was shaping to hook, and then it didn't bounce as much as he thought, Jasprit Bumrah, and he played a very Bumrah-esque hybrid of a shot, which he missed, and it missed him. And gone through to Ben Foakes. Day of hard toil and slog for England. Can they bat for a full day? They've only batted 80 or more overs. Was it 3 times in the last 10 Test matches? Twice, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much, Scott Taylor, the producer in our ear. Twice in the last 10 Test matches, 80 overs. It's not even a full day. 90 is a full day. But at least Ben Stokes has been good to his word by providing us with what will be a long-lasting memory. His first delivery back. Ian Botham took a wicket with his first ball after he was banned for suspended for I think that's the right word.
Just written in the stars for some sports people, isn't it?
Ian Botham was suspended for a couple of years from international cricket. Came back as a more rounded figure, literally, into the England test team, and took a wicket with his very, very first ball back. 472 for 8. He had a mullet then. Do you remember?
He's
come back.
Yeah. You saying he enjoyed himself while he was suspended? Coming back as a more rounded fellow. His wine.
472 for 8. Kuldeep 27. Jasprit Bumrah 18. Now then, 2 balls left in the day. India have 2 wickets. Not that number 11 will be required to bat today, because everybody will walk off and call it a day if Mark Wood strikes now. For the penultimate delivery of the day. It's short and it's pulled very successfully by Jasprit Bumrah. Good work from Johnny Bairstow in the deep. Still running about. Knows that he's got one last chance to make his 100th Test match memorable with the bat, rather than for what looks probably most likely to be a heavy defeat for England and a submission of the series 4-1. 473 for 8 now. India leading by 255 runs. The highest deficit anywhere in the world, not just involving India. The highest deficit, first innings deficit overcome to win a Test match was 256 runs. Now standing at 255. So history beckons for England. I'm not sure they'll have be able to answer the beckoning call, but there you go. I was talking about Ben Stokes making history. Last ball of the day is pushed square of the wicket on the offside to cover point, and there is no run, and India finish the day on 473 for 8. As I was saying, Ben Stokes managing to take a wicket with an absolute beauty as well. It wasn't like he was caught on the boundary. The ball was in its 61st over. He was 60 overs old when he brought himself on to bowl. He somehow managed to get it to nip away from Rohit Sharma and bowled him for 103. So that's the end of the day's play. 5 wickets in the session, and for that England deserve credit. I think it's fair to say. I mean, they have stuck at it. They never in any way, not literally but metaphorically, waved the white flag. They knew it was going to be hard from the moment they arrived at the ground this morning. Well, in fact, yesterday evening when they got back to their hotel, they knew that today would be a hard day. And they've managed to take 7 wickets during the course of it. Shoaib Bashir has taken 4 of them, and Tom Hartley at one stage had none for 125, finished the day with a couple of consolation wickets. But yeah, I mean, apart from the stunning scenery and the incredibly beautiful surrounds, there hasn't been a great deal for England fans to cheer about. Alex Tudor?
No, they haven't. As you said, one thing under this Ben Stokes under his captaincy is that they will keep trying, and trying they did. It was a hard slog in that first session. 129 runs were scored in that one session for no runs, and you're thinking, oh, it's going to be a very long day. But then there was that air of, he took that jumper off with Ben Stokes and he says, I'll get it done myself. And that sort of gave them the impetus, because on the back of that wicket, which with his first ball, he hadn't bowled a delivery for 251 days since the Ashes, and he got a wicket, an absolute perler of a delivery to Rohit Sharma, who was on 103, and then that gave Anderson a little bit of a pick-me-up, and then he bowled slightly quicker and got Shubman Gill with a good delivery, nipped back, kept a little low, and then young Bashir just told away, finished with 4 foot. As you say, he's learning on the job. So, you know, England under this Ben Stokes captaincy, they'll take some positives, but it's a long way behind in first innings. They'll look to come out in the morning, try and get 2 wickets very quickly, and then go about their batting. And as Man has said, in 10 test matches, England have only batted 80 overs twice. So they're going to need a monumental effort in that second innings to get a big score and make a game of it.
Well, if you've missed any of the action and you weren't with us from just before 4 o'clock this morning, the good news is that, as always, as every single day, you have the following on podcast, which will recount the day's events, and look forward to those tomorrow. And as always, when I'm not doing it, your host is Andrew McKenna.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 5th and final test match. Live from Dharamshala.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You are listening to the Following On Daily podcast. I'm Andrew McKenna, and I'm alongside 2 former England bowlers in Steve Harmison and Alex Tudor to look back at day 2 of the 5th test between India and England in Dharamshala. It was another difficult day for England, with India closing 473 for 8, so a lead of 255. That after centuries from both Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma put them in control of this match. We'll be discussing, though, Ben Stokes taking up bowling again. A positive performance from the England spinner Shoaib Bashir, who took 4 wickets. We'll look ahead to what's likely to come tomorrow and get reaction from the England camp as well. So plenty to come over the next 20 minutes or so. You are listening to Following On. Right, well, welcome along for day 2 of the 5th test for Following On. It is a day which ends with England in a pretty precarious position. If we're honest, it didn't start in that great a shape, with India 135 for 1, and they'd taken that score to 264 for 1 at lunch. But then after lunch, there was a major moment. Ben Stokes getting Rohit Sharma, with the first ball that Ben Stokes had bowled in the match, in the series, with an absolute snorter that pitched on middle, hit off, and Rohit was out for 103. 7 balls later, Shubman Gill was dismissed by James Anderson, also bowled for 110. So that became 279 for 3. Any thoughts that England were going to run through the Indian middle order, though, were dashed as Padikkal and Sarfraz both making half centuries. Padikkal made 65, Sarfraz 56. Both of those were removed by Bashir. Jadeja and Jarrod both contributed 15 apiece before Ashwin was dismissed for a 5-ball duck. So it means India close 473 for 8 after 120 overs, the lead 255. So England taking 7 wickets in the day, which keeps their hopes at least theoretically alive. Would that be a fair assessment, Steve Harmison?
Theoretically, yes, but I think practically no. I think even the hardened Ben Stokes, the optimists would say that the England have got very, very little chance. But you just never know with this team. They come back from they did yesterday. They come back this morning. They fought hard this morning, Even though Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma played brilliantly well, England, they kept going, they kept toiling, kept going. There's a very, very good wicket out in Dharamshala. It really is a good wicket. It's not spun a huge amount for Hartley and for Bashir. So for Bashir to get 4 wickets, he's bowled nicely. He's kept England together. But I think you have to give credit, a huge amount of credit, to Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma. They have played very, very well. Jaiswal went last night, but Padikkal came in on debut and he looked comfortable and accomplished with the way he put together his innings. Sarfraz, after a nervy start, hit a couple of lusty blows and some big boundaries, especially off Mark Wood. But I think all in all, I think we're just waiting and delaying the inevitable, which would be an India win and go 4-1. And does it give a true reflection of the series? Well, that'll probably come tomorrow night when you see England bat for the second time. I was at this point 24 hours ago going, you know what, all the goodwill and everything that England have done over the course of these 4 test matches might have just gone out of the window. I think they've wrestled that bit back. I think they have worked very, very hard in this last 7 hours of this contest. But still, I think the damage was done yesterday when England got bowled out for 218.
Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill showed them the way today. Rohit 103 from 162 balls. Shubman Gill 110 from 150. And any thoughts that this was going to be some sort of terror track? We always think that the second day is the best day to bat on in a test match. And Alex Tudor, Rohit and Shubman Gill just played magnificently to show that it is a good pitch and you can most definitely make runs on it.
Yeah, that's right. They batted beautifully at the beginning. Match report, Graham Swan said, not a cloud in the sky, 10 degrees warmer. It was rock hard, no really indentations. It looked good for batting. Day 2 was good for batting. And as you say, Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma just showed their class, really, even from the off. Really positive. Anything that was slightly offline or full, they jumped all over it. Did it with grace and technique and great balance, and that's what Steve alluded to yesterday when England were getting out. They didn't have good balance. They were trying to overhit it, and the Indians just showed great composure, good timing, good hands, balance at the crease, all the things that you talk about. But what I liked about it was calculated shots. When they went over the top, it was because there was no fielder there. It wasn't like they were taking on and long off. It was long and long off were in. So to chip it over, even though it went for 6, is a safe shot. Even if you don't connect with it, you're going to be safe because the men are in. And that's what I like. And that's slightly the difference between the way they went around about batting and the way England go about it, is that they're still taking those fielders on. They're saying, I am backing that, I'm going to hit it over you. Well, if you get it wrong, you're going to be subject to, not say ridicule, but, for people like us within the media that are going to say, well, was that the right thing to do? And there's only so many times you can say, that's the way I play, I'm going to take the positive option. Yes, by all means be positive, but do it at the right time, if the conditions or the situation merit you doing that. And as you say, bat for longer. When India have got their runs, they've batted time. They've batted over 100 overs. And as you say, England only done that twice in 10 test matches. That's an amazing stat. Amazing stat. And as Gareth Batty alluded to yesterday, yes, that's fine if you're scoring 470. If you do that in 90, you're going to have more runs and you're still going to have time in the game because you're batting so positively. So do it in the right way. But as you said, it was an exhibition of batting. But then it was that man who writes his own scripts that sort of just turned it a little bit.
We're going to come to him in a moment, because shall we hear from one of those Centurions? Shubman Gill at close of play spoke with our friends on the TV broadcast.
I'm just thinking about your father every time you're hitting those shots, and we kept looking ahead at his expression as well. I mean, these are great moments for him to savor.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was his dream at first, see me play at this level, and it was his vision. So I'm thinking hopefully he'll be proud of my effort today.
400s now, and there's the 90s as well. So just tell us about your recent form and how you're feeling every time you go out there to bat.
I feel good every time I go out into the bat. Today as well, I think I missed out on a big one. Even the ball that I got out to, I think I missed that ball. I didn't sight that properly. But I think apart from that, I'm feeling good, and hopefully I'll be able to every time I go out there, I'll be able to convert these starts into big one.
Shubman really well batted, really well done against Jimmy Anderson. But what was the chat about after you had hit him running down the track? There's a bit of a chat between the two of you. Can you talk us through that?
I think it would be better for both of us to keep that chat in private.
Well, there you go. I think that's better stay between us. I liked his style there. What was interesting, I think I missed out on a big one there. And that was the most telling thing when he also said that he didn't properly see the one from Anderson that bowled him for 110, but I missed out on a big one. And that's something that you don't necessarily hear enough of. But there's a guy who's got a real appetite for batting.
Yeah, he has, and he's very, very talented. 24 years old. Not the numbers going into this series a little bit under pressure. He's right. What goes on the field should stay on the field. And I don't think there was. It looked as though there was not friendly words, but there were words which I don't think it got out of hand for umpires to get in with. But that should be that is right thing. If a bowler wants to have a go at a batter and the batter wants to have a go at the bowler, let them get on with it. And it comes down to the bowler bowling at the batter, and is he good enough to keep it out? Well, he did for a long period of time, Shubman Gill, but Jimmy Anderson bowled with an absolute beauty. He did leave some out there because he was going well alongside his captain, and he's really come of age over the course of the last 10 days in Test match cricket. He really, really has performed well. Second innings in a couple of games in this one. First innings runs is massive in Test cricket, and no better place to get 110, especially when you bowl a team out for 200 and you take responsibility. That's what he's done in this game. He's took responsibility along with the captain that he's got in and he's cashed in. England players throughout this Test series have got in, and well, we haven't seen that many hundreds. We've seen a lot of 50s and a few 70s. 2 or 3 players have got 70 plus on multiple occasions, and I think Shubman Gill's telling you there that this is a good surface, and he's disappointed that he only got 110. Tells you everything.
So he got 110. He was the third man out. Rohit Sharma getting out was the big moment though today, not for the fact that it was Rohit getting out, it was the fact he got out by Ben Stokes, the 62nd over of the innings. Ben Stokes bowled for the first time since July and the Ashes series against Australia. Harmy, that he said to us before the first test in Hyderabad, the plan was he would not bowl in this series. How do you think we've come to the point today where Ben is bowling? Do we take this as a good sign from his fitness, or is it actually a case of it wasn't going particularly well at that point and he's gone, oh, just give me the ball?
No, I don't think it was the latter. I think the latter would be brainless. It would be brainless if it was a case of, oh, we're not getting wickets, give me the ball. That would be detriment to what his career has left in front of him. I think what it was the first element, which is, I'm actually feeling good about myself here. And I've spoke to him when we were out there, and he said he's healing well, he's healing strong. He'll be bowling soon in practice, and I think he said after one of the Test matches, I'm about 2 weeks ahead of the time, and he's not going to go to the IPL, so he's not going to play a huge amount of cricket before the summer starts, and that's fine, and it's the right thing for Ben Stokes' body to have that, because it's been a long, arduous winter and disappointing winter. I think if we break it down for both white ball team and red ball team, but the one thing that he probably still needs to do is up the number of volume of overs under his belt, and what better way to do it, right, to get it where it needs to be, because if he goes another 4 months without bowling and gets him into the summer, you're still waiting for that moment to happen. Is it going to be all right? Are we going to get through it? So while he's going through the gears and get himself a number of overs under his belt, I don't see why he shouldn't bowl the overs in a match situation. His knee is solid. It's had the operation, so he's fine from it, and it was great to see, and it was an absolute beauty. He bowled. He's typical. And the thing I was always waiting for was, is he still running in the same way? Is his action at the top, solid? Is his front leg collapsing because if it collapses, he's got brace front leg normally. If it collapses, is he trying to protect his knee? Is he trying to sort of come in at a different angle to try and protect the rest of his body? And none of that happened. It was really solid at the top. He looked as though he was in a good body position when he attacked the crease. He went through the crease quite well and quite strong. He hit the ground running. Yeah, he got confidence because he got his first wicket. He never went over the top of the perpendicular where he sometimes loses his wrists, and that's from in recent past, that's a poor technique because he's protecting parts of his body. I thought it was 5 overs of very, very strong stuff from the England captain, which is a huge bonus.
Yeah, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17, Judes. In many respects, the numbers don't really matter, though, does it? It was all about what Harmy was just talking about. What did he look like? And he looked like Ben Stokes, and that was the best thing that we could have seen today.
Yeah, he looked good. I mean, I'm going to disagree with Harmy slightly because I'm a little bit. I look at body language, and I think it's because what my wife does for a living. I would look at body language. He looked annoyed because Woody was bowling at the time, and he had been leaking. I think Jimmy had bowling, and Rohit had got after him. I think he'd gone straight, not for 6, but he'd gone 4, 1 bounce. So they were leaking. They'd scored a lot of runs, and when I saw he'd take his jumper off, and he took it off quite aggressively, and I thought, oh, he's having a bowl here, and it was. And even when he got the wicket, there was no histrionics. He was just like, right, come on, I'm setting the tone. This is what we're doing. And at the end of the over, he just sort of marched off, and like Rooty was sort of like walking to him, and he sort of like gave him a tap. Yeah, well done, captain. And he just walked off, and he just sort of, right, I've set the tone, lads. Now we're getting on it. And it just looked like he was a little bit annoyed at that time. And I think he might have possibly bowled, but I think he bowled slightly sooner than he would have done. That's only my opinion. But everything else Harmy says is dead true. Like the way I was looking at the way he approached, is he limping back after he bowls? Has he, is he falling over anything? He was strong at the crease. Through the crease he looked good. That brace front leg, the pace was good. So it was good to see. And as you said, he's obviously ahead of schedule. And it gave us all a lift in here. Imagine what it must have done to them out there. And the balance of the side when Ben Stokes is bowling is different level. And it just shows you how important it is for him to be fit and to be able to do both very well. Today
is the only shame that Ben Stokes is captain, because normally, after a comeback like that, they'd be put up for the media. But of course, Ben being captain, he's not being put up for the media. We'll be hearing from Jeetan Patel very shortly. He is the spin bowling coach, so let's turn our attention to spinners. Shoaib Bashir, 4 for 170 from 44 overs, and Tom Hartley weighing in with 2 for 126 from 39. These two young men continue to grow, Harmy.
Yeah, they do, and I'll never criticise them because the way they've come into the game and what's been asked of them is massive, and it's great. I'm really, really pleased to see, Bashir's body language when he took the wicket. Tudor is talking about body language, and he's telling himself that was a good ball. That was a beaut, and good on you. For having that confidence of saying that. I'm not bothered how many runs he's gone for, and when the cold light of day when it comes to it, England will fare. What looked at quite a benign wicket where it wasn't spinning that much. Just wait till these boys tomorrow gets on it. It'll look a little bit different. But you can't criticise Hartley and Bashir. I actually think Tom Hartley looks tired. I think he looks tired, and there's nothing wrong with that. There really isn't wrong with that. I think mentally and physically he looks tired. I've seen him miss field twice in the field. The things are going. I'm not critical. I'm not being critical for 1 minute. I remember I was telling John Norman at the back before. I remember my first tour overseas, and it was Australia away against that great side. Tudor was playing in that team as well, and I played my 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th test match out in Australia, and I'm standing on the boundary, and I mean my eyes are closing. I'm knackered. I'm absolutely out on my feet on my first mornings of test match. When I'm running and bowling, I'm fine because that's what I do. I'm being trained to do that. But actually physically, I'm standing there and I'm just like, I want to go to sleep. And I'm sure Tom and Shoaib and 1 or 2 others who are just starting their career, mentally it must be tiring for them. And if they do make a mistake, we haven't got to jump on their back. I think Hartley's bowled. I thought he's bowled some good balls in this series. He's bowled some bad stuff, but again, the two of them are coming into the early part of not just their test career, but their first-class career. So I think Bashir's been a real find. It'll be interesting to see over the next 6 months where his career develops to and where he goes. I think Hartley, there's been a lot of talk this week about where he fits in with Nathan Lyon. I actually think he goes back to Lancashire and tries to be an all-rounder and fits in at number 7. And really, that's got to be he's trying that to get his place there. Is there a spin bowling option available for England to bat at number 8 if Jack Leach is not going to be fit? I think they've both done really, really well so far in this tough period of play. So I thought Bashir bowled really, really well today. 170 runs he went for, but he's got 4 big wickets for him. For the team as well, but for him. So together, the two of them, it's very, very difficult to criticise. It's very difficult to judge them because of who you're judging them against. I think we've just got to be positive that the two young bowlers have bowled, I think, admirably well in this Test series so far.
Yeah, you look at the names next to Bashir in the wickets column. Of course, he gets Jaiswal yesterday, stumped, and then today, Padikkal, Sarfraz, and Jarrod. There's the middle order engine room for India taken out. So we've spoken about England spinners. Let's hear from the England spin bowling coach. He's been speaking at Jeetan Patel with our reporter Cameron Ponsonby.
Jeetan, a difficult day. What are your thoughts on day 2?
Yeah, a long slog for the lads. I think the boys stuck at it so well. Didn't offer as much as we thought it might today. But the way Bash, the way Harts, the way Woody, Jimmy, even Stokesy had a go, Rooty, and the guys around the field. Again, a few things could have gone our way, and that would have changed the day. But look, I can't fault the guys' efforts. I think they put in a hell of a stint, a hell of a shift, and to get the mate down at the end of the day is a good effort.
Bashir's bowled over 40 overs in this innings. Just how impressive an effort is that from him?
Oh, look, I mean, we applauded him after the last test, and he rocks up again and does it again. And, he's certainly got a lot of skills. I spoke to him last night. We all spoke about how, the spin group did anyway, about how we could go about it, and he showcased his skills. His pace was up and down. He went over the ball, used side spin. He tried to find what he could out of the wicket, and eventually he got his rewards. It would have been nice for him to finish off with a 5 for tonight, but hey, that's the way cricket goes.
I know you guys obviously try and stay as level as possible and not let the difficult days get you too much, but end of a long tour, the tour's not gone the way at one stage it looked like it might have done. Just how difficult has it been to keep morale up over the last 48 hours?
Oh look, mate, it's still a test match. It doesn't matter what situation you're in, it's still a test match, so you're trying to win. And I think whether we're 3-1 down, 4-1 down, 5-1 down, it wouldn't have mattered. We'd still be out to trying to win this one, and we're still thinking about how we're going to win this one as well.
And in terms of that route to victory, where do you see the route to victory?
Oh look, it's not going to be easy. I'm not going to say that it's just they're going to hand over, but we're going to have to put in a hell of a shift for the bat as well. And it didn't quite work for us in the first innings with the bat, but we've got another chance coming up soon.
We saw with Jarrell's wicket some big celebrations from Root and Stokes in particular. Do you know what that conversation was about?
I don't. I haven't spoken to them yet, but I'm glad they did celebrate it because it's days like today, it's easy just to meander through them, but you've got to celebrate the little wins.
And on Ben Stokes, a remarkable cricketer.
We all know. I mean, it's written in the stars, isn't it? He was going to come on first ball and bowl a Jaffa like he did to Rohit, but he'll get there eventually. We've still got to look after him and make sure that he looks after himself as well. He's got a lot of cricket left this year, let alone the years to come. So we've got to make sure we keep looking after him.
And finally, just noticed you got in the way of the sight screen at one point. Was that you trying to look after your skipper, trying to lessen his workload?
You know what? I was drifting, to be fair. I didn't think I'd be in his eye line, but I was.
Jeetan Patel in conversation with Cameron. Well, Jeetan is the world's most positive man. We're still thinking about how we can win this game. Well, yes, we'll follow that in a second. But it's an interesting one from Jeetan's point of view. But let's go back to the spinners. They had the meeting last night. They spoke about what they could do. He said it didn't do as much today as it did yesterday. Is that just purely England are bowling finger spinners and Kuldeep as the wrist spinner? Traditionally, wrist spinners get it to go more than finger spinners. Are we, if you like, comparing two different things? Are we comparing apples with oranges? Yes, they're both fruit, but they are different things. Is that maybe, we can't go, well, hang on a minute, he's ripping it 4 foot. Why are we only turning it 3 inches?
Yeah, 100% Macca. And that's the only difference, As you say, Kuldeep is a wrist spinner, so he's going to get more purchase. I mean, that's not say common sense will tell you that, but that's what happened. But what Jadeja and Ashwin do, and it was great when Bats was in here because he was explaining it, they're changing the angles on the crease, which gives you the illusion it's doing something because of the line, but they didn't get big purchase either. Neither of those two got big purchase. It was only Kuldeep that was causing havoc with his wrong and with the big turn that got to Zach Crawley. But pretty much how it went today is how it went for those two. But with the experience, and as Harmy makes a great point, at no stage or anybody should be disappointed or angry with how our young spinners have gone. They're learning on the job. They've not played hardly any red ball cricket. They're learning on the job, and they're doing tremendously well with what they've got. And they're learning. They're trying to figure it out against a very good team in India who play spin extremely well, and they can hold their heads up high. Forget the amount of runs they've gone for. It's the experience, and it's like they're getting that experience out there. It's only going to bode well for them in the future. But yeah, going back to the first point, it's purely the wrist spin that got more purchase, and as the game goes on, you would think that it will spin more. I don't know how much more of a game we will have.
They had a spinner that turned it both ways and got the ball to bounce, the wrist spinner, and they've got two spinners who've got nearly 800 Test wickets between them. That's the difference, and what that does is it makes the opposition batters do things that trying to take them on don't normally do. England's top order I would say yesterday there were 7 or 8 dismissals where you go and they were giveaways. So you throw that into the mix. I'm not so sure there was too many as given away this morning here today. Jaiswal gave his wicket away yesterday. Sharma was bowled by a beaut. Shubman Gill was bowled by a beaut. Bashir got a brilliant ball to bowl at Paddy. Again, a good bit of bowling by Hartley. He had to earn that wicket. Sarfraz, that was a poor shot, but it wasn't a big one. And Jarrod was probably the only one you'd say you actually give that one away, and that's just one, and that's why they're 255 runs ahead. So I think when Jeetan Patel talks about how we can win from here, they have to think that way, and they did that way in Hyderabad. And what this team are brilliant at is parking that innings and moving on to the next innings, and what they're very, very good at is taking the scoreboard out of the game. Because at no point at Hyderabad did I ever think after 2 innings that there was ever a chance of England winning. And what did they do? They've just put the scoreboard, it's like they put a blanket over the scoreboard. We're batting third in this game. When we finish batting third in this game, we'll see where the game's at. And actually England were well in front. India contributed to that. Who's to say that doesn't happen tomorrow? England going back all day tomorrow, put a few wrongs that they did from that first innings, and we might be sitting here thinking, do you know what? Could they tomorrow night? So let's wait and see. You'd never rule anything out with this England group, but 255 runs is a long, long way behind.
Yeah, absolutely. But there are 270 overs left, because this is the one thing about England's pace of batting, is they don't half leave some time at the back end of the game. So Tudes, this is their theory, isn't it? That they can, in the third or fourth innings, give themselves time to do what they need to do. So first and foremost, tomorrow morning, they need to mop up the tail. There's only Siraj to come, so if they can mop this up in the space of 20 minutes, half an hour, and then it's over to the batters. Crawley and Duckett have opened the innings very well throughout the tour so far. They get off to a good start, and we're then going to be using the phrase, well, you never know.
You never know. It'll be something for people to tune into and listen to and to watch us on the YouTube channel, because if they are, and as you say, they're always going to put a positive spin on it. It's just the atmosphere they create in the changing room. From any point, they still feel they can win. And as you say, there's still 3 days left. They mop up these first 2 without, under 10 runs. They get to work, Duckett and Zach Crawley, get them off to a good start. You just don't know, as Harmy says, you put that blanket over the scoreboard and you just bat. But just bat. Not batting 70, 80 overs. Bat the day, bat into the 4th day, and you just never know. Funnier things have happened, and one thing that this team like doing, they like creating history. They like to prove people wrong. And they like to shut people up. So, 3 days to go. I would say you would want to tune in, listen in, and you might get some history.
Absolutely. England set them the target of taking the new ball. That's something that hasn't happened that often. Get to 80 overs. Well, join us tomorrow morning. We're on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel from just before 4 o'clock. Hopefully England can wrap up the tale pretty quickly, and then, well, the game will move forward. Join us tomorrow morning as England will try and wrap up this tale. India lead by 255 at the moment. They've closed day 2, 473 for 8 here on talkSPORT 2.
Down the wicket comes Shubman Gill, launches him straight back down the ground, straight back over the bowler's head. That's just steered so gently for 4 by Rohit Sharma. It's like he was trying not to damage the ball there.
Just been put down. Rohit Sharma.
Oh dear me, that's put short and pulled down towards fine leg. Tom Hartley fielded it like a wet bar of soap. That's just embarrassing.
Flips into the leg side, beats Ollie Pope at short mid-wicket and will take the single out to Zach Crawley, and Rohit Sharma raises his bat for 100.
Quality, balance, timing, elegance, the shot making of Rohit Sharma is always beautiful to watch.
Shubman Gill swings it into the leg side and gets a 4. He takes his cap off, bows to the crowd. Shubman Gill is 100 not out. And in 30 overs this morning, England have gone wicketless. 264 for 1. They've been outgunned this morning and pretty badly outgunned for 2 hours.
Stokes to bowl then.